A Sprinkle of Christmas Magic. Written by Laura Abbott. Chapter 1. Skylar Baskin was fairly certain that Christmas parties weren't supposed to make you cry. Yet here she was, hiding in the service corridor of Chicago's most exclusive hotel, blinking back tears as she tried to salvage the biggest event of her career. "What do you mean the ice sculpture is melting?" She pressed her phone closer to her ear, already speed-walking toward the grand ballroom in her impractical but gorgeous heels. The room temperature is set exactly to specifications. One of the catering staff flattened himself against the wall to let her pass, and she caught a glimpse of her reflection in a stainless steel cabinet. At least her makeup was still perfect, even if she felt like she was coming apart at the seams. No, absolutely not. She pushed through the swinging doors into the ballroom's preparation area. "Do not move the sculpture. I'm 30 seconds away." The scene that greeted her would have made a lesser event planner quit on the spot. The elaborate ice sculpture, a 12-foot Christmas tree that had cost her client more than Skylar's monthly rent, was indeed melting. Not because of the room temperature, but because someone had positioned it directly under a heating vent. For one heartbeat, Skylar let herself feel the full weight of exhaustion that came with managing corporate Christmas parties for Chicago's elite. Then she straightened her spine, adjusted her blazer, and did what she did best. She fixed things. 20 minutes later, the ice sculpture had been relocated, the heating vent adjusted, and the first guests were already exclaiming over the winter wonderland she'd created. Crystal snowflakes hung from the ceiling, catching the light from thousands of white twinkle lights. Silver-frosted pine garlands draped every surface, and the air held just a hint of cinnamon and pine. "Spectacular as always, Skylar." Her boss appeared at her elbow, champagne in hand. "The Morrison account is as good as ours after this." "Thank you, Richard." She managed a smile, even as her phone buzzed again in her pocket. Probably the coat check team with another crisis. Though we should probably wait until... The buzzing continued. Not the coat check, then. She glanced at the screen and froze. 5 missed calls from Silver Creek Crossing, but the number was unfamiliar. "I'm sorry," she said, already moving toward a quieter corner. "I need to take this." The only person she knew from Silver Creek was her grandmother. Her grandmother never called during events. Never. The fact that these calls were from an unknown number sent ice through her veins that had nothing to do with the sculpture she'd just saved. What if something had happened? "Miss Baskin?" A crisp voice came through as soon as Skylar picked up. "I'm calling from the Silver Creek Crossing General Hospital about Rose Hamilton. She's been admitted with a broken hip after a fall this afternoon." The room spun slightly. Through the massive windows, snow had started to fall over Chicago's glittering skyline. Is she all right?" "She's stable, but asking for you. Repeatedly." There was a hint of amusement in the nurse's voice. "Something about not letting Betty Sullivan near her snickerdoodle recipe while she's laid up." Skylar's fingers tightened around her phone. Behind her, soft orchestra music drifted through the ballroom, accompanied by the gentle chatter of Chicago's business elite. Her masterpiece of an event, the one that was supposed to cement her promotion to senior event coordinator, suddenly felt as fragile as the ice sculpture she'd just saved. "I'll be there as soon as I can," she promised, already mentally calculating the fastest route out of the city. "Please tell her I'm coming." Richard materialized at her side again as she ended the call. "Everything all right?" "My grandmother's in the hospital." The words felt strange in her mouth, at odds with the festive atmosphere she'd spent weeks creating. "I have to go." To his credit, Richard didn't argue. "Go. The team can handle the rest." He paused, then added with the faintest smile, "Though I expect you back before the New Year's Eve gala. The Morrison account." "Of course." She was already heading for the staff exit, her mind racing ahead to Silver Creek Crossing. "I'll just need a few days." The drive home to her apartment was a blur of taillights and softly falling snow. She threw essentials into a suitcase, her normally meticulous packing reduced to grabbing whatever warm clothes she could find. At the last second, she spotted the small wrapped package on her entry table, her grandmother's Christmas gift, a delicate silver bracelet she'd spent hours choosing. 3 hours later, Skylar's car crept along increasingly snow-covered roads, the Chicago skyline long since faded from her rearview mirror. Her GPS cheerfully announced she was only 30 minutes from Silver Creek Crossing, though the weather seemed determined to make those 30 minutes last an eternity. "Please just hold together," she muttered, patting her car's dashboard as it struggled slightly on another hill. The ancient Volvo had been perfect for city life, but it wasn't exactly built for rural December roads. As the snow fell harder, memories of childhood winters in Silver Creek Crossing filled her mind. The way the historic lampposts on Main Street wore their snow like fancy white caps. The smell of her grandmother's kitchen on Christmas Eve. Warm sugar and memories floating on clouds of vanilla. The way the creek itself, finally visible through the trees, would freeze in elegant swirls that looked like silver ribbons in the moonlight. She hadn't seen a Silver Creek Crossing winter in how long? 5 years? 6? Each Christmas she'd promised herself she'd visit, but there was always another event, another client, another step up the corporate ladder. The town sign emerged from the snowy darkness. "Welcome to Silver Creek Crossing, where history meets heart." Someone, probably Gloria Wheeler, if she was still in charge of town decorations, had wrapped the sign's post in evergreen garland and tied it with a massive red bow. Skylar felt something in her chest loosen, even as her car began to slide slightly on the slick road. She corrected automatically, but her heart was racing as she finally turned onto Main Street. The historic district looked like a scene from a snow globe, all twinkling lights and frosted windows. Sweet Pine Bakery's familiar storefront glowed warmly at the end of the block, its green awning dusted with fresh snow. She was so focused on the bakery, on memories of homework at the corner table, of learning to braid pie crust, of her grandmother's laugh, that she didn't notice the patch of ice until it was too late. Her car spun gracefully, as if it had all the time in the world. Skylar had just enough presence of mind to turn into the slide, but momentum carried her right into a snowbank outside the bakery. The Volvo shuddered once, then died with an almost apologetic whimper. Perfect. Skylar let her head fall forward onto the steering wheel. Just perfect. She sat there for a moment, gathering her courage to step out into the snow, when a tap on her window made her jump. She looked up into the kindest blue eyes she'd ever seen, crinkled with concern above a gentle smile. "Need a hand?" The man's voice was muffled through the glass, but something about its warmth made her heartbeat stutter in a way that had nothing to do with her recent adventure in winter driving. Skylar fumbled with her seatbelt and opened the door, immediately sinking ankle-deep in snow. Before she could find her footing, a black and white blur bounded through the snowbank, startling her backward. She grabbed for the car door, missed, and found herself falling, directly into the arms of the blue-eyed stranger. "Domino, down!" he called, trying to steady them both. But the excited dog circled them in a herding pattern, effectively tangling them together with her leash. One step backward, and they both went down in a flurry of snow and surprised laughter. "I am so sorry," he managed, somehow having turned enough to take the brunt of the fall. Skylar found herself sprawled across his chest, mortifyingly aware of how solid it felt even through his flannel jacket. "My dog seems to have forgotten all her manners tonight." "Does she usually have any?" Skylar asked before she could stop herself, then blushed. Here she was, lying in a snowbank with a handsome stranger, making smart remarks. His laugh was warm and genuine. "Fair point. I'm Landon Brooks, the vet just down the street, and this troublemaker is Domino, who's supposed to be at home with my daughter instead of following me on emergency calls." "Skylar Baskin," she offered, trying to untangle herself with some dignity. His hands were steady on her arms as he helped her up, and she tried to ignore the little spark that shot through her at the contact. "Rose Hamilton's granddaughter. I just got a call about her fall. Recognition and concern flickered in his eyes. Ah, that explains the dramatic entrance. Rose brings Domino treats every morning on her walk to the bakery. I just checked on her at the hospital, actually, after treating the Andersons' horse. She's giving the nurses a run for their money. That sounded like her grandmother. Skylar brushed snow from her coat, suddenly very aware that Landon was doing the same for her shoulders with gentle hands. Let me help you get your car out, and I can show you the best route to the hospital, he offered, then glanced at his watch with a grimace. Though I should head home after. My sitter gets grumpy if I'm out too late on emergency calls. Claims he's too old to be chasing Emma around past bedtime. Working together, they managed to rock the car free, though Domino's helping mainly consisted of joyfully diving into every snowbank within reach. When the car was finally back on solid ground, Skylar found herself reluctant to leave. If her grandmother wasn't in the hospital, she might have offered to buy him a coffee or something as a thanks. Maybe another time. Thank you, she said, meaning it, for the rescue and the directions. Anytime. His smile did something funny to her heart. Welcome home. She watched in her rearview mirror as he and Domino headed toward a truck parked further down the street, the dog prancing through the snow, as if she hadn't just orchestrated the most embarrassing and oddly magical moment of Skylar's month. The third floor of Silver Creek Crossing General Hospital was quiet, except for one room at the end of the hall, where two distinct voices carried through the open door. Betty, put down that crossword puzzle this instant. Just because I'm temporarily indisposed doesn't mean you get to solve my daily challenge. Temporary? The doctor said 6 weeks minimum, and you've been stuck on 12 across for an hour. I was thinking. You were sleeping and drooling a little. Skylar paused in the doorway, taking in the scene. Her grandmother sat propped up in bed, silver hair somehow still perfectly styled, hospital gown accessorized with a festive red scarf. Betty Sullivan occupied the visitor's chair like a throne, reading glasses perched on her nose, newspaper spread across her lap. Both women turned at Skylar's arrival. Skylar! Rose's face lit up, then immediately shifted to concern. Sweetheart, you drove all this way in this weather? You're as stubborn as I am. Takes after you in more ways than one, Betty added, already gathering her things. Won't take no for an answer, works too hard, terrible at accepting help. I accept help, Rose protested. Says the woman who tried to keep baking with a broken hip for 2 hours before calling 911. Skylar's stomach dropped. Grandma, what happened exactly? Nothing as dramatic as this old bat makes it sound. Rose waved her hand dismissively, but Skylar caught the wince the movement caused. Just a slight mishap with a ladder in the top shelf of the storage room. A ladder? Skylar moved to the bed, carefully sitting on the edge. What were you doing on a ladder? Trying to reach your grandfather's old recipe box, Betty answered before Rose could minimize further. The one with the Christmas cookie recipes, which I've offered to get down for her 100 times. Because you've been trying to peek at those recipes for 40 years. Ladies, Skylar interrupted what was clearly a long-standing debate. Grandma, how are you really feeling? Rose's face softened. Like I should have listened to Betty about that ladder, but mainly worried about the bakery. Christmas is our busiest season, and with the historic district vote coming up, which is why I've offered to step in, Betty began. But Rose cut her off. Absolutely not. The last time you tried to bake my sugar cookies, the fire department had to do a wellness check because of the smoke. That was 20 years ago. The fire chief still mentions it. Skylar watched the back and forth, memories of childhood summers in the bakery washing over her. The way her grandmother had taught her to measure flour with patience, to crack eggs one-handed, to tell when the snickerdoodles were done by smell alone. I'll do it, she heard herself say. Both women stopped mid-argument to stare at her. Sweetheart, Rose began carefully. What about your job in Chicago? I can work remotely for a few weeks, and it's almost Christmas break anyway. Things slow down after the holiday parties. The lie felt small compared to the hope blooming in her grandmother's eyes. Just until you're back on your feet. The Christmas rush, Rose warned. The cookie orders, the festival preparations. I remember everything you taught me. Skylar squeezed her grandmother's hand. And I'm sure Betty will keep me in line. Someone has to, Betty sniffed, but her eyes were suspiciously bright. Lord knows what you young people would do to traditional recipes if left unsupervised. Probably add avocado or something equally horrifying. Rose laughed, then winced again. You'll need the spare key from under the register. And the recipe box is still on that top shelf, Betty interjected. Got it. And I promise to be careful with the latter. Skylar caught up with the women a little while longer, typing out notes in her phone as her grandmother remembered additional details to help keep things running smoothly. But after a particularly long yawn, Rose finally insisted that Skylar needed to get some rest. It was getting late. In the hallway, Skylar took a deep breath, the reality of what she'd just agreed to, settling in. Behind her, she could hear Betty and Rose starting up again, and somehow the familiar bickering made her smile. It was certainly different from the high-profile events she planned back home, but there couldn't be too many moving parts. How hard could running a bakery be?
Chapter 2. Landon pulled into his driveway just as the old grandfather clock in his living room began to strike 10. He could hear it chiming through the front window, that Emma always left cracked open for Domino. The snow was falling harder now, adding to the dreamlike quality of the evening. Or maybe that was just the lingering memory of bright eyes and surprised laughter in a snowbank. "You're cutting it close, son." Frank Murphy's distinctive drawl greeted him from the porch swing, where his father-in-law sat wrapped in the quilted throw Landon's late wife had made during her pregnancy. "Your girl here tried to convince me that staying up past bedtime was an essential part of the Christmas spirit, just like her mother used to." The familiar ache in Landon's chest was gentler these days, softened by time and the gift of Frank's steady presence in their lives. Did she now? And how'd that work out for her? About as well as it worked for Sarah at her age. Frank stood with a careful stretch, his joints protesting the cold. "She's asleep on the couch with that book about the veterinarian who saves Christmas reindeer. Third time through this week." Domino bounded up the porch steps, making a beeline for Frank's coat pockets, where he always kept treats. "The Anderson's horse okay?" Frank asked, slipping the dog a small biscuit while pretending he wasn't. "It'll be fine, just colic." Landon brushed the snow from his boots. "Thanks again for staying late. I know these emergency calls are hard to predict." "Anytime. Though, next time maybe give me a heads up before Domino decides to go on an adventure." Frank's eyes crinkled with amusement. "Took me 15 minutes to realize she'd slipped out after you." "Sorry about that. She has a mind of her own sometimes." Landon didn't mention how that mind had led to his impromptu meeting with Skylar Baskin. Something about that moment still sat funny with him. In fact, he wasn't sure why it had come back to his mind at all. Frank shrugged into his heavy coat. "Emma finished her homework before the sugar cookies went out. And don't worry, I limited her to 2, though she made quite a case for 3 being the proper serving size for Christmas cookie quality control." Landon chuckled, walking his father-in-law to his truck. "She's getting creative with her arguments." "Wonder where she gets that from." Frank's boots crunched in the fresh snow. "See you at the diner for lunch tomorrow? Wouldn't miss it. Drive safe." After Frank's taillights disappeared into the snowy night, Landon headed inside to find Emma curled up on the couch, her book tucked under one arm, Domino already settled at her feet. He scooped up his daughter, who stirred just enough to burrow into his shoulder like she used to when she was smaller. "Time for bed, princess," he whispered, carrying her upstairs, while Domino followed, ever the faithful guardian. Emma didn't wake as he tucked her into bed, just mumbled something about reindeer and snuggled deeper under her quilts. Landon brushed a strand of hair from her forehead, amazed, as always, by how much personality could fit into such a small person. Domino settled into her usual spot at the foot of Emma's bed, circling 3 times before flopping down with a contented sigh. Back downstairs, Landon went through his nightly routine, checking locks, adjusting the thermostat, adding another log to the fireplace. The Andersons' horse had given him a scare tonight. What had started as a routine check had almost turned serious. He made a mental note to stop by first thing tomorrow to check on her. He rinsed Emma's hot chocolate mug in the sink, adding it to tomorrow's dishwasher load. His daughter had obviously convinced Frank to bend the no sweets after dinner rule again. But then Emma could convince most people of most things when she put her mind to it. A glance at his watch told him he should head to bed. Early morning appointments wouldn't wait, no matter how much snow fell. The clinic would be busy tomorrow with the usual winter issues: arthritic pets needing adjustments to their medications, barn cats seeking warmer places to sleep, worried owners convinced their dogs had caught cold. The Christmas lights Emma had insisted they hang early this year twinkled through the falling snow. She was determined to make everything extra Christmassy this year, though he wasn't quite sure what that meant. He just knew it involved more lights, more decorations, and apparently more hot chocolate than ever before. Landon did one final check of the doors before heading upstairs. From Emma's room came the soft sound of his daughter's breathing, mixed with Domino's gentle snoring. Tomorrow would bring the usual morning chaos of getting an 8-year-old ready for school, a waiting room full of patients, and undoubtedly more emergency calls. Just another winter day in Silver Creek Crossing. And that was exactly how he liked it. But the morning brought a surprise case: a young fawn with an injured leg, found by one of the local farmers. As Landon worked to calm the frightened animal, something about its wide brown eyes tugged at his memory. It took him a moment to place it: Rose Hamilton's granddaughter from last night, and that flash of surprise when she'd tripped and landed on him in the snow. He was equally surprised to find himself thinking about the woman once again. Of course, it was a memorable encounter. He shouldn't be too surprised that it kept springing to mind. The fact that she was beautiful had nothing to do with it. Besides, Sarah had been gone 3 years now. There was nothing wrong with him remembering the woman's charming laugh while they scrambled in the snow, even if it did feel a little unnatural for him to do it. He pushed the thought aside, focusing on the task at hand. The fawn's injury wasn't serious, thankfully, just a mild sprain that needed wrapping and rest. Dr. Brooks, his receptionist Nancy, poked her head into the exam room. Emma's teacher called. Something about a Christmas pageant permission slip? Right here. He patted his coat pocket, where the crumpled form had been living for 2 days. I'll drop it off at lunch. And your daughter asked me to remind you about cookies after school? Nancy's expression was knowing. She'd been fielding Emma's calls about schedule changes since his daughter learned how to use the school office phone. She was very specific about it being important. Landon finished wrapping the fawn's leg, considering. He'd meant to tell Emma about Rose's accident, but she'd been asleep when he got home last night. She'd find out soon enough. News traveled fast in Silver Creek Crossing, especially where beloved bakers were concerned. Maybe it would be better if she heard it from him first. If she calls again, tell her we'll stop by the bakery, he said finally. But it may not be open. The rest of the morning passed in a blur of routine appointments: vaccinations, checkups, Mr. Peterson's ancient cat who needed her thyroid medication adjusted again. He doubted the Sweet Pine Bakery would even be open. With Rose in the hospital, it would likely be closed for the season. The thought of Emma's inevitable disappointment had him mentally mapping out which grocery store might have decent cookies as a backup plan. At 3 o'clock, he pulled up to Silver Creek Elementary in his truck, smiling as Emma burst out the front doors, her backpack covered in what appeared to be glitter from some classroom project. "Daddy!" She practically bounced into the passenger seat, bringing half the glitter with her. "Did Nancy give you my message? About the cookies? Because it's very important." "Is it now?" He pulled away from the curb, amused by her intensity. "More important than homework?" "Way more important. We're doing Christmas traditions and social studies, and I promised to bring in samples of the best sugar cookies ever tomorrow. I told everyone how Miss Rose puts extra magic in them at Christmas." Emma's feet swung, not quite reaching the floor. "Plus, Domino really likes when she sneaks her treats." "About that, honey. And I need to ask her something about the pageant costume. Did you know angels aren't supposed to wear light-up sneakers?" But how else will people see me coming down the aisle? It's a very serious artistic decision, Daddy. Landon turned onto Main Street, trying to find the right words to explain about Rose's accident. But Emma was already pressing her nose against the window, watching for the familiar green awning. She sat up straighter. Can we get extra cookies since we couldn't come yesterday? Please? I promised to only eat one before dinner. Landon helped Emma out of the truck, noting the open sign glowing warmly in the window. Through the frosted glass, he could see movement inside, someone arranging things behind the counter. Emma darted ahead, setting the bells above the door jingling. She stopped so abruptly in the doorway that Landon nearly ran into her. "You're not Miss Rose," Emma announced with all the directness of an 8-year-old. A woman looked up from where she was struggling with the ancient cash register, flour dusting her cheeks and something that might have been vanilla extract spotting her sleeve. Her eyes widened slightly when she saw Landon. "No, I'm not," she agreed, managing a smile despite looking slightly overwhelmed. "I'm her granddaughter, Skylar. And you must be Emma? Your dad mentioned you last night." "Good to see you back on your feet," Landon grinned, watching Skylar's cheeks turn pink. Emma was oblivious to their interaction, focused on Skylar's earlier words. "Is Miss Rose okay? She always makes my hot chocolate with extra marshmallows and lets me arrange the display case on Tuesdays." "Emma," Landon started, but Skylar was already coming around the counter. "She had a little accident yesterday," she explained, crouching down to Emma's level. "She's going to be fine, but she needs to rest for a while. So I'm going to try my best to keep things here in the bakery running exactly the way she would want." She glanced up at the display case, including letting expert arrangers help on Tuesdays. Emma considered this. "Do you know how to make the sugar cookies? Because I promised my class they were magic, and I really don't want to be a liar." A look of panic briefly crossed Skylar's face before she covered it with a determined smile. "Well, I helped make them when I was about your age, and I found my grandmother's recipe box this morning, though I had to drag a stepladder over to reach it." "Daddy could have gotten it down," Emma informed her matter-of-factly. "He's very tall. That's why he has to duck under all the Christmas decorations at home." She peered into the display case. "Did you make any cookies yet? I tried a batch this morning." Skylar grimaced slightly. "They're not quite, well, they look different," Emma observed, pressing her nose against the glass. "More brown on the bottom." Landon noticed Skylar's cheeks flush again. "Yeah, the oven and I are still getting acquainted. But I'm going to keep practicing until they're perfect." "Can I help?" Emma's eyes lit up. "I know all of Miss Rose's rules. Like how you have to sing Jingle Bells while you mix the dough or it won't be festive enough. And you have to let the butter get soft on its own. No microwaving or the magic doesn't work right." "Emma," Landon finally interrupted, recognizing the beginning of one of his daughter's enthusiastic tangents. "I'm sure Ms. Baskin has a lot to figure out today." "Actually," Skylar said slowly, "I could use an expert consultant. If it's okay with your dad, maybe you could come by after school tomorrow and show me all the important rules." Skylar glanced up at him with a soft smile, and now it was Landon's turn to flush. Emma whirled to face him, hands clasped. "Please, Daddy, I promise to do all my homework first, and I won't touch the oven or anything dangerous. Just quality-controlled taste testing." Landon caught the grateful look in Skylar's eyes. Clearly, she hadn't been exaggerating about needing help with the recipes, and Emma did know an alarming amount about Rose's baking process. "Homework first," Landon agreed, trying not to smile at Emma's victory dance, "and only if Ms. Baskin isn't too busy." "Just Skylar, please," she said quickly, "and I'd really appreciate the help, though." She glanced at the current batch of cookies with a worried frown. "Maybe we should send a different snack for your class tomorrow?" "We can bring these," Emma decided, pointing to the slightly overdone sugar cookies. "I'll tell everyone they're prototype cookies. That's what Daddy calls it when his new medicines don't work quite right the first time." Landon watched Skylar bite back a laugh. "That's very diplomatic of you." "I know what that means. It's like being nice about mistakes." Emma beamed. "Can I have hot chocolate while we make our cookie plans? With extra marshmallows?" "Emma," Landon warned, but Skylar was already reaching for a mug. "Hot chocolate I can actually manage," she said. "Though I should warn you, I don't know the exact marshmallow to whipped cream ratio my grandmother uses." "That's okay. I can show you that too." Emma climbed onto her usual stool at the counter, launching into a detailed explanation of proper hot chocolate assembly that involved an awful lot of hand gestures. Landon started to interrupt. They really shouldn't take up more of Skylar's time. But something made him pause. Maybe it was the way Skylar listened to Emma with genuine interest, or how the tension in her shoulders had eased as she focused on making the hot chocolate exactly to his daughter's specifications. For the first time, he noticed the subtle signs of stress beneath Skylar's calm exterior. The way she kept checking her phone, the slight tremor in her hands as she reached for the whipped cream, the stack of paperwork barely hidden behind the counter. "We should get going soon," he said quietly, when Emma paused for breath. "I'm sure Ms. Skylar has a lot to handle today." "Just 5 more minutes," Emma pleaded, whipped cream dotting her upper lip. "I need to write down all the important cookie rules for tomorrow." She was already pulling a sparkly notebook from her backpack, the pages covered in what appeared to be reindeer stickers. 2 minutes, Landon compromised, then turned to Skylar. "How much for the hot chocolate and cookies?" "Oh," Skylar jumped slightly as if she'd forgotten about the business part of running a bakery. She stared at the ancient register for a moment before squaring her shoulders. "On the house today. Considerate payment for Emma's consulting services." "That's not—" "Please," she said quietly, while Emma scribbled furiously in her notebook. "You have no idea how much I needed this break from staring at supplier contracts and trying to decode my grandmother's filing system." Something in her voice made Landon reach for his wallet anyway. He left enough to cover several hot chocolates on the counter, while Emma wasn't looking. "Ready, Dad. I wrote down everything." Emma hopped down from her stool, carefully tucking her notebook away. "See you tomorrow, Skylar. Don't practice without me. You might forget to twirl 3 times before putting the cookies in the oven." "There's a twirl involved?" Skylar's eyes widened in mock horror. 3 twirls, Emma corrected seriously. "It's very important." "What would I do without you?" Skylar smiled, and for a moment, Landon caught a glimpse of genuine warmth beneath her professional demeanor. The bells chimed as they stepped out into the cold, Emma chattering about all the baking rules she needed to add to her list. Landon glanced back through the window to see Skylar already bent over a stack of papers, her earlier smile replaced by a worried frown as she chewed on the end of a pen. "Daddy," Emma tugged his hand, "can we visit Miss Rose at the hospital tomorrow, too, to make sure Skylar's learning everything right?" "We'll see, Princess." He helped her into the truck, thinking about the determined set of Skylar's shoulders as she'd faced down that ancient register. "I have a feeling she'll figure things out just fine."
Chapter 3. Skylar stared at the ancient ledger in front of her, wishing her grandmother's elegant but cryptic handwriting would magically transform into something more legible. Like spreadsheets. Spreadsheets would be nice. Instead, she had 3 different notebooks, a stack of receipts held together with a Christmas ribbon, and what appeared to be notes written on the backs of old grocery lists. The pre-dawn light filtering through the bakery's front windows did nothing to make the situation clearer. She'd arrived at 4 a.m., determined to get a handle on things before opening. That had been 2 hours ago. So far, she'd discovered that the industrial mixer made an ominous grinding sound. The oven's temperature gauge was more of a suggestion than a fact. And apparently December's orders were tracked in a separate notebook, one her grandmother had helpfully labeled Christmas Magic and Bills. "This is fine," she muttered, running her hands through her hair and realizing too late they were covered in flour. "Everything is fine." The oven timer dinged, making her jump. Her first solo attempt at morning pastries hadn't gone terribly. The scones were only slightly darker than intended, and if you squinted, the cranberry muffins looked almost like her grandmother's. But the sugar cookies... Skylar pulled the latest batch from the oven with a sigh. They looked exactly like what they were. Cookies baked by someone who'd spent the last 5 years coordinating champagne tastings instead of maintaining family traditions. The bell above the door chimed, making her heart stop until she remembered she hadn't unlocked it yet. Which meant, "Good morning, sunshine." Betty Sullivan's voice carried through the bakery like a cheerful foghorn. "I let myself in with the spare key. Rose said you'd need help, and heaven knows what you've done to my best friend's kitchen already." Skylar turned to find Betty unwinding an impressively long scarf from her neck. Today's sweater set a festive red and green combination. She was carrying what appeared to be her own recipe box, and wearing an expression that suggested she'd appointed herself quality control manager. "I brought reinforcements," Betty announced, holding up her box. "And don't give me that look. I know Rose guards her recipes like state secrets, but someone has to make sure you're doing things properly until she's back on her feet. First things first," Betty declared, setting her recipe box on the counter with authority. "What in heaven's name have you done to those poor cookies?" Skylar glanced at her latest attempt. "They're rustic?" "Rustic." Betty adjusted her reading glasses to peer more closely at the tray. "Honey, I've been eating Rose's cookies for 50 years, and not once has she ever called them rustic. Though," she added with surprising gentleness, "your grandmother's first batch after she took over from her mother looked more like hockey pucks, so you're already ahead of the game." Moving with the efficiency of someone who'd been in this kitchen nearly as long as she'd been alive, Betty began pulling out ingredients. "Now, if you'll just hand me your grandmother's notebook there." "Betty," Skylar tried to sound firm, "you know Grandma would kill us both if I gave you her recipes." "Please, I've been helping her for years. She doesn't have the secrets written down anyway. She keeps them here." Betty placed a hand on her heart. "Just make sure you don't ruin her reputation while she's stuck in that hospital bed. Did you let the butter soften naturally?" "I might have microwaved it. Just a little." Betty's gasp could have been heard in the next county. "Microwaved? Oh, my sweet summer child. No wonder these cookies look like they've been through war. Butter needs to soften in its own time, just like pie crust needs to rest. And just like your grandmother needs to stop being so stubborn about that ladder." As if summoned by the mention of Rose's stubbornness, the ancient mixer chose that moment to make its concerning grinding sound again. Betty rushed over like a mother hen to a distressed chick. "What have they done to you, old girl?" she crooned to the mixer. "I remember when Jimmy installed you, 1982, right after that winter when we had to mix everything by hand because the power kept going out." She fiddled with something on the side, and miraculously the grinding stopped. "There. She just needs a gentle touch. Like most things in life." Skylar watched in amazement as Betty moved around the kitchen, adjusting this and tweaking that, all while keeping up a running commentary about every piece of equipment's history and personal quirks. It was like watching a conductor with an orchestra of temperamental mechanical instruments. "Now," Betty said finally, turning back to Skylar with the air of someone about to impart great wisdom, "let's talk about your filing system. Or should I say, lack thereof?" Several hours later, Skylar's head was spinning with Betty's unique organizational advice. Apparently, the blue notebook was for everyday orders, except during full moons when it became the special orders book. The Christmas notebook required a decoder ring in the form of Rose's childhood diary. And the receipt system, well, Skylar still wasn't clear on that, but it involved rubber bands color-coded by month and, for some reason, phases of the moon. I really don't think this is how she had things organized. "You're overthinking it, dear," Betty said. "Rose always says baking is more about feeling than thinking." "In Chicago, feelings don't balance spreadsheets," Skylar muttered, measuring vanilla with probably more precision than necessary. "Ah, but in Silver Creek Crossing, spreadsheets don't make cookies that bring people together." Betty peered over Skylar's shoulder. "You're stirring that batter like it owes you money." "I'm following the recipe exactly." "There's your problem. These cookies aren't about exact. They're about love and tradition and—" Betty broke off, eyes widening at something in the mixing bowl. "Good Lord, are you using cold eggs?" "They're room temperature. I left them out for 20 whole minutes." 20 minutes? Betty pressed a hand to her chest. "Child, those eggs need to rest longer than I did at my last hair appointment. Here, start over. And this time, let's discuss the proper way to—" The bell above the door chimed. Skylar turned, relief flooding through her until she remembered what she must look like. Flour in her hair, failed cookies cooling on every surface, and what might be vanilla extract splashed across her favorite sweater. But Emma didn't seem to notice any of that as she bounded in, Landon and Domino close behind. "I'm ready for my consulting job. I brought my notebook and everything." "Hi, Skylar." Landon's grin had her wishing she'd taken just a minute to freshen up. "Oh, my." Betty's eyes darted between Landon and Skylar with sudden interest. "Would you look at the time? I just remembered I promised to visit Rose and tell her all about everything." She gathered her things with suspicious speed. "Don't worry about those cookies, dear. I'm sure things will work out exactly as they're meant to." The knowing look she shot Skylar's way was about as subtle as her sweater set. Skylar and Landon shared an awkward laugh as Betty practically sprinted out the door, her scarf trailing behind her like a festive banner. "Is she always so enthusiastic?" Landon supplied. "That might be an understatement." "Can we start the cookie lesson now?" Emma was already pulling herself onto a stool at the work counter, her sparkly notebook open to a page covered in what appeared to be a very detailed list. "I drew diagrams and everything." "Diagrams?" Skylar moved to peek at the notebook, grateful for the distraction from both Betty's knowing looks and Landon's presence. "Those are very thorough." "I stayed up extra late adding the proper twirl angles," Emma explained seriously. "And I made a star system for rating the importance of each rule. 5 stars means it's super crucial for the magic." Landon cleared his throat. "Maybe we should let Skylar actually see these super crucial rules." Emma flipped her notebook around with flourish. "Okay, so first we need to check the butter. Miss Rose says you can tell it's ready when you can make a smiley face in it with your finger. But only if you wash your hands first. That's a 5-star rule." While Emma detailed the proper butter smiling technique, Domino settled near the counter, her eyes fixed on the cooling racks of previous attempts with an intensity that would have made a chess master proud. "And then," Emma continued, "you have to do the mixing twirl, like this." She hopped down and demonstrated a spin that would have made any ballet teacher wince. 3 times, always clockwise, or the magic gets dizzy. Skylar found herself following Emma's lead, spinning in her flour-dusted kitchen with a mixing bowl, while Landon tried, and failed, to hide his amusement. She was so focused on maintaining her dignity while twirling that she didn't notice Domino's strategic advancement on the cooling racks. "Dad!" Emma's delighted gasp made them both turn. "Look, Domino's doing quality control." The dog froze, one of Skylar's earlier rustic attempts held carefully in her mouth, her expression managing to be both guilty and triumphant. "Domino, drop it," Landon commanded, but it was too late. The cookie disappeared with a quick crunch, and the dog's tail began to wag hopefully. "I am so sorry," Landon started, but Skylar found herself laughing, really laughing, for the first time since she'd arrived in Silver Creek Crossing. "Well," she managed between giggles, "at least someone likes my baking." "See?" Emma bounced excitedly. "Domino knows they have potential. She's very smart about these things. One time, she knew Dad's truck was going to break down before it happened. She kept whining at the engine until he checked it." "Is that so?" Skylar raised an eyebrow at Landon. "She's a regular fortune teller," he agreed dryly, but his eyes were warm with amusement, though usually less focused on baked goods. "Clearly," Skylar said, watching as Domino edged hopefully toward another cooling rack. "I found my target audience." "No more cookies for cookie thieves," Emma informed the dog sternly. "We have important work to do. Now, Skylar, the next rule is about sugar sprinkling. You have to do it from exactly this height." She held her hand up high. "Like fairy dust." For the next hour, Skylar followed Emma's increasingly creative instructions, which somehow involved singing jingle bells under their breath, tapping each measuring cup 3 times, for luck, and arranging the cookie cutters in order of Christmas spirit. Landon leaned against the counter, occasionally offering diplomatic suggestions when Emma's rules became particularly elaborate. To Skylar's surprise, the batch they made together actually looked, well, like real cookies. Not quite up to Rose's standards, but definitely less rustic than her morning attempts. "It's working!" Emma clapped as Skylar pulled them from the oven. "See? The magic just needed help remembering how to work. Like when Dad has to remind me how to do long division." "Speaking of which," Landon straightened up, "we should get you started on that homework you promised to do." "Just one taste test?" Emma pleaded. "For quality control?" Skylar carefully plated one of the still warm cookies, trying not to feel absurdly nervous as Emma took a deliberate bite. "Well?" she asked. Emma's face broke into a broad smile, scattering cookie crumbs. "The magic's definitely waking up. Right, Domino?" The dog's tail thumped against the floor in what Skylar chose to take as agreement. As Emma gathered her things, carefully tucking her notebook of cookie rules back into her backpack, Skylar wrapped a few of the successful cookies in parchment paper. "For the road," she explained, handing them to Landon, "as a thank you for the consulting services, and maybe one for Domino, since she was such an enthusiastic critic of the early attempts." "That's very kind, but," Landon started. "5-star rule," Emma interrupted. "Miss Rose always says you have to share cookie magic or it gets lonely." Something about the earnest way Emma said it, combined with the hopeful thumping of Domino's tail and the warm, sugary scent still filling the bakery, made Skylar's throat tighten unexpectedly. This wasn't her world. Spreadsheets and corporate events were her world. Yet somehow, watching father and daughter head toward the door, Domino prancing between them, she felt a strange reluctance to see them go. "Same time tomorrow?" Emma called over her shoulder. "We still have to cover sprinkle distribution theory." "Homework first," Landon reminded her, but he offered Skylar a small smile. "Thanks for humoring her." "Are you kidding? She probably saved these cookies from joining the morning's disasters." Skylar gestured at the earlier attempts, still sitting out in their various states of imperfection. "Though I might need to invest in better dog treats if Domino's going to be my official taste tester." The bells chimed as they left, and Skylar turned back to face the chaos of the kitchen. Flour dusted every surface, recipes lay scattered across the counter, and somewhere in the back room, that ledger was still waiting for her to decode it. But somehow, it all felt a little less overwhelming than it had that morning. She picked up her grandmother's recipe book, smiling at the familiar handwriting. "Okay," she said softly to the empty bakery. "Let's try this magic thing one more time."
Chapter 4. "Dr. Brooks, your 9 o'clock is here early." And Mrs. Henderson called about her cat again, and Nancy paused in the doorway of Landon's office. "Are you humming?" "What? No." Landon quickly shuffled the papers on his desk, realizing he had indeed been humming Jingle Bells under his breath. He blamed Emma's cookie-making rules for getting it stuck in his head. "You were definitely humming." Nancy's knowing smile reminded him uncomfortably of Betty Sullivan's hasty exit from the bakery last week. "And you've got that look again." "What look?" "The one you've had every morning this week. Like you're trying not to smile about something." She set a fresh stack of files on his desk. "The same look Emma had when she told me all about her new job as official cookie consultant." Before Landon could protest, a commotion from the waiting room saved him. Mr. Peterson's massive Maine Coon had apparently decided the Christmas tree in the corner was meant for climbing. Again. But as he helped extract the cat from the artificial branches, he caught himself thinking about how Skylar's eyes had crinkled at the corners when she laughed at Domino's cookie theft. It was nice, he thought absently, to see someone take his daughter's enthusiasm so seriously. The cat chose that moment to express its displeasure directly onto his favorite sweater. "Right," he muttered, reaching for paper towels. "Back to work." The morning raced by in a blur of appointments. Vaccinations for the Richardsons' new puppy, medication adjustments for aging pets facing their first arthritic winter, and one particularly dramatic emergency when Mrs. Fuller rushed in convinced her parakeet had pneumonia. It turned out the bird had just discovered its reflection and spent the morning practicing opera. "She's fine," Landon assured the worried owner. "Just musical." Like Rose Hamilton's granddaughter, Nancy commented after Mrs. Fuller left, still apologizing for the false alarm. Emma says she sings while she bakes, too. Does my daughter talk about anything else these days? Just the usual: horses, Christmas pageant drama, and apparently the proper technique for sprinkling sugar like fairy dust. Nancy's air quotes made it clear she was directly quoting Emma. She's quite taken with Ms. Baskin. Schuyler, Landon corrected automatically, then wished he hadn't when Nancy's eyebrows shot up. That's what she asked us to call her, he added quickly. He escaped to the back office, ostensibly to update patient files, but really to avoid Nancy's shrewd gaze. The last thing he needed was the town's most efficient gossip network deciding there was something to talk about. Even if Schuyler's determined expression as she tackled those cookie recipes had been oddly captivating. Even if watching her spin in circles with Emma had made something warm and forgotten stir in his chest. The afternoon brought a steady stream of winter-related pet emergencies: a dog who'd eaten tinsel, 2 cats who'd had an unfortunate encounter with Christmas tree water, and a rabbit who'd developed a taste for wrapping paper. By the time he finished his last appointment, the sun was setting and he was running late for the town council meeting. Go, Nancy shooed him out. I'll close up. Can't have you missing the big vote on the historic district renovation. Landon froze halfway into his coat. He'd almost forgotten about the vote, about the plans that would directly affect Sweet Pine Bakery and its temporary keeper with the flour-dusted hair and surprised laugh. The meeting, Nancy prompted. Right, yes, thank you. He grabbed his files and headed for the door, determinedly not thinking about anything except the economic data in his briefcase. The meeting room at Town Hall smelled of pine garland and stale coffee. Peggy Whitaker was already at her usual seat, armed with decades of meeting minutes and what appeared to be her infamous sugar-free oatmeal cookies. Cutting it close, Dr. Brooks, she commented as he slid into his chair. We were about to start without you. Emergency tinsel extraction, he explained, then wished he hadn't when she pushed her cookie plate toward him sympathetically. Mayor Wallace called the meeting to order, launching into his usual speech about progress and tradition, finding a balance in Silver Creek Crossing. Landon tried to focus on the presentation about projected tourism revenue and infrastructure improvements, but his thoughts kept drifting to Sweet Pine Bakery's worn green awning and ancient equipment. The historic district renovation would bring new life to Main Street, Wallace was saying. Modern amenities, updated storefronts, while maintaining the charm that makes us unique, Peggy interrupted. She'd been fighting this battle for months. We're not trying to become a cookie-cutter tourist trap. The word cookie shouldn't have made Landon think of Schuyler's determined face as she'd measured vanilla with scientific precision. He opened his renovation proposal files, studying the carefully researched numbers. The town needed this. The veterinary clinic needed this. Growing communities required change. Dr. Brooks, the mayor's voice cut through his thoughts. You've been unusually quiet tonight. Any thoughts on the proposed timeline? Landon looked up to find everyone watching him expectantly. His position on the council wasn't just for show. As one of the few younger business owners in town, his opinion carried weight. The data supports the renovation, he said carefully. Our infrastructure needs updating. Our businesses need modern amenities to compete. But, Peggy prompted, clearly sensing his hesitation, but maybe we could adjust the timeline, give businesses more time to adapt. Some of our older establishments might need additional support to meet the new requirements. He was thinking of that ancient mixer, the temperamental oven, the carefully preserved character that made Sweet Pine Bakery feel like stepping into a memory. The same feeling that made people drive from 3 towns over for Rose's Christmas cookies. Perhaps, he continued, surprising himself, we should consider which historic elements are worth preserving. What makes Silver Creek Crossing special isn't just the buildings, it's the traditions inside them. The meeting wrapped up without a final vote, tabled for further discussion before Christmas Eve. As Landon gathered his papers, Peggy cornered him by the coffee pot. Interesting change of perspective, she said, adjusting her cardigan. Wouldn't have anything to do with Sweet Pine's temporary management, would it? I'm just being thorough, he replied, perhaps too quickly. Where in the world were all these people getting ideas about his interest in the bakery? Good policy requires careful consideration. Peggy's knowing look rivaled Betty Sullivan's. Well, do tell Ms. Baskin that the book club would love to continue our weekly cookie order, assuming she's staying through the holidays. Landon escaped before she could probe further, driving home through streets now decorated for Christmas. The town's historic lampposts wore wreaths like proud medals, and window displays glowed warmly against the early darkness. He tried not to notice that Sweet Pine's lights were still on, or wonder if Skylar was inside practicing her cookie magic. He found Frank and Emma at the kitchen table, construction paper and glitter scattered everywhere. His father-in-law appeared to be wearing at least as much sparkle as the cards they were making. "Daddy!" Emma bounded up to show him her creation. "We're making Christmas lists. Grandpa Frank says writing them down makes wishes stronger." "Does he now?" Landon raised an eyebrow at Frank, who shrugged unapologetically. "Can't argue with Christmas magic," Frank said. "Just ask your cookie consultant." Emma was already pulling Landon toward the table. "You have to make a list, too. Skylar says everybody needs Christmas wishes, even grown-ups." "Speaking of Skylar," Frank began, but Landon shot him a warning look. "I'm going to put my list under my pillow," Emma announced, gathering her papers. "That's where Christmas magic works best, after the bakery, of course." After tucking Emma in, Landon returned downstairs to find Frank had cleared the glitter explosion and was waiting with 2 cups of coffee. One look at his father-in-law's expression told him this wasn't just about late-night caffeine. "She left her first draft," Frank said quietly, sliding a piece of paper across the table. Landon's chest tightened as he read Emma's careful handwriting. Near the top of the list, between new art supplies and a puppy friend for Domino, she'd written, "Someone to help decorate our tree like Mommy did." "She misses having a woman around," Frank said gently, "especially during the holidays. Frank, just listen for a minute." He wrapped his hands around his coffee mug, and Landon recognized the gesture. It was exactly how Sarah used to gather her thoughts. Emma couldn't stop talking about the bakery today, about how Skylar listened to all her ideas and didn't laugh at the twirling rule, about how she made her hot chocolate almost exactly right on the second try. "She's just being kind to a customer's kid. Is that what you really think?" Frank's voice was soft but firm. "Because I haven't seen Emma this excited about Christmas since before Sarah." He paused, then tried again. "It's been 3 years, son." "I know how long it's been." Landon stood, carrying their cups to the sink more forcefully than necessary. "That doesn't mean I'm ready to live again?" The gentleness in Frank's voice made it worse somehow. "Sarah wouldn't want—" "Don't." Landon gripped the edge of the sink. "Please." "Okay." Frank held up his hands in surrender. "But, as the man who loved her first, I think I get a say in this. And I'm saying it's okay to feel something again, even if you're not ready to admit what that something might be." Landon turned to find his father-in-law studying him with eyes so like Sarah's, it made his heart ache. "It's not that simple." "It rarely is." Frank stood, gathering his coat. "But sometimes the best gifts are the ones we're afraid to want." He paused at the door. "Just think about it. That's all I'm asking." After Frank left, Landon found himself back at the kitchen table, staring at Emma's Christmas list. His daughter's hopes and wishes, laid out in purple crayon and glitter, asking for something he wasn't sure he knew how to give her. Upstairs, he could hear Domino's gentle snoring from her spot at the foot of Emma's bed. Outside, snow had started falling again, soft and steady, covering Silver Creek Crossing and possibilities he wasn't ready to consider.
Chapter 5. The blast of December wind that swept through Sweet Pine Bakery was strong enough to send a stack of holiday napkins flying across the floor like festive tumbleweeds. Skylar lunged for them, only to hear the timer going off for what felt like the 100th time that morning. "Cookies!" Betty called helpfully from her perch at the counter. "I think they might be burning." "They're not burning," Skylar muttered, though she couldn't actually be sure. The orders had been relentless today. 3 dozen snickerdoodles for the church social, 6 loaves of cranberry bread for the hospital gift shop, and what seemed like enough sugar cookies to feed every child in Silver Creek Crossing. Twice. She rescued the cookies, not burning, thank goodness, just as another gust of wind rattled the poorly fitting door. This time, the napkins made it all the way to the Christmas tree in the corner. "I don't understand," Skylar said, more to herself than Betty as she gathered wayward napkins. How does Grandma do all this by herself? Oh, she doesn't, Betty replied, sipping her coffee. She has a whole system. Mondays are for inventory, Tuesdays for special orders, Wednesdays for... She broke off as Skylar dropped her head onto the counter with a soft thud. Dear? Are you all right? I can't do this. Skylar's voice was muffled against the wood. I'm good at organizing corporate events. Guest lists, seating charts, not making Christmas magic happen while fighting with a door that seems personally offended by my existence. Now, Betty's hand was surprisingly gentle on Skylar's shoulder. Rose didn't learn all this overnight either. Why, the Christmas of '87, she nearly set the whole place on fire trying to make rum balls. The fire chief still brings it up at poker night. Skylar lifted her head. That's not actually helping, Betty. My point is, Betty continued undeterred, you don't have to do everything alone. For instance, I happen to know an excellent handyman who could fix that door in no time. And unlike some people in this town, she sniffed meaningfully, he actually knows the difference between a Phillips and a flathead screwdriver. As if on cue, another Arctic blast scattered the newly gathered napkins. Fine, Skylar surrendered. Call your handyman. Betty was already pulling out her phone with suspicious speed. Frank? Yes, dear. It's that time. The door's acting up again. Yes, Rose's granddaughter is here. Of course she's lovely, but that's not... She winked at Skylar. How quickly can you come by? 20 minutes later, the bells above the door chimed weakly, as a tall man in a worn Silver Creek Hardware baseball cap entered, toolbox in hand. There was something familiar about his eyes, though Skylar couldn't quite place it. So you're the baker who's got my granddaughter talking about Christmas magic non-stop, he said warmly. This is the one, Betty chimed in cheerfully from her place at the counter. I'm Frank Murphy, Emma's grandfather. Oh. Skylar felt her cheeks warm. With a last name of Murphy, this wasn't Landon's dad, but she didn't know anything about Emma's mother. Emma's a wonderful teacher, very specific about proper cookie decorating protocol. Gets that from her mother, Frank said with a soft smile, already examining the doorframe. Sarah used to bring her in here all the time when she was tiny. Emma would sit right there. He pointed to the window seat, sorting Rose's cookie cutters by shape while Sarah had her morning coffee. But that was a long time ago. Unfortunately, she's gone now. I'm so sorry, Skylar said softly. Frank nodded, his hands steady as he worked on the door's hinges. 3 years this past March. Black ice on Miller's Ridge. The kind of thing that... He trailed off, then squared his shoulders. But we try to keep the good memories alive, like how she taught Emma that anything can be fixed with enough determination and the right tools. He chuckled. Though I had to draw the line when my granddaughter tried to fix her stuffed unicorn with my power drill. Skylar found herself smiling despite the heaviness of the moment. That sounds exactly like the Emma I know. She's something special, that girl. Frank pulled out a level, frowning at the doorframe. Just like her dad. Landon, he... Frank paused, adjusting a screw with careful precision. Well, let's just say it takes a special kind of man to raise a daughter alone while running the only vet clinic in 3 counties. Never complains, that one. Though it wouldn't hurt him to smile more often. He glanced at Skylar. Been nice seeing him do that lately. Before Skylar could process that comment, the timer went off again. She rushed to rescue another batch of snickerdoodles, grateful for the distraction. Now those, Frank said appreciatively, smell just like roses. You're getting the hang of it. Really? Skylar couldn't keep the hope from her voice. They're not too... If you say rustic, I'm telling Frank to leave this door half-fixed, Betty said with her arms crossed over her chest. Frank let out a deep laugh. Some things never change. Betty's still the town's toughest critic. Though, he added with a wink, She's eaten 3 of your sugar cookies since I've been here." "I have not," Betty protested, hastily brushing crumbs from her sweater. "There we go," Frank announced a few minutes later, the door swinging smoothly on its newly adjusted hinges. "That should keep the winter where it belongs, outside." "Thank you so much." Skylar reached for her wallet. "What do I—" "2 of those snickerdoodles ought to cover it." Frank held up a hand when she started to protest. "Rose has been fixing my sweet tooth for 30 years. Seems only fair her granddaughter should carry on the tradition." As Skylar wrapped the cookies in parchment paper, Frank packed up his tools with the careful precision of someone who'd been doing it for decades. "You know," he said casually, "Emma's been begging to help decorate the town Christmas tree this weekend. The one in the square." He paused, testing the door one final time. "She'd probably love it if her favorite baker joined us. Around 4 on Saturday if you're interested. Assuming you can tear yourself away from all this baking magic." "Oh, I don't want to intrude on family time." "Nonsense," Betty chimed in. "The town tree is everyone's family time. That's the whole point." Frank tipped his hat, warm cookies in hand. "Just think about it, and if you need anything else fixed." He grinned. "Well, I'm sure Emma would say it's a 5-star rule to help the town baker." After he left, Betty gathered her things with suspicious efficiency. "Well, would you look at the time? I should go tell Rose how well you're doing with those snickerdoodles." "Betty," Skylar called as her grandmother's best friend reached the now perfectly functioning door. "Thank you for calling Frank." "Oh, honey." Betty's eyes twinkled. "Some things need fixing. Doors, hearts. Sometimes they just need the right tools and a little patience." With that cryptic comment, she swept out into the December afternoon, leaving Skylar to wonder exactly what kind of repairs she'd meant. The timer chimed again, but this time Skylar didn't rush. She moved through her grandmother's kitchen, her kitchen, at least for now, and realized that somehow, without her noticing, the place had started to feel less overwhelming. Maybe Betty was right. Maybe some things just needed time. Later that evening, the hospital corridor was quiet as Skylar made her way to her grandmother's room, clutching a paper bag of fresh cookies. She found Rose propped up in bed, glasses perched on her nose, doing the crossword puzzle Betty had undoubtedly smuggled in. "Don't tell me you're still trying to solve 12 across," Skylar teased. "I was just thinking," Rose replied with dignity, though her eyes lit up at the sight of the bag. "Are those—" "Snickerdoodles, and before you ask, yes, I let the butter soften naturally." Rose took a careful bite, her expression shifting from skeptical to pleased. Well, Betty was right. You are getting the hang of it." "The orders are pretty much forcing me to." Skylar settled into the visitor's chair. "The book club wants their usual weekly delivery. The Christmas Festival Committee doubled their cookie order, and Mrs. Peterson asked if we could make those special ginger snaps for her bridge club." "The ones with the crystallized ginger?" Rose's eyes twinkled. "Did you check?" "The blue notebook, except during full moons." "Yes." Betty explained the filing system. "Sort of." Skylar paused, smiling. "At least I have Emma to help me navigate all your baking rules. She and Landon come in every day now. She's appointed herself my official cookie consultant." Rose's eyebrows lifted. "Every day? That's new. They usually only stop by once or twice a week for hot chocolate." "Oh." Skylar felt her cheeks warm. "Well, Emma's very dedicated to teaching me the proper twirling technique." Rose's knowing look was eerily similar to Betty's. "And I suppose her father's dedication to proper cookie-making technique has nothing to do with it?" "Grandma, no." Skylar busied herself adjusting the flowers on the bedside table. "He's just being kind, bringing Emma by. Besides, I'm only here temporarily, and from everything I hear about Sarah—" She trailed off, straightening a carnation with unnecessary precision. "Ah," Rose's voice softened. You've been talking to Frank. He fixed the bakery door today, told me some stories about Sarah and Emma. Skylar finally met her grandmother's eyes. She sounds like she was amazing. The whole town loved her. She was wonderful, Rose agreed. But Skylar, honey, you don't have to measure yourself against memories. You're pretty amazing yourself. I'm just a corporate event planner playing at being a small-town baker. Are you? Because those snickerdoodles taste like they were made by a real baker to me. Rose reached for her hand. Speaking of baking, have you tried making the miracle cookies yet? The what? The Christmas miracle cookies, my special recipe. Rose frowned when Skylar shook her head. But surely Betty told you about them. We only make them in December. Grandma, I haven't found half your recipes. That filing system of yours is like trying to decode ancient hieroglyphics. Oh, Rose brightened. That's because the miracle cookie recipe isn't in any of the notebooks. It's in your grandfather's old Bible, the one on the top shelf, behind the first edition Betty Crocker cookbook. Skylar stared at her grandmother. The shelf you needed a ladder to reach? In my defense, I really did think I could manage it. Rose had the grace to look sheepish. But those cookies, they're special, Skylar. They only work during December. What makes them so magical? Rose's smile turned mysterious. That's something each baker has to discover for themselves. But I will tell you this. Rose water in the dough and a pinch of nutmeg. The rest, well, you'll figure it out. Skylar drove back to the bakery that evening, wondering what other secrets were hidden on that top shelf, and why her practical, no-nonsense grandmother had looked so knowing when she'd talked about Landon Brooks and his daily visits for cookies. Chapter 6. Skylar hadn't meant to start decorating at 9 o'clock at night. She'd only gone into the storage room looking for more paper doilies, but instead found a dusty box labeled Christmas Magic in her grandfather's careful handwriting. Inside, tissue paper crackled to reveal delicate glass ornaments, strings of vintage bells, and what appeared to be hand-painted window decorations. Just a peek, she told herself, pulling out one of the familiar window scenes, a gingerbread house surrounded by dancing cookies. She remembered these from childhood, how they transformed the bakery's windows into storybook pages every December. Before she knew it, she'd dragged the stepladder over to the front windows, carefully arranging the painted scenes. The teddy bear tea party went in the left corner, the ice-skating snowmen in the right. Silver garland framed each vignette, catching the light from the street lamps outside. The bells above the door chimed just as she was balanced precariously on the ladder, trying to hang a cluster of crystal snowflakes. Skylar! Emma's voice made her jump. Are those dancing sugar plums? Real ones? Careful. Landon's hand steadied the ladder. Though I have to admit, I haven't seen these decorations in years. Skylar looked down to find him watching her with an expression she couldn't quite read. I found them in storage. I figured since Grandma's out for the season, I'd better carry on the Christmas cheer for her. Can I help? Emma was practically bouncing. Please, I promise to be super careful with the glass ones. I don't mind if your dad is okay with it. We just finished at the Christmas pageant rehearsal, Landon explained, helping Skylar down from the ladder. Emma forgot her script there, and by the time we went back for it, he shrugged apologetically. I saw your lights on and thought maybe we could grab some hot chocolate for the road. Dad says I have to learn my line by tomorrow, Emma added, already carefully unpacking more ornaments. I'm supposed to say glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace, goodwill toward men. But what if I forget the goodwill part? Or mix up the order? Or... How about this? Skylar found herself offering. You can practice while we decorate, and maybe some hot chocolate would help the words stick better. With extra marshmallows? Emma's eyes lit up. That always helps with memorizing. Does it now? Landon's mouth twitched. Funny how marshmallows help with everything from math homework to pageant lines. But he was already shrugging off his coat, rolling up his sleeves in a way that made Skylar quickly turn her attention back to the decorations. She busied herself with the hot chocolate, while Emma arranged silver bells along the counter and practiced her line with varying degrees of dramatic flair. "Glory to God in the highest," she declared, spreading her arms wide enough to nearly knock over a display of candy canes. "Maybe a little less highest," Landon suggested, catching the display. "Unless you're going for a heavy metal angel vibe." Emma considered this. Do angels like heavy metal? "I think they prefer harp music," Skylar said, fighting back a smile as she handed them each a steaming mug. "But speaking of angels, how's your costume coming along?" "My costume is a disaster," Emma sighed with all the drama an 8-year-old could muster. "Mrs. Wheeler says I have to wear the same boring shoes as everyone else, and the halo keeps falling off, and the wings are too floppy, and—" She brightened suddenly. "Hey, you could help. You made those perfect bows on the cookie boxes yesterday." "I don't know if—" Skylar started. "Please?" Emma clasped her hands together. "You could come over and help me fix it tomorrow. Right, Dad?" Landon nearly choked on his hot chocolate. "Emma, I'm sure Skylar has plans." "Actually?" Skylar surprised herself by saying, "I'm pretty good with a glue gun, if you really need help." The smile Emma gave her could have lit up the entire town square. "Yes. And then you can stay for dinner because that's what Miss Rose always says. You have to feed people who help you. Right, Dad?" Landon's eyes met Skylar's over Emma's head, and something in them made her breath catch. "Right," he said softly. "That's the rule." Emma, oblivious to the moment passing between them, had already moved on to rearranging ornaments in the window display. The snowmen should go here, next to the gingerbread house. Because snowmen like cookies too, probably. Skylar forced herself to look away from Landon, trying to ignore how the Christmas lights caught the silver in his eyes. Her phone buzzed in her pocket, probably another email from Chicago about the New Year's Eve event. But for the first time in her career, she didn't feel compelled to check it. Instead, she found herself helping Emma create what the little girl called a cookie wonderland in the window, complete with painted sugar plums doing the waltz with gingerbread men. Landon worked quietly beside them, hanging the higher decorations and occasionally steadying the ladder when Skylar insisted on adjusting just one more crystal snowflake. It wasn't until Emma's commentary on proper ornament placement began to slow that Skylar noticed how late it had gotten. The little girl had curled up in the window seat, surrounded by tissue paper and half-unwrapped decorations, her breathing growing deeper and more even. "I should get her home," Landon said quietly, but he made no move to wake her. Instead, he was watching Skylar as she adjusted the blanket she'd draped over Emma, the one she kept under the counter for chilly mornings. There was something in his expression that made her heart skip, something warm and wondering that she wasn't sure how to interpret. "What?" she asked softly, suddenly self-conscious. "It's just—" He seemed to choose his words carefully. "You're good with her. Natural. Most people either treat her like she's made of glass because of Sarah, or they try too hard to be a replacement." "She makes it easy," Skylar said honestly. "She's pretty special." "She is." Landon moved to the counter, refilling their cups with the last of the hot chocolate. "Though I think you're pretty special too." The words hung in the air between them, warm as the steam rising from their mugs. Skylar's heart thundered in her chest as she accepted the cup he offered. "You know," Landon said, settling against the counter with his hot chocolate, "for someone who claims not to be a real baker, you've got half the town addicted to your cranberry muffins." "Only half?" Skylar raised an eyebrow, feeling more like herself than she had in days. "Clearly I need to work harder. I have a reputation to maintain. Mrs. Peterson told me she's considering leaving her bridge club if they don't switch their meetings to your muffin days." Now I know you're teasing. But she was smiling, warmth spreading through her chest at the way his eyes crinkled when he laughed. "I'm serious. though I think Betty's just mad she didn't think to add orange zest to them first. He took another sip of hot chocolate. You're full of surprises, Skylar. Says the vet who knows exactly how to execute a proper cookie decorating twirl. Ah, well, that's purely self-defense. You try saying no to those big blue eyes when she insists it's essential to the magic. They both glanced at Emma, still peacefully asleep among the decorations. The comfortable silence that followed felt different somehow, charged with something new. You're good at this, you know, Landon said finally, his voice softer. Not just the baking, all of it. The way you remember everyone's stories, their favorite orders, how you made Mr. Wilson's day by finding his mother's snickerdoodle recipe in one of those old books. I like it, Skylar admitted, surprising herself with her honesty. More than I expected to. There's something about this place. She gestured around the bakery, at the twinkling lights and painted windows. It feels more real than all the champagne tastings and corporate parties I've planned in the past 5 years. Champagne tastings? Landon grinned. Sounds fancy, though I bet they don't have Emma's strict quality control standards. Goodness, no. Can you imagine Betty at one of those events? She'd tell the sommelier he's holding the bottle wrong and reorganize the entire wine cellar. Their shared laughter was quiet, mindful of Emma, but something about it felt intimate in the lamp-lit bakery. So what's it like? He asked, genuinely curious. Planning those big city events? Honestly? Skylar grabbed a cookie from the day's last batch, breaking it in half and offering him part. It's exciting. The challenge of making everything perfect, the rush when it all comes together. But lately, she took a thoughtful bite. Lately, I've been wondering if perfect is really the point. What do you mean? Well, take these cookies. They're not perfect. The edges are a little dark, and they're definitely not uniform. But Emma insisted they taste better because we made them together. And you know what? She might be right. The famous Emma Brooks baking wisdom. His smile was warm. I should warn you, she's already planning our next 3 cookie-making sessions, including something about testing different types of sprinkles for optimal sparkle distribution. Of course she is. Skylar felt her heart flutter at our. You know, I haven't checked my work email once today. My boss in Chicago would have a heart attack. Ah, so you're a rebel baker. I knew there was something suspicious about all that precise measuring. She laughed, tossing a marshmallow at him. Hey, some of us weren't born knowing the exact number of twirls required for cookie magic. He caught the marshmallow with surprising grace. Natural talent, though. His voice turned more serious, though his eyes still held that warm spark. You seem to have a knack for the magic yourself. The way he said it made her breath catch. Before she could respond, Emma shifted in her sleep, mumbling something about angel wings and sugar plums. I should really get her home, Landon said again, but his voice was reluctant. Domino will be wondering where we are. Skylar watched as Landon gently gathered Emma into his arms, the little girl not even stirring as she curled into his shoulder. The sight made something in her chest ache sweetly. Here, let me get the door, she offered, hurrying ahead of him. The door that Frank had fixed now swung open smoothly, letting in a whisper of snow. So, Landon paused in the doorway, Emma's breath soft against his neck. Tomorrow, for angel costume repairs? Tomorrow, Skylar agreed. Their eyes met again, and the moment stretched like warm honey. She could feel the possibility hanging between them, see it in the way his gaze dropped briefly to her lips before he caught himself. Around 6? His voice was slightly rough. I'll cook, unless you're scared of my kitchen skills. Terrified, she teased softly, but I'll risk it as long as Emma is there to keep you on track. A snowflake landed on his eyelash, and Skylar had to curl her fingers into her palms to keep from reaching up to brush it away. This attraction, this pull between them, it was dangerous, temporary. She couldn't let herself forget that. Good night, Skylar, he said quietly. Good night. She watched him carry Emma to his truck, watched him settle her carefully in the back seat. Just before he closed his door, he looked back at the bakery. At her. Skylar stood in the doorway long after his taillights had disappeared, snow settling in her hair, heart racing with everything they hadn't said. Finally, she went back inside to finish cleaning up the decorating debris, but she left the Christmas lights on in the window. Their glow caught the crystal snowflakes, sending prisms dancing across the floor like possibilities. Her phone buzzed again. Another email from Chicago, no doubt. But instead of checking it, she found herself looking at the old photographs on the bakery walls. At her grandmother, young and flower-dusted, living her dream in this very spot. Different dreams, Skylar whispered to the empty bakery. But for the first time, she wasn't sure which dreams she meant.
Chapter 7. You want me to what? Landon stared at Gloria Wheeler across his examination room desk, wondering if he'd misheard. Coordinate the live nativity animals, she repeated, straightening her Christmas tree brooch. You're the only vet in town, and after last year's incident with the sheep and Mayor Wallace's Christmas sweater. That was a unique situation, which is exactly why we need you this year. Gloria pulled out a worryingly thick binder, overflowing with loose sticky notes. The festival committee has already approved all the animals. 2 sheep, 1 donkey, and 3 calves. Though personally, I think the calves are a bit much. But Mrs. Henderson insisted they'd add authenticity. Landon pinched the bridge of his nose. Gloria, please. She deployed the same pleading look Emma used when asking for extra marshmallows. We need someone who understands animals, and everyone trusts you, and what about Skylar? The words were out before he could stop them. Gloria's eyebrows shot up. The new baker? She's good with organization, he said quickly, trying to sound casual. And she mentioned wanting to help with the town tree decorating this weekend. The festival's right after that, so... Skylar Baskin, Gloria mused, making a note in her binder. Yes, that could work. The bakery always provides refreshments anyway, and she does seem to have a knack for... She paused, studying him. You know, you two... I'm sorry to cut this short, Gloria, but I've really got to get back to work. Nancy, Landon called, perhaps a bit too loudly. Wasn't my 9 o'clock here? Mrs. Martin's elderly tabby needed her thyroid medication adjusted, which somehow led to a 15-minute conversation about Sweet Pine's new cinnamon rolls. The young baker suggested warming them slightly. Mrs. Martin told him, stroking her cat. Makes all the difference. Skylar's good at little details like that, Landon agreed, then caught himself as Nancy appeared in the doorway with a knowing smile. His next appointment, Mr. Chen's golden retriever, had torn his stitches. But look what the baker gave him. Mr. Chen proudly displayed a paper bag. Special dog treats she made herself. Said she's experimenting with pet-friendly recipes. Oh, she didn't mention... Landon stopped at Nancy's raised eyebrow. I mean, that's thoughtful of her. By his last appointment before lunch, checking on old Mrs. Davidson's Persian cat, he was actively trying not to bring up the bakery. But Mrs. Davidson beat him to it. That lovely Miss Baskin brought me fresh scones this morning, she told him, watching him examine her cat. Said she remembered me telling her mother about how much I loved them years ago. Can you imagine? Such a thoughtful girl. And pretty too, don't you think? I hadn't really... The look his receptionist shot him could have melted snow. Nancy, don't you have filing to do? Oh, no. Nancy leaned casually against the doorframe. This is much more interesting than filing. Did you know, Mrs. Davidson continued as if they hadn't spoken, she's helping with the festival. Betty Sullivan was just telling me all about it. The tree decorating and now the nativity scene. She paused meaningfully. You'll be working closely together. Landon focused very intently on checking the cat's pulse. It's just festival coordination. Mm-hmm. Mrs. Davidson and Nancy exchanged glances that spoke volumes. Back home that evening, Landon stared into his refrigerator as if it might suddenly reveal the secrets to impressing a woman who baked for a living. He'd settled on his mother's lasagna recipe, the one food he could make that consistently turned out well. But now he was second-guessing everything. Daddy! Emma's voice carried from the living room, where she was supposedly doing homework. Can we practice my carol for the pageant while we cook? Mrs. Wheeler says I have to project. Sure, princess. He pulled ingredients from the cupboard, trying not to check the clock again. Just keep it down to a dull roar. The neighbors might want to actually enjoy their dinner. Away in a manger, Emma began at a volume that probably reached the next county. Less projection, more pitch, he suggested, chopping onions to hide his smile. Do you think Skylar knows this song? Maybe she could help me practice. She's good at everything. Emma appeared in the doorway, still singing between questions. Is that why you're making Grandma's special lasagna, because she's good at everything? I'm making lasagna because it's dinner time, he said firmly, ignoring the knowing look his 8-year-old somehow managed to perfect. Why don't you set the table? With the nice plates? Emma was already reaching for them. And maybe the Christmas napkins and... The doorbell rang, and Landon's heart definitely didn't skip a beat. Definitely. I'll get it! Emma bounded toward the door before he could stop her, still singing at full volume. No crib for a bed! Emma's greeting echoed through the house as she flung open the door. Should I come back when there's better availability? Skylar's amused voice carried to the kitchen, followed by Emma's giggle. That's my pageant song. Do you know it? Can you help me practice? Dad says I need to work on my pitch, but he can't carry a tune in a bucket. I heard that, Landon called out, wiping his hands on a dish towel as he headed to the entryway. His voice caught slightly at the sight of Skylar, cheeks pink from the cold, snowflakes melting in her hair. She was holding what appeared to be a bakery box and wearing a sweater that matched her eyes exactly. I brought dessert, she said, holding up the box, though I probably should have brought voice lessons instead. Hey, Emma protested, then immediately launched into another verse. The lasagna needs about 10 more minutes, Landon managed, taking the box. Can I get you something to drink? Wine? Though, fair warning, Emma will critique your singing either way. Wine sounds perfect. Skylar followed him to the kitchen, Emma dancing around them, still practicing her carol. Something smells amazing. Dad makes the best lasagna, Emma informed her. It's Grandma's secret recipe. He only makes it for special. For dinner, Landon cut in quickly. We eat dinner most days. Amazing how that works. Skylar's lips twitched as she accepted the wine glass he offered. Most days? That's very ambitious of you. Their fingers brushed during the handoff, and Landon nearly forgot how to breathe. Emma mercifully had moved on to demonstrating her angel costume issues, giving him a moment to collect himself. The halo keeps sliding, she complained, gesturing to the slightly bent wire circle on the kitchen table. And the wings are all floppy, see? Nothing a little wire and hot glue can't fix, Skylar said, examining the costume pieces spread across the table. Though we might need to work some real Christmas magic on those wings. After dinner, Landon suggested, trying not to notice how natural she looked in his kitchen. Speaking of Christmas magic, I might have volunteered you for something today. Oh? Skylar settled into the chair Emma pulled out for her. The live nativity scene at the festival needs coordinating. Animals, specifically. He busied himself with serving the lasagna. Gloria Wheeler cornered me this morning, and I might have mentioned you'd be good at organizing it. You volunteered me to wrangle livestock? Just a few sheep, maybe a donkey, 3 calves. He glanced up to find her fighting back a smile. I can tell her no. Actually, it sounds fun. Though I should warn you, my experience with farm animals is limited to that one time I helped birth a lamb in my grandmother's backyard. You delivered a lamb? Emma's eyes went wide. Your grandmother had sheep? Landon asked at the same time. 1 sheep. Temporarily. Long story involving my parents' brief farming phase. Skylar took a bite of lasagna and made a sound that did dangerous things to Landon's concentration. This is incredible. See? Emma beamed. I told you he makes it for special. Emma, Landon warned, how's that angel costume coming along? Oh, Skylar, will you come with us to pick out our Christmas tree this weekend? Before the festival? We always go to Mr. Wilson's tree farm, and they have hot chocolate, and sometimes there are hay rides and... Honey, Landon started, but Skylar was already nodding. I'd love to, if it's okay with your dad. The way she looked at him then, hopeful but hesitant, made every carefully constructed wall around his heart tremble. Of course it's okay, he heard himself say. Though I should warn you, tree selection with Emma is a very serious business. After dinner, Skylar proved to be surprisingly skilled with a glue gun, transforming Emma's floppy wings into something almost ethereal, with strategic wire placement and what she called angel-approved sparkle reinforcement. Emma beamed when they adjusted the halo to stay perfectly in place. "Now I just need to practice my line more," Emma declared, spinning to make her newly sturdy wings flutter. "And my carol. And figure out how to walk in without tripping, and—" She broke off with a huge yawn. "And get some sleep," Landon finished. "Bedtime, princess. You can practice your grand entrance tomorrow." To his surprise, Emma didn't protest. She just hugged Skylar, wings and all, whispering something that made Skylar's eyes go soft. Then she darted upstairs, Carol trailing behind her. "Thank you," Landon said softly after Emma's door closed. "For the wings, and for agreeing to the tree farm, and the festival. I know it's a lot." "It's nice," Skylar admitted, gathering her coat, "being included. Though I should be thanking you for dinner. That lasagna really was incredible." High praise from a professional baker. "Oh, I'm just temporarily—" "Don't." The word came out more intensely than he'd meant it to. "You're not just anything, Skylar." Something flickered in her eyes, and for a moment, he thought he'd said too much. But then she smiled, soft and real. "I could say the same about you." The porch light caught the snow in her hair as she left, and he found himself standing in the doorway long after her car disappeared down the street. The night was clear and cold, snowflakes drifting lazily in the glow of Christmas lights. Inside, he could hear Emma singing softly to herself as she got ready for bed. The house felt warmer somehow, filled with the lingering scent of a homemade meal. For the first time in longer than he could remember, Landon felt truly, completely happy. It should have scared him, this feeling. Should have sent him running for the safety of his carefully constructed routine. Instead, he found himself smiling as he cleaned up dinner, humming Emma's carol under his breath, already looking forward to the weekend at the tree farm.
Chapter 8. "A little to the left," Betty directed from below. "No, your other left, though I still say we should wait for Frank, or that handsome veterinarian of yours. He's not my—" Skylar wobbled slightly on the stepladder, stretching toward the top shelf. "And I can reach a cookbook by myself, Betty." "That's exactly what your grandmother said before she ended up in the hospital." But Betty steadied the ladder anyway. "The Betty Crocker is the red one. The Bible's right behind it." Finally, Skylar's fingers closed around the worn leather binding. The Bible was heavier than she expected, filled with pressed flowers and loose papers. She climbed down carefully, settling at the counter to explore its contents. "I'll just supervise from here," Betty announced, making no move to leave. "In case you need help decoding Rose's handwriting, or in case any particularly tall customers stop by." Skylar ignored the pointed comment, carefully opening the Bible. Her grandfather's neat script marked family births, marriages, deaths. And there, tucked between the pages of Psalms, she found it. The miracle cookie recipe written in her grandmother's flowing hand. "Oh my," Betty breathed, peering over her shoulder. "She's actually letting you make them? The miracle cookies?" "Apparently." Skylar studied the ingredients list. "Rosewater? Where would I even—" "Second cabinet from the sink, behind the vanilla." Betty was already moving. "Rose always keeps extra this time of year, though I don't know why she—" She broke off, a knowing smile spreading across her face. Oh, of course." "What?" "Nothing, dear. Just remembering something." Betty's innocent expression fooled absolutely no one. "Now, I'll let you get to work on those cookies. I've got to run." Skylar's phone buzzed, Chicago's area code lighting up the screen. "Skylar, where are we on the Morrison contract?" Her assistant's voice crackled through the speaker as Skylar measured Rosewater with careful precision. "They're asking about the New Year's Eve timeline, and Richard wants—" "Can you hold that thought?" Skylar watched the mixture turn a promising shade of golden. "I'm in the middle of something." "A corporate client?" "A family recipe." She added the nutmeg, just a pinch for hope, and found herself holding her breath as she stirred. "A recipe," her assistant repeated flatly. "Skylar, this is $1 million event. The the biggest of your career. Richard's talking about making you partner if it goes well. Partner. The word that had driven her for 5 years now felt strangely hollow compared to the way Emma's face lit up when she talked about Christmas magic. "I'll call you back," Skylar promised, eyeing the dough. It looked different from her previous attempts, softer somehow, almost glowing in the morning light. Her phone buzzed again as she was scooping the third batch onto baking sheets. This time, it was Richard himself. "The Morrisons are asking for you specifically," he said without preamble. "They loved what you did with their Christmas party. We need you back here next week to start preparations." "Next week?" The timer dinged and Skylar nearly dropped the phone. "But that's before Christmas. I promised my grandmother." "Skylar." Richard's voice held that particular note of disappointment she'd always dreaded. "This is what you've worked for. Your grandmother would understand." Would she? The words slipped out before Skylar could stop them. "Because I'm not sure that even I understand anymore." "What do you mean?" She watched the miracle cookies in the oven, their edges turning perfectly golden. "Do you know what I did yesterday, Richard? I helped an 8-year-old fix her angel wings for the Christmas pageant, and it felt more meaningful than any corporate party I've ever planned." "You're getting sentimental." His sigh crackled through the phone. "It's the holidays, I get it. But this is your career we're talking about, your future." "Maybe." She pulled the cookies from the oven, their familiar scent filling the kitchen. "Or maybe I've been so focused on the future that I forgot to ask myself what I actually want it to look like." The Skylar I know wants to be partner. The Skylar you know color codes her closet and alphabetizes her spice rack. She set the cookies on the cooling rack, watching them shimmer slightly in the morning light. "But lately I'm not sure if that's really me, or just who I thought I was supposed to be." "Take the weekend," Richard said finally. "Clear your head. But I need an answer by Monday. The Morrisons won't wait forever." After hanging up, Skylar stared at the phone for a long moment. 5 years of carefully planned career moves, of networking events and 100-hour weeks, all leading to this opportunity. She should be excited, should be planning her triumphant return to Chicago. Instead, she found herself reaching for her grandmother's recipe again, determined to get these cookies exactly right. The next batch of miracle cookies came out okay. Golden brown with a slight shimmer, exactly like her grandmother's always had. Skylar was just about to taste one when her phone buzzed. 2 messages lit up her screen almost simultaneously. Richard. "Don't throw away everything you've worked for. Partnership track doesn't come along every day." Landon. "Dad says to remind you about tree shopping tomorrow. Wear warm boots because sometimes we have to wade through snow to find the perfect one. And maybe bring hot chocolate? Dad burns it when he makes it in the thermos. Don't tell him I told you that." Skylar found herself smiling at the message Emma obviously sent from Landon's phone, warmed over by the earnest mix of practical advice and Christmas excitement. The little girl had added approximately 12 more tree emojis, and what appeared to be every angel emoji available. Her computer dinged with another email from Chicago, the 5th this morning. Something about venue contracts and champagne selections that needed immediate attention. Last year, she would have dropped everything to handle it. She would have been thrilled by the challenge, the pressure, the chance to prove herself. Now she was more interested in the way the miracle cookies smelled like childhood winters and possibility. Like coming home. She picked one up, still warm, and took a careful bite. "Oh," she whispered. The cookie was good, better than any previous attempt. The rose water and nutmeg had definitely helped, but something was still missing, something elusive that made her grandmother's version truly magical. She couldn't put her finger on what it was, but she knew these weren't quite there yet. Her laptop dinged again. Her assistant had sent over the Morrison contract for review, marked urgent in bright red. The bell above the door chimed and Mrs. Peterson hurried in, looking worried. "Dear, I hope you haven't started the Bridge Club cookies yet. Margaret's decided she's going gluten-free this week, and Helen's grandson is visiting and he's allergic to... Skylar's phone buzzed again. Richard's name flashed on the screen, but before she could answer any of them, Richard, Mrs. Peterson, or the ever-growing list of emails, the back door opened, letting in a blast of cold air and Emma's voice. Surprise early visit. Dad had an emergency at the clinic but said I could do my homework here if it's okay, and oh my goodness, are those the magic cookies? Skylar turned to find Emma bouncing in place, cheeks pink from cold, still wearing her backpack. Nancy from the vet clinic stood in the doorway behind her, smiling apologetically. Dr. Brooks got called out to the Andersons' farm, Nancy explained. I hope it's all right. Emma insisted you wouldn't mind. Of course I don't mind. Skylar was already pulling out Emma's usual stool, though there might be some cookie quality control required. I accept this responsibility, Emma said solemnly, then broke into a grin as Skylar handed her a still warm miracle cookie. These still aren't quite right, but I can't put my finger on what's missing. Any suggestions? Emma took another thoughtful bite, considering this with all the seriousness of a professional cookie critic. Well, they're really good. Like, really, really good. But... She scrunched up her nose, thinking hard. Maybe they need more Christmas spirit. Miss Rose always says baking is like magic. You have to believe in it for it to work right. Is that why she has all those special rules? Uh-huh. Like the twirling and the singing. Emma's eyes lit up. Hey, did you sing while you made these? Because that's very important for the magic. And did you make a wish? Miss Rose always says the best cookies come from wishes and... She broke off, suddenly looking sheepish. I probably shouldn't tell you all her secrets. Probably not, Skylar agreed, fighting a smile. Though I appreciate the consulting. They're still really good, Emma assured her, reaching for another. Just different. Like how Dad's hot chocolate is different from yours. His is okay, but yours is better because... She stopped again, this time with a mischievous grin. Never mind. I probably shouldn't tell you his secrets either. Mrs. Peterson settled in to discuss her Bridge Club crisis, which somehow turned into a lengthy story about her grandson's school play. Emma worked on her math homework, occasionally asking for help with fractions that somehow always earned her another cookie. The phone kept buzzing, emails kept arriving, but somehow they felt less urgent with every passing minute. Later, after Mrs. Peterson left with promises to return tomorrow about the Bridge Club order, and Nancy came to collect Emma, Skylar found herself alone in the quiet bakery. The miracle cookies had come out better with each batch, but still weren't quite right. Something was missing, though she couldn't figure out what. She'd followed the recipe exactly, measured every ingredient with precision. Her phone showed 6 missed calls from Chicago. What am I doing? She whispered to the empty bakery. But she knew. She was falling in love with this town, with its quirky traditions, with the way Emma's face lit up when she solved a math problem, with the sound of Landon's laugh, with the idea of belonging somewhere, of being part of something real. Her phone buzzed again. This time it was a photo from Landon's number, a carefully drawn map of Mr. Wilson's tree farm, with X's marking all the good trees, and a star showing where they have the best hot chocolate. She'd recognize Sweet Emma's handiwork anywhere. Skylar looked at the phone, then at the cooling racks full of perfect cookies, then at the vintage decorations twinkling in the window. She thought about champagne tastings and corporate contracts, about partnership tracks and 5-year plans. Then she thought about Christmas tree hunting tomorrow, about Emma's pageant rehearsals, about the way Landon looked at her over hot chocolate like maybe, just maybe, she was something magical too. For the first time since arriving in Silver Creek Crossing, she didn't feel torn between two worlds. Instead, she felt like she was finally seeing clearly, even if what she saw terrified her a little. Because how do you admit that everything you thought you wanted has been replaced by something you never knew you needed? Her phone buzzed one more time. Richard again. She let it ring.
Chapter 9. The sun hadn't quite risen when Landon and Domino rounded the corner onto Main Street, their breath visible in the frosty air. They'd been making this loop every morning for 3 years now, past the shuttered shops and silent streets, before the town began to stir. Except today, someone was stirring. Skylar stood outside Sweet Pine Bakery, bouncing slightly in place, wearing running gear and a determined expression. Domino's tail started wagging before they even reached her. "Morning," she called softly, reaching down to scratch Domino's ears. "I noticed you run this route every day, while I'm prepping the morning bake." "Every day?" He tried not to sound too pleased by this revelation. "Not that I've been watching," she added quickly. I used to run in Chicago, but I haven't since I got here. And I thought maybe—" She trailed off, looking uncertain. "We'd love the company," Landon found himself saying. "Right, Domino?" The dog's enthusiastic response nearly knocked Skylar over. "Fair warning, though," he added as they started off at an easy pace. "Domino takes her running very seriously. She has opinions about proper form." As if on cue, the dog circled around to Skylar's other side, herding her slightly closer to Landon. "Your dog's a drill sergeant," Skylar managed between breaths as they reached the park. Domino had circled her for the third time, clearly concerned about her falling behind. More like an overeager coach. Landon slowed his pace slightly, pretending not to notice he was doing it. "She comes by it naturally. After everything, we had to find some way to breathe new life into our world again. Something to pull us out of our own heads. That's when I brought Domino home, but she had too much energy. And since I was having trouble sleeping back then anyway, we started running." He hadn't meant to share that, but something about the quiet morning made it easier. Skylar just nodded, her breath creating small clouds in the cold air. "Did it help?" she asked softly. "Eventually. Though the first few weeks, I was so out of shape that Mrs. Peterson's cat could have outrun us." The memory made him smile. "Now it's just habit. Our morning meditation, right, girl?" Domino barked in agreement, then immediately returned to her self-appointed task of herding Skylar. "I think she's worried about me," Skylar laughed, only slightly winded now. "Do I look that uncoordinated?" "No, she's just protective. Makes sure everyone stays with the pack." He glanced at her as they rounded the corner back toward Main Street. "Though I have to admit, you're keeping up better than I expected for someone who claims to be out of practice." "Please, I'm dying inside." But her smile suggested otherwise. "All that baking helps, though. Built-in carb loading." The sun was just starting to rise as they made their final loop, painting the frost-covered streets in soft gold. Landon found himself hyper-aware of how close Skylar was running beside him now, the way she'd unconsciously fallen into step with his rhythm. They slowed to a walk in front of the bakery, both slightly breathless. A strand of hair had escaped Skylar's ponytail, and Landon's fingers itched to brush it back. He shoved his hands in his pockets instead. "Thanks for letting me join you," she said, cheeks pink from cold and exertion. "Even if your dog thinks I need constant supervision." "She likes you." Landon watched Domino nudge Skylar's hand for attention. "She's usually pretty selective about running partners." High praise from the drill sergeant. Skylar bent to ruffle Domino's fur, and when she straightened, she was standing closer than before, close enough that he could see the flecks of gold in her brown eyes, count the freckles across her nose. "I should probably warn you," he said, his voice rougher than intended. "I might be running late to the tree farm. Have to check on the Andersons' mare first. I could take Emma." The offer came quickly, naturally. "If you trust me with official tree hunting duties." "Of course I trust you." The words felt heavier than they should, weighted with something neither of them was ready to name. Morning light caught in her hair, turning it to honey and copper, and for a moment, Landon forgot every carefully constructed reason why he shouldn't be noticing these things. "So," Skylar said softly, "same time tomorrow?" "I'll be here." Landon stood by his truck, watching as Skylar jogged back into the bakery, her breath still visible in the crisp morning air. It had been so long since he'd shared something as simple as a morning run with someone, and it felt good. Too good, maybe. Domino nudged his leg, as if sensing his thoughts. He gave her a quick scratch behind the ears before climbing into the driver's seat. Landon was still thinking about their morning run hours later as he pulled into the Andersons' farm. The mare had been showing signs of colic again overnight, and Landon had promised to check on her first thing. He spent the better part of the morning treating the horse, his mind only half on the task at hand as he worked. By the time he finished, the sun was high in the sky, and he realized with a jolt that he was late. Very late. Emma and Skylar were probably already at the tree farm, and he hadn't even called to let them know he'd been delayed. Landon quickly wiped his hands on a rag, then pulled out his phone. No messages from Skylar, but he had a feeling she wouldn't have wanted to bother him while he was working. She was like that, considerate, thoughtful. He found himself smiling at the thought as he climbed back into his truck and headed toward Wilson's tree farm. When he arrived, the farm was bustling with families bundled in scarves and mittens, the scent of fresh pine and hot chocolate filling the air. He parked and made his way toward the rows of trees, scanning the crowd for any sign of Emma or Skylar. He found them near the back of the lot, where the bigger trees grew. Emma's red hat bobbed as she circled a massive pine, her hands stretched out just like Sarah used to do, testing the branch's strength. Skylar stood close by, holding 2 paper cups of what had to be hot chocolate, nodding seriously as Emma explained something with elaborate hand gestures. "See," Emma was saying, "you have to check every side, because Christmas trees are like people. They all have a best angle." "Did your mom teach you that?" Skylar asked gently, and Landon felt his breath catch. "Uh-huh. She said picking a tree is like making a new friend. You have to take time to get to know them." Emma demonstrated by carefully parting the branches. "This one's nice, but I think its personality is a little crooked." Instead of the usual ache he felt whenever Emma shared memories of Sarah, Landon found himself smiling. His daughter's face was bright with joy as she moved to the next tree, Skylar following attentively with their hot chocolates. "Dad!" Emma spotted him first, running over to grab his hand. "You're just in time. We found 3 potentials, but we saved the final decision for you." 3 whole potentials? He raised his eyebrows at Skylar. "You've been busy." "Your daughter is a very thorough tree inspector." Skylar handed him one of the cups, and the warmth of her smile rivaled the hot chocolate. "Though I've been reliably informed that my classification system needs work." "She said the first one had good branch density," Emma reported with mild scandal. "That's not even a real tree quality, Dad." "Clearly I have a lot to learn," Skylar agreed solemnly, but her eyes sparkled with barely contained laughter. The next 20 minutes passed in a blur of Emma's detailed tree analysis, complete with a scoring system that somehow involved both branch strength and Christmas spirit levels. Finally, they found themselves in front of a 7-foot Fraser fir that met all of Emma's exacting criteria. "This is the one," Emma declared, bouncing on her toes. "It's perfect. Can we decorate it tonight? Maybe Skylar could help. She's really good at making things pretty. You should see what she did with the bakery windows." And Landon's chest tightened suddenly as he thought of the boxes in the attic, each ornament carefully wrapped in tissue paper by Sarah's hands. The angel tree topper she'd insisted would become a family heirloom. The delicate glass balls they'd collected on their honeymoon. "Dad," Emma's voice sounded far away. "Are you okay?" "I think," Skylar said smoothly, catching his eye with gentle understanding, "we should probably let your dad check these branches himself first. That's part of the protocol, right?" Emma nodded seriously, already launching into an explanation of proper branch testing technique, giving Landon a moment to collect himself. By the time Mr. Wilson came over with his saw, Landon had steadied enough to help secure the tree to his truck. "Hot chocolate for the road?" Skylar offered as they finished, holding up a fresh cup. "You're kind of the best," Emma informed her, accepting the drink with mittened hands. "Right, Dad?" "Right," Landon agreed softly, watching Skylar help Emma brush pine needles from her coat. When their eyes met over his daughter's head, he tried to convey his gratitude for her earlier save. Her small nod told him she understood. The drive home was filled with Emma's excited chatter about lights and tinsel, while Landon tried not to think about the boxes waiting in the attic. In his rearview mirror, he caught a glimpse of Skylar's car following them back toward town, and something about knowing she was there, watching out for them, even from a distance, made his heart feel a little lighter.
Chapter 10. The festival planning committee had taken over the back room of Sweet Pine Bakery, armed with color-coded binders and Gloria Wheeler's infamous spreadsheets. Skylar kept the coffee flowing and the cookie plate full, grateful for any excuse to keep her hands busy and her mind off yesterday's tree farm visit. Now, about the live nativity, Gloria began, adjusting her Christmas tree brooch. Dr. Brooks, please tell me you've secured our animals. Landon shifted in his chair, and Skylar caught herself smiling at his obvious discomfort. About that, he said carefully, I'm wondering if we really need 3 calves. Maybe one very photogenic calf would— 3 calves, Gloria interrupted firmly. Plus the sheep and the donkey. We discussed this. Did we discuss it, or did Mrs. Henderson just— 3 calves, the entire committee chorused, and Skylar had to turn away to hide her laugh. Fine, Landon sighed. But so you know, the Henderson farm only has 2 available, and the Matthews calf has stage fright. Stage fright? Betty raised an eyebrow over her reading glasses. It's a cow, dear. You try explaining that to a nervous Holstein, Landon muttered, and this time Skylar couldn't contain her giggle. He caught her eye across the table, his mock distress melting into a warm smile that made her heart flutter. She quickly turned her attention back to the coffee pot, reminding herself that getting attached would only make everything harder when she had to leave. Perhaps, she heard herself say, we could set up the nativity scene like a proper photo opportunity. String lights in the trees behind it. Maybe add some atmospheric spotlighting. That way, even 1 or 2 animals would look spectacular in people's holiday photos. The committee turned to stare at her with collective interest. Go on, Gloria said, uncapping a fresh highlighter. Drawing on years of corporate event planning, Skylar sketched out her vision. Twinkling lights creating a starry backdrop, strategic placement to maximize photo angles, subtle spotlighting to create the perfect celestial glow. We could even set up a station where people can print their photos right there, maybe with a festive border design. It would make great publicity for the town's social media. Social media, Gloria breathed, like Skylar had just revealed the secrets of the universe. Of course, we could create one of those hashtag things. Hashtag Silver Creek Christmas, Betty suggested, then looked startled by her own knowledge of modern technology. What? I watch the news. The meeting devolved into an enthusiastic discussion of marketing strategies, with only minimal disagreement about whether Instagram was too newfangled for their historic town image. Skylar found herself pulled into debates about everything from optimal photo lighting to proper hay bale arrangement, grateful for any distraction from the way Landon kept glancing at her with something that looked dangerously like admiration. Well, Gloria said finally, closing her binder with satisfaction, I think we can work with 2 calves, as long as they're photogenic. She fixed Landon with a stern look. They are photogenic, aren't they? I'll have a serious talk with them about their modeling careers, he promised. As the committee gathered their things, Mayor Wallace cleared his throat. There is one other matter we should discuss. The historic district renovation plans. Skylar felt the room's mood shift instantly. Betty's hand found her arm, squeezing gently. The council votes next week, the mayor continued. And while we're all in favor of preserving our town's charm, certain buildings will need to meet new safety and modernization standards. Buildings like Sweet Pine Bakery, Gloria added softly. Skylar's throat tightened as she looked around her grandmother's beloved kitchen, at the ancient mixer that only worked if you sweet-talked it, at the oven that needed constant monitoring, at the worn wooden counters that held decades of Christmas memories in their scratches and stains. She risked a glance at Landon and found him already watching her, his expression pained. He'd known, she realized. Of course he had. He was on the town council. The renovation would bring more tourists, Mayor Wallace was saying. More business opportunities. We're thinking of the town's future. And what about its heart? The words slipped out before Skylar could stop them. She forced a smile, reminding herself that this wasn't her fight. I mean, I'm sure my grandmother has considered all the options. But she caught the look Betty and Gloria exchanged, and her heart sank. How many small-town bakeries had she seen disappear in Chicago, replaced by trendy cafes and chain coffee shops? How many family businesses had been priced out of their own neighborhoods in the name of progress? Not your problem, she told herself firmly. She was only here temporarily. She had a life waiting in Chicago, with its modern amenities and clear career path and distinct lack of complicated feelings for single fathers with kind eyes and wounded hearts. The committee filed out, leaving behind empty coffee cups and promises to email about lighting arrangements. Landon lingered, helping her gather dishes even though she knew he had appointments waiting. "Skylar," he started, but she shook her head. "It's fine, really. I understand about the renovation. The town needs to grow." "But," his voice was gentle, "but nothing." She squared her shoulders. "I should get these dishes done before the lunch rush. And don't you have some calves to interview for their modeling debut?" He looked like he wanted to say more, but just then Nancy called his cell about an emergency at the clinic. Skylar shooed him out, pretending not to notice the way his hand brushed hers as she handed him his coat. Alone in the bakery, she tried to focus on prep work for tomorrow's orders. But her eyes kept drifting to the worn green awning visible through the window, to the vintage light fixtures her grandfather had installed decades ago, to all the little touches that made Sweet Pine Bakery feel like stepping into a memory. The bell above the door chimed, and Gloria bustled back in. "Sorry to interrupt, dear, but I noticed these got mixed in with my festival papers." She handed over a stack of letters. "From the North Pole mailbox in the square. We're sorting them by neighborhood for the formal Christmas Eve responses." "Thanks. I'll make sure they get to the right place." Skylar set them aside, but something caught her eye. Familiar purple crayon on sparkling paper. After Gloria left, she found herself reaching for Emma's letter, telling herself she shouldn't read it, even as her fingers carefully unfolded the paper. "Dear Santa, I know asking for people is probably against the rules, but Daddy seems really happy lately. He laughs more when Skylar's around, and she knows how to make hot chocolate almost exactly right, and she listens to all my stories about Mommy without getting that sad face grown-ups sometimes get." Skylar's vision blurred slightly as she read on. "I miss when our house felt like Christmas, the way Mommy used to make it feel. And maybe it's too much to ask, but I think Skylar could help with that. She's really good at Christmas magic. Love, Emma, P.S. If people are against the rules, I would also like a puppy friend for Domino, but Skylar is my first choice." Skylar set the letter down with trembling hands, remembering the way Landon had frozen at the tree farm. The pain in his eyes when Emma asked about decorating. She thought about Sarah's ornaments, carefully packed away with their memories and grief. And she realized, with startling clarity, that she wanted to help heal those wounds. Wanted to be there as they unpacked each precious ornament. Wanted to help them make new memories alongside the old ones. Wanted to be part of their story, even knowing her own had a different ending written in Chicago's skyline. "Oh," she whispered to the empty bakery, "I am in so much trouble."
Chapter 11. "Now," Landon said sternly to the squirming labradoodle puppy on his exam table, "we've talked about impulse control." The puppy responded by trying to lick his face, apparently feeling much better after the induced vomiting and activated charcoal treatment. Her tail hadn't stopped wagging since they'd finished the procedure, and her eyes still sparkled with mischief despite her misadventure with an entire box of chocolate-covered cherries. Behind him, Mrs. Chen wrung her hands. "We didn't know Tommy left his Christmas candy on the coffee table. Will she be okay?" "She'll be fine," Landon assured her, checking the puppy's vitals one more time. "Though you might want to have a talk with Tommy about sharing his Christmas stash with more appropriate recipients." He scratched behind the puppy's ears. "No matter how cute they are when they beg." After they left, Landon found himself reaching for his phone, thumb hovering over Skylar's name in his recent contacts. She'd love this story. She had a way of appreciating both the humor and heart in his daily cases. Just yesterday, she'd been telling him about her plans to develop pet-safe treats for the bakery. Something about carob and peanut butter. He caught himself smiling at the memory of their morning run, how she'd kept pace with him again despite claiming to be out of practice, the way snowflakes had caught in her hair. Had that really been just a few hours ago? It felt longer somehow. You know, Nancy's voice made him jump slightly. Phones work better if you actually use them to call people. I have no idea what you're talking about. He busied himself with the puppy's charts, ignoring his receptionist's knowing look. Mm-hmm. Just like you had no idea what I was talking about when you spent 10 minutes yesterday telling me about Skylar's new cranberry orange muffin recipe. That was purely professional interest in a fellow business owner's innovations. Cranberry and orange make a delightful combination. So I've heard. Nancy's smile grew wider. And I suppose you run past the bakery every morning because it's the only route available in town. Before Landon could defend his perfectly legitimate running route choices, the office phone rang. Nancy answered with her usual efficiency, then paused, her expression shifting. Dr. Brooks, Silver Creek Elementary is on line 1. His first thought wasn't illness. Emma never got sick. No, this had to be about her latest entrepreneurial venture. Last week, she'd tried to set up a hot chocolate stand in the playground without permits. The week before that, she'd been caught running an underground cookie trading ring during recess. If she's trying to franchise the bakery again, he muttered, reaching for the phone, I swear. Dr. Brooks? The school nurse's voice held none of the gentle amusement he'd come to expect from Emma's various schemes. I have Emma here in my office. She's running a fever. His heart dropped. Fever? But she was fine this morning. It came on suddenly during math class. She's also complaining of a sore throat. Emma never complained about feeling sick. She'd inherited Sarah's stubborn constitution along with her determined spirit. If she was actually admitting to not feeling well? I'll be right there, he promised, already shrugging off his lab coat. Nancy, can you... Already rescheduling your afternoon appointments, she assured him. Go take care of your girl. He found Emma curled up in the nurse's office, looking miserable but trying to be brave. My throat feels like sandpaper, Daddy, she whispered, and I'm going to miss pageant practice. Pretty sure the other angels can manage one rehearsal without you. He pressed a kiss to her forehead, frowning at the heat there. Let's get you home. Once Emma was settled on the couch with her favorite blanket, and Domino keeping dutiful watch, Landon sent a quick text to Skylar. No bakery visit today. Emma's got a bug. She's devastated about missing both cookies and rehearsal. The response came almost immediately. Poor thing. Give her a hug for me. Let me know if you need anything. He smiled at the stream of heart and cookie emojis that followed. Definitely Emma's influence on Skylar's texting style. Turning back to his daughter, he found her staring forlornly at their bare Christmas tree. We can start decorating when you're feeling better, he offered, but Emma shook her head. It's not that. She pulled her blanket tighter. I just don't want to mess up the pageant. And I promised Skylar I'd help with cookie testing tomorrow, and her voice caught. I miss Mom. She always knew exactly what to do when I felt yucky. Oh, Princess. Landon sat beside her, gathering her into his arms, Domino pressing closer on her other side. I miss her too. They sat like that for a while, the Christmas tree casting long shadows as afternoon light faded. Landon tried not to think about all the times Sarah had handled sick days with seemingly effortless grace. The special songs she'd sing, the silly games she'd invent, the way she'd somehow always know exactly what their daughter needed. He was just wondering if he should attempt Sarah's famous magic soup recipe when a gentle knock sounded at the front door. Domino's tail started wagging before he even opened it. Special delivery, Skylar announced softly, holding up a basket that smelled like heaven. I heard someone could use some Christmas cheer. Skylar! Emma's croak from the couch still managed to sound excited. Did you bring homemade chicken soup? Skylar confirmed, stepping inside and shedding her snow-dusted coat. And peppermint hot chocolate for later, if your throat feels up to it, with mini marshmallows, of course. Of course, Landon echoed, unable to keep the warmth from his voice. You didn't have to do all this. Please. Betty practically shoved me out the door when she heard Emma was sick. though I think she just wanted an excuse to take over cookie making for the evening. Skylar moved toward the kitchen with familiar ease. Why don't you get Emma comfortable while I heat this back up? For a moment, Landon could only stand there, watching Skylar navigate his kitchen like she belonged there. She seemed to know exactly where everything was. Bowls in the top cabinet, spoons in the drawer by the sink. When had that happened? Soon they were all settled in the living room. Emma, sipping soup while Skylar told stories about her own childhood pageant disasters, and Landon tried not to focus on how right this felt. Can we watch a Christmas movie? Emma asked after finishing most of her soup. Please? I promise to rest. One movie, Landon agreed, then bed. They ended up watching Miracle on 34th Street, with Emma tucked between them on the couch and Domino sprawled across all their feet. Somewhere between Kris Kringle's trial and the final scene, Emma drifted off to sleep, her head on Skylar's shoulder. I should probably get her to bed, Landon whispered, but he made no move to disturb the peaceful scene. Probably, Skylar agreed just as softly. The Christmas lights in the window painted her face in gentle colors, and something about the quiet moment made him want to hold on to it a little longer. Thank you, he said. Not just for tonight, for everything. The way you are with her. He gestured to Emma, still sleeping soundly against Skylar's shoulder. Most people either try too hard to replace Sarah, or they walk on eggshells around us. But you just fit. Skylar's eyes met his in the dim light. She makes it easy. She's pretty special. Like mother, like daughter, Landon found himself saying. Sarah used to say Emma came into this world knowing exactly who she was meant to be. To his surprise, talking about Sarah felt natural. Right. Skylar didn't tense or look away like most people did when he mentioned his late wife. Instead, she smiled softly. Tell me about her, she said. I mean, if you want to. I'd love to know more about the woman who inspired Emma's very specific hot chocolate standards. Landon laughed quietly. Goodness, the hot chocolate. Sarah had this whole production process. She claimed the marshmallows had to be added in a specific pattern, or the Christmas magic wouldn't work properly. Ah, so that's where Emma gets it from. You should have seen them in the kitchen together. Total chaos. They'd end up with cocoa powder everywhere, singing carols at the top of their lungs. The memory warmed him instead of hurting. Sarah never did anything halfway. She'd spend hours planning the perfect Christmas morning surprise, or stay up all night making sure the Easter Bunny's footprints looked authentic enough. Sounds like she was an amazing mom. She was. Landon watched Emma's peaceful face. But you know what's strange? Lately, when Emma tells stories about her, I can actually listen without feeling like I'm drowning, and I think that's partly because of you. Skylar's breath caught slightly. Me? The way you listen to her memories, encourage her to share them. You've helped make it okay for her to love and miss her mom while still being excited about new things. New people. He met her eyes deliberately. That's a gift, Skylar. The air between them felt charged with possibility. Skylar's free hand rested on the couch between them, and Landon found himself wanting to reach for it, to bridge the small physical gap that felt symbolic of so much more. I should probably go, Skylar said softly, though she made no move to shift Emma. Early morning baking calls? Right, and our run. The thought of not seeing her in the morning made his chest tight. Though maybe not tomorrow with Emma sick. Don't worry, I won't go without you. It wouldn't be the same, she admitted, then quickly added, I'll miss it, though. Just the run? The words slipped out before he could stop them. Their eyes met again, and this time the moment stretched a little longer. Skylar's cheeks flushed slightly. Maybe not just the run. Finally, reluctantly, they managed to extract themselves from the couch without waking Emma. Landon gathered his daughter into his arms, her breath warm against his neck, as Skylar tucked the blanket around them both. Text me tomorrow, she asked, pausing at the door. Let me know how she's feeling. Of course. He shifted Emma slightly. And Skylar? Maybe when she's feeling better, maybe we could have dinner sometime, just us. Her smile lit up her whole face. I'd like that. After she left, Landon carried Emma up to bed, his heart feeling lighter despite his worry about her fever. Domino followed, settling into her usual spot at the foot of Emma's bed. But her eyes followed Landon with knowing intelligence. Don't look at me like that, he told the dog quietly. It's complicated. But standing in the hallway afterward, he found himself drawn to the attic stairs. The boxes of Christmas decorations waited in the far corner, exactly where he'd left them 3 years ago. With trembling hands, he lifted the first lid. Sarah's favorite angel tree topper lay nestled in tissue paper, its porcelain face serene and knowing. The ornaments below held years of memories. Their first Christmas together, Emma's birth, family vacations captured in glass and glitter. I miss you, he whispered, running his fingers over a delicate blown glass ball they'd bought on their honeymoon. Every day, but especially now when Emma's sick or when she asks questions I don't know how to answer. He paused, smiling slightly. Though I think you'd like Skylar. She has your way of making everyone feel special, of turning ordinary moments into magic. The quiet attic held no response, but somehow the silence felt different tonight. Lighter. Like maybe it was okay that his heart had started beating faster when Skylar smiled, that he'd begun looking forward to their morning runs with an eagerness that had nothing to do with exercise. I think, he said softly, carefully rewrapping the ornament, it's time to make some new memories, honey. Not to replace the old ones, but maybe to add to them. To make our house feel like Christmas again. He could almost hear Sarah's laugh, could imagine exactly what she'd say about him, hiding in the attic, talking to Christmas decorations instead of actually doing something about his feelings. Yeah, he smiled, gathering the box into his arms. I'm working on it. Tomorrow, he decided. Tomorrow he'd start making those new memories. He'd already taken the first step by asking Skylar to dinner, something that had terrified him just weeks ago, but now felt right, natural. Setting the box back in the corner, Landon felt lighter than he had in years.
Chapter 12. The snow had been falling steadily since noon, but it wasn't until Skylar tried to close up the bakery that she realized just how bad it had gotten. The door stuck against a drift that had formed despite Frank's repairs, and the wind howled down Main Street like something out of a winter fairy tale. Perfect, she muttered, shoving harder against the door. The lock was being particularly stubborn tonight, as if it too was protesting the weather. Headlights swept across the window, and for a moment she thought it was Betty, who had threatened to come check on her one last time before the storm got worse. Instead, a familiar truck pulled up, and her heart did a little flip as Landon jumped out, already wading through the snow toward her. Need a hand? He was wearing his veterinary clinic coat over what looked like surgical scrubs, and snowflakes caught in his dark hair. I was just heading back from the Miller farm. Had a horse decide tonight was perfect for giving birth. Everyone make it through okay? Skylar finally got the door closed, but the lock was still fighting her. Mother and foal are both fine. Here, let me... He reached around her to jiggle the lock, and she caught the scent of pine and winter air that always seemed to cling to him. You have to sweet-talk it a little, like your grandmother's mixer. Everything in this building needs sweet-talking, she laughed, trying to ignore how close he was standing. I'm starting to think the renovation committee has a point. She regretted the words as soon as they left her mouth, but Landon just smiled. Maybe. Though I have to admit, I've grown fond of all the quirks. They have character. The lock finally clicked, and Skylar turned to find him still standing close, snowflakes melting on his coat. Thanks for the rescue, again. You seem to have a habit of showing up just when I need help. Just doing my civic duty, he said solemnly, but his eyes sparkled. I should also make sure you get home safely in this weather. It's getting worse by the minute. As if to prove his point, a gust of wind rattled the bakery's windows. Skylar peered out at the nearly invisible street. I don't suppose you have a sled dog attachment for that truck? Fresh out of Huskies, but... He hesitated for a moment. Frank has Emma tonight. She's helping him test his Christmas cookie recipe, which we both know means they're watching holiday movies and spoiling their dinner with a tube of store-bought chocolate chip cookie dough. His smile turned softer. So I have no curfew, if you want to wait out the worst of it. Maybe grab some dinner? Skylar's heart skipped. They'd been planning to have dinner together sometime this week, but their schedules hadn't aligned yet. "I do have some leftover soup," she offered, "and possibly some of those cranberry orange muffins you pretend not to sneak extras of during your morning coffee run." "I have no idea what you're talking about," he said with dignity, though if there happened to be any muffins around, I wouldn't say no. 10 minutes later, they were settled at one of the small tables by the window, watching the snow transform Silver Creek Crossing into a winter wonderland. Skylar had found containers of her leftover chicken soup in the freezer, and the smell of it heating up filled the bakery with warmth. "So," Landon said between bites, "I've been thinking about the tree." "Oh." Skylar tried to keep her voice casual, remembering his reaction at the tree farm. "Emma's been asking when we're going to decorate it, and I think I'm ready. If you're still willing to help." The vulnerability in his voice made her chest tight. "Of course. But are you sure? I know those ornaments mean a lot to you and Emma. That's why I want to share them with you." He met her eyes across the table. "You've become important to us, Skylar, to both of us. And Sarah." He took a deep breath. She would have wanted the house to feel like Christmas again. Would have wanted Emma to have new memories alongside the old ones. "Landon." She reached across the table without thinking, covering his hand with hers. His fingers immediately intertwined with hers, warm and steady. "Besides," he added with a slight smile, "I hear you're something of an expert on Christmas magic these days, at least according to my very reliable sources." "Your sources might be biased," she laughed softly, and possibly hopped up on sprinkles. "I don't know. Emma's usually pretty accurate about these things." His thumb traced small circles on her palm, sending shivers up her arm. "She says you know exactly how many marshmallows make hot chocolate magical, and that's not the kind of thing just anyone would know." "Ah, but that's a trade secret." Skylar tried to ignore how natural it felt to be sitting here with him, sharing soup and holding hands while the snow fell outside. How right it felt, even knowing she'd have to leave after Christmas. Strictly need-to-know basis. "And do I need to know?" The way he was looking at her made her breath catch. "Maybe," she managed, "if you're planning to stick around." "I'm not going anywhere." His voice was soft but certain. "Wish I could say the same for you." Before she could respond, the wind howled particularly fiercely outside, making the windows rattle. Skylar squeezed his hand. "Let's not think about that right now. Tell me more about these Christmas ornaments I'll be helping with. I bet Emma has a very specific vision for their arrangement." "Oh, you have no idea." His grateful smile told her he understood what she was doing, letting the moment pass without pressure. "According to my daughter, there's apparently a very precise science to tinsel distribution." They talked while they finished their soup, trading stories about childhood Christmases and memorable decorating disasters. Skylar found herself falling even deeper into the warmth of his laugh, the way his eyes crinkled when he smiled, the gentle way he spoke about his past without the pain that had been there before. As Skylar gathered their empty soup bowls, a flash of aged wood caught her eye from the partially open storage room door. "I don't believe it," she breathed, setting the dishes aside. "It's still here." "What is it?" Landon followed her into the storage room, close enough that she could feel the warmth radiating from him in the chilly space. "Grandma's record player." Skylar ran her fingers over the vintage turntable, memories washing over her. She used to play Christmas albums while she baked. The whole bakery would smell like sugar cookies and sound like Bing Crosby. Together, they carried the player and a stack of vinyl albums out to the counter. Skylar selected a record with careful hands, holding her breath as she set the needle. After a moment of static, the warm, rich tones of White Christmas filled the bakery. "I've coordinated a ton of holiday galas in Chicago," Skylar found herself saying as she swayed slightly to the music. Fancy affairs with orchestras and ice sculptures, but somehow they never felt as magical as this. Just my grandmother's old record player and flour-dusted counters. No crystal chandeliers here, Landon smiled, and something in his expression made her heart flutter. True, but we still have dancing. Before she could overthink it, Skylar held out her hand. Care to waltz, Dr. Brooks? I should warn you, he said, but he was already taking her hand. I have 2 left feet. She smiled. Everyone can waltz. It's just a box step with style. Skylar tried to keep her voice steady as she positioned his hand at her waist, hyper-aware of every point of contact between them. Follow my lead. Bing Crosby gave way to Nat King Cole as they moved between the counters, leaving swirling patterns in the flour dust. Landon stepped on her toes twice, apologizing each time, but Skylar barely noticed. She was too distracted by the way his hand felt against her waist, how his eyes crinkled when he laughed, the subtle scent of pine and winter that seemed to cling to him. You're a natural, she managed, though her heart was racing from more than just the dance. I have a good teacher. His voice was soft, and Skylar realized they'd stopped moving, just standing close together, as the Christmas song played quietly around them. The lights flickered once, twice, then plunged them into darkness. The record player wound down with a gentle whir. Stay here, Skylar whispered, though neither of them moved. There are candles in the kitchen. In the darkness, every sensation felt heightened. Landon's hand still warm at her waist, his breath soft against her hair, her pulse thundering in her ears. She should step away, should find those candles, should remember all the reasons this was complicated. Instead, she tilted her face up just as Landon lowered his head. The first brush of his lips against hers was gentle, questioning. Skylar's hands slid up to his shoulders as she rose on her tiptoes, answering his unspoken question. The kiss deepened, sweet and warm as fresh-baked cookies, tasting of possibility and Christmas spice. When they finally pulled apart, the lights hummed back to life, but Skylar kept her eyes closed for a moment, memorizing everything about this perfect instant. I've been wanting to do that since you fell into that snowbank, Landon admitted softly, his forehead resting against hers. Even with Domino tangling us up in her leash? Especially then. His laugh was warm against her skin, though maybe next time without the snow. Next time. Skylar's heart leapt even as her mind whispered warnings about temporary stays and Chicago deadlines. Well, Landon said, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, we do have a Christmas tree to decorate. Tomorrow, if you're free. She knew she should say no, should protect both their hearts. Instead, she found herself smiling. I'll bring the hot chocolate. The storm had eased by the time they finally left the bakery, fresh snow blanketing Silver Creek Crossing in pristine white. Landon insisted on driving behind her to make sure she got home safely, and Skylar's lips tingled the whole way, remembering their kiss. Tomorrow they would decorate his tree, adding new ornaments alongside cherished memories. Tomorrow she would have to think about Chicago and deadlines and real life. But tonight? Tonight she had flour-dusted waltzes and candlelight kisses. Tonight she had Christmas magic.
Chapter 13. Dr. Brooks, Silver Creek Elementary is on the line again. Nancy's careful tone made Landon's head snap up from his patient charts. 2 calls from school in as many weeks couldn't be good. Did Emma's fever come back? They'd only just sent her back to school yesterday after making sure her cold was completely gone. No, it's... Nancy hesitated. Mrs. Wheeler says there's been an incident in art class. Emma's asking for you. His daughter never asked for him to leave work unless something was really wrong. Tell them I'm on my way. The drive to school was a blur of worry and half-formed prayers. He found Emma in the principal's office, curled into a small ball on one of the oversized chairs, her Christmas sweater sleeve damp with tears. Princess? He knelt beside her chair. What happened? Emma's lower lip trembled. We were making ornaments, she whispered, with pictures, for the class Christmas tree. Understanding began to dawn as Mrs. Wheeler, Emma's teacher, stepped forward. We're so sorry, Dr. Brooks. We didn't think. That is, we should have been more sensitive. They all had pictures of their whole families, Emma's voice cracked. Recent ones from Halloween and stuff. But I only have old pictures with Mommy, from when I was really little, and I couldn't. A fresh wave of tears spilled over. I couldn't remember what Christmas morning smile she had. The one she did when she saw our stockings. I tried to remember, but it's getting fuzzy, and I don't want to forget, and oh, sweetheart. Landon gathered her into his arms, his own throat tight. It's okay. We can look at the old pictures together. Or we could make an ornament with just us, if you want. I need Skylar's hot chocolate, Emma hiccuped into his shoulder. Please? It tastes like Christmas hugs, Daddy, and I really need a Christmas hug today. Landon's heart did a complicated flip. Just last night he'd been kissing Skylar among flower-dusted counters and Christmas records, and now his daughter wanted her comfort during a moment of grief for Sarah. It felt like too much, too complicated. Maybe we should just go home, he started. Have some quiet time. Please? Emma pulled back to look at him, her blue eyes, so like Sarah's, swimming with tears. Skylar always knows how to make things better. Like when she fixed my angel wings, remember? And that was the heart of it, wasn't it? Skylar did know how to make things better. She had a way of holding space for their grief, while still filling their days with joy. But was it fair to burden her with this? To ask her to help navigate the complicated waters of loving a child who missed her mother? Dr. Brooks, Mrs. Wheeler touched his arm gently. Why don't you take Emma home for the rest of the day? These feelings, they're all part of the healing process. Emma's small hand slipped into his. Can we stop at the bakery first? Just for a minute? Looking down at his daughter's tear-stained face, Landon felt his reservations crumble. Okay, Princess. Let's go see Skylar. The drive to Sweet Pine was quiet, Emma sniffling occasionally in the back seat. Landon's thoughts kept spinning between memories of Sarah's Christmas morning smile and the way Skylar's lips had felt against his last night. The guilt of those warring images made his chest tight. But when they walked into the bakery, the warmth of Skylar's welcome pushed everything else aside. She took one look at Emma's face and immediately came around the counter. Hot chocolate emergency? She asked softly, and Emma nodded, fresh tears spilling over. Skylar immediately swept her up into a big hug. We were making family ornaments, Emma managed, but I couldn't. Ah. Skylar's eyes met Landon's over his daughter's head, full of understanding. Well, you know what helps me when I'm missing someone? Baking. And I happen to have some pie crust that needs rolling out. She glanced at Landon again. If your dad says it's okay to play hooky for the afternoon. Emma looked up at him hopefully, and Landon felt the knot in his chest begin to loosen. I think we could all use a baking break. Perfect. Skylar was already reaching for her special peppermint hot chocolate ingredients. Because I have it on good authority that baking therapy is very effective. Especially, she added with a wink at Emma, when combined with extra marshmallows. Watching Skylar guide Emma to her usual spot at the counter, Landon felt something shift in his heart. This wasn't betraying Sarah's memory. This was allowing their family to grow, to heal, to find new kinds of joy while honoring the old. The smell of buttery crust filled the bakery as Emma carefully braided strands of dough, her earlier tears replaced by intense concentration. Do you think apple or cherry has more Christmas spirit? She asked seriously. Both excellent choices, Skylar said, adjusting the oven temperature, though I hear apple is particularly magical this time of year. Landon watched them from his perch by the counter, something warm unfurling in his chest. The way Skylar knew exactly how to draw Emma out of her sadness, one dessert at a time, made him even more certain about the question he'd been turning over in his mind. So, he began casually, the town council is having their holiday mixer tonight. Oh, Skylar looked up from where she was sprinkling extra sugar on Emma's leftover crust. Betty mentioned something about that. She's very excited about the punch recipe she's been perfecting since 1984. It would be a shame to miss such a historic beverage. Landon caught her eye. Maybe you'd like to come? As my... He hesitated, aware of Emma's suddenly very attentive ears. As my guest, a light blush colored Schuyler's cheeks. I'd love to. Fantastic. Landon grinned and shoved his hands into his pockets, then softly added, though first, I believe we have some important tree decorating to do. Emma's eyes lit up. Really? We're going to do it today? Landon nodded, surprising himself with how right it felt. I think it's time. If Schuyler's still willing to help. The look in her eyes warmed him through all over again. Are you kidding? I would be absolutely honored. Schuyler's smile was soft with understanding. Let's get these pies finished up, and then we'll be on our way. An hour later, they pulled into Landon's driveway, the backseat full of fruit-scented containers and Emma's excited chatter. Domino greeted them at the door with enthusiastic tail wags, immediately zeroing in on the bakery boxes with hopeful eyes. No treats for you, miss, Schuyler laughed. I heard you've been enjoying a few too many cookies already this holiday season. She has her own stocking, though. Emma ran to the mantel where a red and white stocking hung, embroidered with Domino's name. Dad got it for her the Christmas after she came to live with us. Right, Dad? Landon nodded, remembering that first difficult year after Sarah. That's right. She showed up at the shelter 6 months after, well, after everything. Some kids had found her in the snow, so she didn't have a stocking yet. She loved it, Emma said matter-of-factly, scratching behind Domino's ears. And she still loves Christmas. I think it's her favorite holiday. As if on cue, Domino's tail swept across the lower branches of their bare tree, sending a shower of pine needles to the floor. She's also really good at redecorating, Landon added dryly. Just wait until we get the ornaments on there. Speaking of which, Emma was already bouncing toward the attic stairs. Can we start, please? The boxes were right where Landon had left them after his late-night conversation with Sarah's memory. Together, they carried them down to the living room, where Domino promptly investigated each one with her nose. This one first, Emma declared, carefully lifting out a worn cardboard box. It has all the special ones. Schuyler settled on the floor beside them, accepting each ornament as Emma pulled them out, listening with genuine interest to every story. This is from Mommy and Daddy's honeymoon, Emma explained, holding up a delicate glass ball painted with Hawaiian flowers. And this one is from when I was born. See how tiny my handprint is? They're beautiful, Schuyler said softly, handling each one with reverence. Landon watched her reactions, touched by how she treated each memory as precious without making it feel heavy. When Emma pulled out the construction paper reindeer she'd made in preschool, Schuyler examined it with the same care she'd shown the expensive glass ornaments. Oh, Emma giggled suddenly. Domino, no! They turned to find the dog had managed to remove 3 ornaments from the lower branches with her tail, arranging them in a neat line on the floor. She does this every year, Landon explained, helping Emma rehang them, though I suspect it's less about artistic vision and more about creating chaos. I don't know, Schuyler mused, watching Domino's tail mysteriously catch another ball. She seems to have strong opinions about their placement. They worked their way through the boxes, Emma sharing stories about each decoration, while Domino provided regular adjustments to their arrangement. Schuyler asked questions at just the right moments, laughed at all the silly memories, and somehow made the whole process feel less like opening a wound and more like sharing a treasure. Last one, Emma announced finally, pulling out a silver star. This was Mommy's favorite. She always let me put it on top. Landon tensed, waiting for the familiar ache, but instead found himself smiling at the memory of Sarah lifting Emma to reach the highest branch. When he caught Schuyler's eye, he saw nothing but warmth there. No jealousy, no discomfort, just understanding. It's perfect, Schuyler said, helping Emma position the star. They stood back to admire it for a moment until some commotion drew their attention away. I think Domino has some notes about the lower branches again. Sure enough, the dog's tail had created another small pile of relocated ornaments. Maybe she's trying to tell us something, Emma suggested, giggling as she fixed them again. Like maybe the stockings are too high for her to reach her Christmas treats? Nice try, Landon laughed. But I think your furry friend's artistic vision will have to wait until Christmas morning. Looking around at their newly decorated tree, at Emma's bright smile, at Domino's innocent expression as she eyed the lower branches again, Landon felt a peace he hadn't expected. especially when Skylar caught his hand and squeezed it gently. I should go get ready for the mixer, she said softly. Pick me up at 7? He nodded, suddenly looking forward to the evening in a way he hadn't anticipated. It wasn't quite a date, they hadn't called it that, but his heart quickened at the thought of seeing her dressed up, of sharing Betty's historic punch, of maybe finding a quiet moment to. Domino's tail swept another ornament to the floor, breaking his reverie. 7 it is, he laughed, though maybe we should put a fence around the bottom of the tree first. Where's the fun in that? Skylar winked, heading for the door. Besides, I think your creative director has an excellent eye for design. After she left, Emma curled up on the couch with Domino, both of them admiring their handiwork. The tree looks happy now, she declared, like it's full of memories and magic again. Looking at the twinkling lights reflecting off Sarah's cherished ornaments, at his daughter's peaceful smile, at the way even Domino seemed content with her redecorating efforts, Landon had to agree. Their tree was full of memories, old and new, bitter and sweet, and maybe that's what Christmas magic was really about, making room in your heart for all of it at once. Chapter 14. Landon tugged at his tie for the 100th time, wondering when exactly the town hall had gotten so warm. Though if he was being honest with himself, the temperature had nothing to do with his discomfort and everything to do with the way Skylar looked in her deep blue dress. She stood across the room, gesturing animatedly as she discussed something with Mayor Wallace. The dress brought out unexpected gold flecks in her brown eyes. Not that he'd been staring. Much. Your punch, dear. Betty appeared at his elbow, pressing a crystal cup into his hand. And you might want to try being less obvious about your admiration. You're making Gloria's gossip radar ping from across the room. I have no idea what you're talking about, Landon muttered, but he accepted the punch gratefully. Mm-hmm. Betty's knowing look could have melted snow. Well, in that case, I'm sure you're not at all interested in knowing that she's absolutely brilliant with these council members. Watch. He was already watching, couldn't help himself, really. Skylar had moved on to the zoning committee now, spreading diagrams across one of the tables. See, if we maintain the historic facades, but modernize the interiors strategically, she was saying, we could create a unique shopping experience. Like that brewery in Milwaukee that preserved their original 1920s bar while adding state-of-the-art brewing equipment. It became a tourist attraction in itself. But the cost, one of the committee members started, would be offset by the increased tourism revenue. Skylar pulled out what looked like a spreadsheet. I've run the numbers. With targeted marketing and proper preservation techniques, we could actually spend less than a full renovation while maintaining the character that makes Silver Creek Crossing special. Landon found himself moving closer, drawn in not just by her passion, but by the sharp intelligence behind it. She really had thought of everything. And you'd help coordinate this? Mayor Wallace asked. Your experience with large-scale events would be invaluable. I'd love to, Skylar said. Actually, I've been thinking about staying in Silver Creek Crossing to help my grandmother get things moving. If there's a big enough need and revenues rise, I may even stay permanently. Landon's heart actually stopped for a moment. Permanently? Mayor Wallace looked equally pleased. I know my grandmother, and she won't accept help from just anyone. The bakery needs someone with both business sense and respect for tradition, Skylar continued. And I've been wondering lately if maybe all those corporate events were just preparing me for something more meaningful. Well, Betty declared, appearing again as if by magic, I think this calls for more punch. As Betty led the mayor away for a refill, Landon finally found his voice. Did you mean that? About staying? Skylar turned, and the smile she gave him nearly stopped his heart again. I've been thinking about it. A lot, actually. The bakery, the town. She met his eyes. There are some pretty compelling reasons to stick around. Before he could respond, before he could tell her just how compelling he hoped those reasons were, her phone buzzed. The Chicago area code made his stomach clench. I should take this, she said apologetically. 2 minutes? Landon nodded, watching her slip into the hallway. He didn't mean to eavesdrop, but her voice carried through the partially open door. I know the timeline is tight. Yes, I understand the Morrison contract is... No, I haven't forgotten about New Year's Eve. His chest tightened as Skylar's voice grew more professional, more distant. This was the voice of corporate event planner Skylar, not the woman who baked cookies with his daughter and danced with him during stolen late-night moments. The client demands are very clear, she was saying. I'll have an answer for you by Christmas Eve. Landon turned away, not wanting to hear more. He'd been a fool to hope, to think that someone as vibrant and talented as Skylar would choose their small town over the glamorous life she'd built in Chicago. But then she reappeared at his side, something softening in her expression when she saw him. Sorry about that. Where were we? Preservation techniques, he offered, trying to keep his voice light. Actually, she stepped closer, straightening his crooked tie with careful fingers. I was thinking we could discuss those other compelling reasons I mentioned. Maybe over dinner tomorrow. The warmth of her hands through his shirt made it hard to remember why he'd been worried. Dinner sounds perfect. Good. Her smile turned playful. Though, fair warning, if Betty's punch is as infamous as advertised, we might need to stick to soup and coffee tomorrow. I'll have you know this punch is a time-honored tradition, he protested, but he was smiling too. Time-honored doesn't mean perfect, she teased, taking another sip. In fact, I bet I could improve it. Oh, really? He found himself fascinated by the way she analyzed everything, even party punch, with such focused attention. The same attention she gave to his daughter's stories, to the bakery's longtime customers, to him. And what's your secret? Skylar's eyes met his over the crystal rim. Wouldn't you like to know, Dr. Brooks? And goodness help him, he really would. He wanted to know everything. Her thoughts on punch recipes and preservation techniques, her favorite books and childhood dreams, the exact shade of pink her cheeks turned when he stood this close. Skylar's phone buzzed again, and this time her smile faltered slightly. I'm sorry, I really need to, Of course. Landon stepped back, giving her space. Take your time. He watched her slip away again, her shoulders tensing as she answered. Even from across the room, he could see the stress lines forming around her eyes as she paced the hallway. No, I understand the client's concerns. Yes, I know the New Year's Eve deadline is non-negotiable. Of course, I'm committed to the Morrison account. Each clipped professional response felt like another mile stretching between them. Remote work? Who was he kidding? The woman practically vibrated with ambitious energy. She needed more than small-town bakeries and preservation committees. Before Landon could talk to her again, Betty commandeered Skylar for some urgent discussion about the Christmas festival booth arrangements. He spent the rest of the evening watching her from a distance, trying to give her space, while his heart argued with his head about timing and possibilities and risk. After the mixer wound down, Landon drove Skylar home, both of them quiet with unspoken thoughts. He watched her disappear into her short-term rental, wondering if she was thinking about Chicago or Silver Creek Crossing as she turned out the lights. Frank was waiting up when Landon arrived to collect Emma, settled in his favorite armchair with a book. She's been out for hours, Frank said softly, nodding toward the couch where Emma slept curled under her grandmother's quilts. And she made me promise to wake her if you brought Skylar by. Just me tonight, Landon sighed, sinking into the other chair. Skylar had some work calls. Ah, Frank marked his place in his book. Chicago calling. Seems like it's always calling lately. Landon ran a hand through his hair. I don't know what I was thinking, Frank. She has this whole life there, this career she's worked so hard for. I can't ask her to give that up. Who says you have to ask? Frank's voice was gentle. Sometimes people make choices all on their own. The question is, are you ready if she chooses to stay? Does it matter? From the sound of those phone calls. It matters, Frank interrupted firmly. Because that little girl over there? He nodded toward Emma. She's already chosen to love Skylar. And from what I can see, you have too, whether you're ready to admit it or not. Before Landon could respond, Emma stirred slightly. Daddy, she mumbled, you're home. Did Skylar wear a pretty dress? The prettiest, he said softly, moving to gather her into his arms. Blue, like winter twilight. Can she come over this weekend? Emma asked through a yawn as he carried her to the truck. I want to show her my science project, the one about cookie chemistry. Landon's heart squeezed. Princess, about Skylar. there's something we should probably talk about." But Emma had already drifted back to sleep against his shoulder. Looking at his daughter's peaceful face, Landon felt the weight of everything unsaid pressing on his chest. He needed to be honest, with Emma, with himself, with Skylar. Honest about how his heart raced when she smiled, how natural she felt in their lives, how terrified he was of letting her in just to watch her leave. But not tonight. Tonight, he just settled Emma into bed, Domino padding in to take her usual spot at Emma's feet. In his own room later, he found himself standing at the window, looking out at the snow-covered yard. The Christmas lights they'd hung together cast multicolored shadows on the drifts, and somewhere in the distance, church bells chimed the late hour. Frank was right. Some things were worth the risk. The question was, could he convince Skylar that small-town magic was worth more than big-city success? And more importantly, did he have the right to even try? Tomorrow, he decided. Tomorrow he'd find the words to tell her how he felt, to ask her to stay, or at least to tell her that whatever time they had was worth it, even if it couldn't last forever.
Chapter 15. The hospital corridor was quiet, except for the gentle beeping of monitors and the distant sound of nurses chatting at their station. Skylar balanced a box of fresh cranberry muffins, her grandmother's favorite, as she made her way to room 312. She found Rose sitting up in bed, looking much stronger than she had during those first few days. The ever-present crossword puzzle lay in her lap, though today it appeared untouched. "You're thinking too hard, sweetheart," Rose said before Skylar could even sit down. "I can hear those gears turning from here." "I brought muffins." Skylar set the box on the bedside table, buying herself time to gather her thoughts. "And worry lines between your eyebrows." Rose patted the bed beside her. "Come here. Tell your grandmother what's got you looking like you're trying to solve world peace and figure out my filing system all at once." Skylar perched on the edge of the bed, smoothing non-existent wrinkles from her skirt. "It's nothing, really. Just work stuff. Richard called again about the Morrison contract, and the New Year's Eve event is apparently even bigger than expected. And none of that is why you're here at 9 in the morning on your day off." Rose's knowing look could have rivaled Betty's. "This wouldn't have anything to do with a certain veterinarian, would it? The one everybody in town keeps reportedly seeing you with?" Heat crept into Skylar's cheeks. "Maybe. I don't know, Grandma. It's complicated. Love usually is. I didn't say anything about love." But even as she protested, Skylar's mind drifted to last night's mixer, to Landon's gentle hands straightening her coat collar, to the way his eyes had followed her across the room, to how natural it felt to be by his side as they discussed the town's future. "You didn't have to." Rose reached for her hand. "I recognize that look. I wore it myself once, when your grandfather first started coming by the bakery every morning for just coffee." Her smile turned mischievous. Took him 3 months to admit he didn't even like coffee. Despite herself, Skylar laughed. "I remember that story. But this is different. Landon has Emma to think about and Sarah's memory to honor, and I have a whole life in Chicago. A career I've worked so hard for." "Do you love it? The Chicago life?" Skylar paused, really considering the question. "I love the challenge of it, the excitement. But lately it all feels a bit empty. Like I'm planning these elaborate parties that people will forget by next week, while here." She gestured vaguely. "Here everything matters. Every cookie, every smile, every small kindness. It feels real in a way Chicago never did." "And Landon?" "He feels real too." The admission came out barely above a whisper. "So does Emma, but it's crazy, right? To even think about throwing away everything I've built for a man I've only known a few weeks? For a town that might not even want to keep its old bakery?" "Ah," Rose's eyes twinkled. "So that's what's really worrying you. You're afraid of choosing something that might not last forever." "Shouldn't I be? The practical thing would be to go back to Chicago, take the promotion Richard's offering, focus on my career." "Skylar." Rose's voice was gentle but firm. Sometimes the biggest dreams are the ones we never knew we had, sweetheart. What do you mean? I mean that I spent years thinking my dream was to open a fancy restaurant in the city, had the plans all drawn up, even looked at properties. Then one day your grandfather walked into my parents' bakery, took one bite of a sugar cookie, and suddenly all those city dreams seemed very small compared to the idea of building something real right here. But that was different. You'd known him for 3 weeks. Rose's smile widened at Skylar's surprise. When you know, you know. The trick is being brave enough to admit it. Skylar picked at a loose thread on the hospital blanket. I wouldn't even know where to start, how to choose. Well, Rose said thoughtfully, whenever I need to make a big decision, I bake on it. You what? Bake on it. Much better than sleeping on it. Something about the rhythm of it helps clear the mind. She paused. Speaking of baking, how are those miracle cookies coming along? Still not quite right. Skylar sighed. I've followed your recipe exactly, but something's missing. That special sparkle they always had when you made them. Rose's expression turned knowing again. And what were you thinking about while you made them? Measurements, technique, making sure I didn't burn them like the first batch. Wrong answer. Rose squeezed her hand. Those cookies aren't about technique, sweetheart. They're about what's in your heart, about who you're baking them for. Grandma, just trust me on this one. Go home, make another batch, and this time, instead of thinking about Chicago or careers or what's practical, think about what makes your heart feel full. Skylar stood slowly, gathering her purse. That's your advice? Bake cookies? That's my advice. Rose's eyes were soft with understanding. Sometimes the biggest miracles start with the smallest choices, like choosing to believe in a little Christmas magic. I should get going, Skylar said, checking her watch. The festival starts in an hour, and Betty will never forgive me if our booth isn't perfect. Ah, yes, the famous Sweet Pine Christmas display. Rose's eyes twinkled. I hear you've made some changes to the usual setup? Just a few tweaks to the lighting and presentation, though according to Betty, moving the cookie samples to the left side of the booth is practically revolutionary. Change can be good, Rose said meaningfully, even if it's scary at first. Driving back to the bakery through streets already filling with festival vendors and early visitors, Skylar found herself thinking about choices, about the way Emma's face lit up when she saw her, about how Landon's hand felt in hers, about the simple joy of creating something real in a small-town kitchen. But as she pulled up behind Sweet Pine Bakery, watching Betty direct the booth setup with military precision, while Gloria Wheeler fussed with garland placement, Skylar found herself wondering if maybe her grandmother was right. There you are, Betty called, waving frantically. We need your opinion on the gingerbread display, and Frank says Landon's having trouble with one of the nativity calves, something about stage fright. Skylar's phone buzzed for the third time in 20 minutes as she arranged gingerbread houses on Sweet Pine's festival display. Chicago's area code glowed accusingly on the screen before she sent it to voicemail again. Order up, Betty called from behind her. 2 hot chocolates for the Brooks family. Extra marshmallows. Light on the peppermint for Emma, Skylar said automatically, already reaching for Emma's favorite snowflake-painted mug. And a coffee for Landon. 1 sugar, splash of cream. Betty's knowing look made her flush. My, you've certainly learned their preferences quickly. It's my job to remember orders, Skylar muttered, but they both knew it was more than that. The festival hummed with activity around their booth. Mrs. Peterson stopped by to debate the merits of snickerdoodles versus ginger snaps with Betty, while Mr. Wilson delivered fresh pine garland, just because the booth looked like it needed a little something extra. Skylar found herself greeting each familiar face by name, asking about grandchildren and pets and holiday plans, like she'd known them all her life. Skylar, Emma's voice carried across the square. Dad says the baby cow is being dramatic again. Landon appeared behind his daughter, looking adorably flustered in his festival coordinator vest. "I don't suppose you have any cookie magic that works on stubborn livestock." "Having trouble with your modeling career recruitment?" Skylar teased, handing them their drinks. Apparently, Gloria's lighting setup is too avant-garde for Bessie's taste. He accepted his coffee with a grateful smile. "Though I suspect she's just mad we wouldn't let her wear the tinsel collar Emma suggested." "It would have looked so pretty," Emma insisted, "and very professional." "Can't argue with that logic." Skylar grabbed her coat. "Betty, can you—" "Go help with the cow crisis," Betty waved her off. "These cookies and I have had a long understanding." The nativity scene setup was barely controlled chaos. Gloria Wheeler was attempting to adjust spotlights while arguing with Mrs. Henderson about the hay bale arrangement, and the infamous Bessie had planted herself firmly behind a tree, refusing to emerge. "She's very sensitive about her artistic integrity," Emma explained seriously as they approached. Landon ran a hand through his hair, making it stick up endearingly. "I don't suppose you have any other cattle contacts, because I'm about ready to replace her with a cardboard cutout." "Daddy," Emma gasped, "you can't replace Bessie. She's a star." "A very reluctant star," he muttered. Skylar's phone buzzed again, Richard's number this time, but she found herself far more interested in the way Landon was attempting to reason with a cow about proper theatrical commitment. "Look," he was saying to Bessie, "we all have stage fright sometimes. But this is your big break, your moment to shine, to really show the world what you're capable of." "Is he giving a cow a pep talk?" Gloria asked, pausing in her light adjustment. "A very good one," Emma nodded approvingly. "He's appealing to her dreams." Skylar couldn't help it. She burst out laughing. The sight of Silver Creek Crossing's most respected veterinarian earnestly discussing career goals with a hesitant Holstein was possibly the most endearing thing she'd ever seen. Her laugh seemed to break the tension. Bessie peered around the tree with interest, and Emma seized the opportunity to offer her a handful of hay. "See? Just like rehearsal. One step at a time." Soon they had the nativity scene arranged properly. Bessie settled contentedly between two artfully placed hay bales, somehow looking exactly like she'd planned the whole dramatic entrance for effect. "I think she just wanted to make an impact," Emma decided, patting the cow's neck. "Like a real actress." "Well, she certainly managed that." Landon checked his watch. "The carol singers should be starting soon. Want to go watch?" Emma nodded eagerly but paused. "Can Skylar come too?" Right on cue, Skylar's phone lit up again. The word "urgent" flashed across her screen, followed by a reminder about the Morrison contract deadline. She looked at the phone, then at Emma's hopeful face, then at Landon, who was watching her with something soft and uncertain in his eyes, like he was afraid to ask her to stay but wanted to anyway. When had their happiness become more important than investor meetings and client deadlines? When had this small town's Christmas festival started meaning more than all the glittering galas she'd planned in Chicago? "You know what?" Skylar silenced her phone and slipped it into her pocket. "I wouldn't miss it." Emma cheered, grabbing both their hands to pull them toward the town square. As they walked, Skylar found herself mentally cataloging every detail. The way the Christmas lights twinkled in the early dusk, how Emma skipped between them humming carols, the warmth of Landon's fingers linked with hers. Her 5-year career plan had never included falling in love with a small-town vet and his daughter, had never accounted for the way her heart could feel so full of cookie recipes and Christmas pageants and controversial nativity cows. But maybe, she thought as Emma's laughter rang out across the square, the best plans were the ones life wrote for you when you weren't looking. Even if they did sometimes come with theatrical livestock.
Chapter 16. And then the shepherds, "Emma, honey, that's your cue to move stage right." Mrs. Wheeler's voice echoed through the church as she attempted to herd a group of sugar-rushed third graders into some semblance of order. The dress rehearsal had been going for over an hour, and the angels' halos were starting to droop nearly as much as their attention spans. Landon sat in the back pew beside Skylar, who'd stopped by to deliver Emma's forgotten costume belt and somehow gotten roped into helping adjust wings and straighten tinsel. He found himself watching her more than the rehearsal. The way she automatically reached to fix a crooked halo. How she always seemed to have a tissue ready for runny noses and candy cane mishaps. His phone vibrated. Dr. Miller's number. "Everything okay?" Skylar whispered as he checked the message. "One of the Andersons' horses is colicking again. Bad this time." He was already standing, mind racing through logistics. "I need to go," she said simply. "I'll stay with Emma." He was halfway to his truck before the weight of that simple exchange hit him. He hadn't even had to ask. Skylar had just stepped in, natural as breathing. Like she belonged in their lives. Like she'd always been there, ready to handle whatever crisis arose. The realization nearly stopped him in his tracks. When had this happened? When had they become the kind of unit where he didn't think twice about leaving his daughter in Skylar's care? When had Emma started looking to Skylar first when she needed a wing adjustment or confidence boost? And what would happen when Skylar inevitably returned to her real life in Chicago? The questions plagued him as he drove to the Anderson farm, as he worked to save the distressed mare, as he monitored her vital signs hour after hour. Every time he checked his phone, he found updates from Skylar. Emma nailed her big line, though there was a small tinsel incident with the baby Jesus. Rehearsals wrapping up. Taking her for victory hot chocolate at the bakery first, then home for dinner. That okay? She's helping me close up shop. Says she needs to quality test the candy cane cookies for historical accuracy. Each message squeezed his heart a little tighter. They painted such a perfect picture. His girls sharing cookies and laughter, taking care of each other in his absence. His girls. Thinking of them that way warmed his heart. It was nearly midnight when he finally made it home. The house was quiet except for Domino's soft greeting at the door. He found them in the living room, both fast asleep on the couch. Emma still wore her angel costume, though her halo had slipped sideways in sleep. Skylar's hand rested protectively over Emma's, a half-eaten cookie on the coffee table between them. The sight nearly brought him to his knees. As if sensing his presence, Emma stirred slightly. "Daddy?" she mumbled, blinking owlishly. "Is the horse okay?" "She's going to be fine, princess." He moved to lift her, but she snuggled closer to Skylar instead. "Skylar helped me practice my lines again," she said sleepily. "And she said—" Emma yawned hugely. "She said Mommy would be proud of my halo. That angels always know these things." Something caught in Landon's throat. He looked at Skylar's peaceful face, at the gentle way she held Emma even in sleep, and his chest ached with everything he suddenly wanted and couldn't have. Because Skylar wasn't really theirs to keep. No matter how right this felt, how perfectly she fit into their lives, Chicago was waiting. Her real life was waiting, and he had no right to ask her to give that up, no matter how much his heart whispered otherwise. "Come on, Angel," he said softly, finally gathering Emma into his arms. "Time for bed." "Can Skylar stay?" Emma mumbled against his shoulder. "She makes everything feel happy again." "Let's let her sleep, princess." He carried Emma upstairs, his heart heavy with things he couldn't change. But when he returned to the living room, looking at Skylar curled on his couch like she belonged there, he allowed himself one moment of weakness. One moment to imagine a future where she did stay, where midnight pageant practices and cookie tastings weren't temporary magic, but everyday miracles. He carefully draped a blanket over her sleeping form. As he tucked it around her shoulders, she stirred, blinking up at him in the dim light. "Hey," she whispered, voice soft with sleep. "What time is it?" Late. The mare finally stabilized. He should step back, should thank her politely and show her out. Instead, he found himself sinking onto the couch beside her. "Thank you for staying with Emma." "Of course." Skylar sat up, drawing her knees to her chest, but keeping the blanket around her shoulders. She was amazing at rehearsal. You should have seen her face when she nailed that line. "I saw the video you sent." He smiled, remembering Emma's triumphant grin. "Though you left out the details of this tinsel incident with baby Jesus. Probably best for all involved if that remains classified information." Her answering smile did something warm to his chest. creative differences regarding proper manger decoration. They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, the Christmas tree lights casting soft shadows across the room. Landon found himself studying her profile, the way she fit so naturally into this quiet midnight moment. "This scares me," he admitted finally, barely above a whisper. Skylar turned to face him. "What scares you?" "How easy this is. How right it feels to come home and find you here. To see you with Emma, to imagine." He trailed off, running a hand through his hair. "I'm falling for you, Skylar, and that terrifies me." Instead of pulling away, she reached for his hand, threading their fingers together. "Why?" "Because you have this whole other life waiting in Chicago. Because I have no right to ask you to give up your dreams. Because Emma's already lost one mother figure, and I..." Skylar stopped his words with a kiss, soft and short. When she pulled back, her eyes were bright with certainty. "I'm falling for you too," she whispered. "Both of you. And maybe that should terrify me. Throwing away my 5-year plan for a small-town vet and his daughter? It's crazy, right?" "Completely crazy," he agreed. But he was smiling now, his free hand coming up to cup her cheek. "But you know what's crazier?" She leaned into his touch. "How much I don't care about that plan anymore. How right this feels." This time when they kissed, it felt like coming home. Like puzzle pieces clicking into place, like Christmas carols and cookie-scented kitchens and everything warm and certain in the world. Later, after he'd walked her to her car, after one more goodnight kiss that tasted like possibilities, Landon stood in his doorway, watching her taillights disappear into the night. His heart felt lighter than it had in years, even as his mind reminded him that nothing was certain. He didn't want to be the reason she gave up her career, her dreams, the life she'd built. He never wanted her to look back with regret, to wonder what might have been if she'd chosen differently. But goodness, he wanted her to stay. Wanted morning runs and midnight conversations, cookie tastings and pageant practices. All the little moments that made up a life together. For now, though, he'd take tonight. Take the memory of her smile in the Christmas lights, of her hand in his, of the way she'd whispered, "Falling for you, too," like a promise. The rest would have to work itself out in its own time.
Chapter 17. The bakery smelled like Christmas miracles. Or at least it smelled like Skylar was finally getting close to one. She pulled another batch of cookies from the oven, studying their golden perfection with a critical eye. The rose water and nutmeg balanced perfectly, creating that elusive shimmer her grandmother had always achieved. Even Betty had declared the last batch almost there, which was practically a 5-star review coming from her. Skylar knew why these were different. She'd baked them thinking about Saturday mornings with Emma sprawled at the counter, math homework forgotten in favor of helping sort sprinkles by color. About Landon bringing them all lunch, pretending he just happened to have extra sandwiches while sneaking cookies when he thought no one was looking. About how this cramped ancient kitchen had somehow become more home than her sleek Chicago apartment ever was. Her phone buzzed on the counter. Another email about the upcoming event in Chicago. She'd been avoiding her inbox all morning, trying not to think about the logistics of unwinding a life. How did you tell your boss you were choosing small-town bakeries over corporate advancement? How did you explain that Christmas magic was worth more than corner offices? The timer dinged again. Skylar reached for the cookie sheet, her mind racing with all the calls she needed to make, the apartment lease she needed to break, Her elbow caught the cooling rack. Time seemed to slow as she watched an entire batch of nearly perfect miracle cookies slide to the floor, scattering across the ancient tiles like broken promises. The crash felt symbolic somehow, like the universe commenting on her attempts to have it all figured out. Her phone chose that moment to ring. Not email this time. Richard's actual number lighting up the screen. Skylar. His voice was clipped when she answered. This has gone on long enough. I'm coming to Silver Creek Crossing tomorrow. What? She stared at the cookies scattered across the floor. Richard, that's not... The Morrison account is too important to lose. You're the only one they want to work with, which means we need you here. And frankly, I'm worried about you. Small town life, running a bakery, This isn't you. You don't know what is or isn't me. I'm getting on a plane in an hour. We'll talk sense tomorrow. He hung up before she could protest further. Skylar looked at the mess on the floor, at the emails piling up on her phone, at the life she'd built crumbling like cookie crumbs at her feet. She did the only thing she could think of. She started baking. Cranberry orange muffins first, then ginger snaps, then an entire batch of snickerdoodles. She lost track of time, measuring and mixing and trying not to think about tomorrow, about choices, about how her heart seemed to know what it wanted, even while her head spun with practicalities. The bell above the door chimed just as she was pulling a fourth tray of stress-induced chocolate chip cookies from the oven. I thought I might find you here. Landon stood in the doorway, holding up a takeout bag from the diner. Emma was worried you'd forget to eat again. I eat, Skylar protested weakly, gesturing at the cookie-covered counters. Ah yes, the famous all-cookie diet. He stepped carefully around the remains of her failed miracle cookies, still scattered across the floor. Rough day? What gave it away? The destroyed cookies or the fact that I've apparently baked enough to feed an army? Actually, it was the flour in your hair. His smile was gentle as he set the food down, though the cookie carnage is a pretty good clue too. Skylar reached up self-consciously to touch her hair, and sure enough, it was dusted with evidence of her baking frenzy. I'm a mess. A beautiful mess. He moved closer, brushing flour from her cheek with his thumb. Want to talk about it? She leaned into his touch, trying to find the words to explain how everything was falling apart and coming together all at once. How Richard's imminent arrival felt like worlds colliding, like being forced to choose between the person she'd spent years becoming and the person her heart wanted to be. Instead, what came out was, I dropped the miracle cookies. Landon's eyes crinkled with amusement as he surveyed the damage. I can see that, but I'm more concerned about what drove you to apparently bake every recipe in your grandmother's collection. He gestured at the overflowing cooling racks. Not that I'm complaining. Emma will be thrilled. My boss is coming tomorrow, she blurted out, to talk sense into me about the New Year's Eve event, about Chicago, about everything. Ah. His hand dropped from her face, and she immediately missed its warmth. I guess we knew this was coming. Did we? Because I feel completely blindsided by all of it. By this town, by the bakery, by... She met his eyes. By you. The way he looked at her then made her heart stutter, like she was something precious and terrifying all at once, like maybe he was just as blindsided as she was. Well, he said finally, reaching for the takeout bag. I don't know much about New Year's Eve galas or corporate decisions, but I do know you shouldn't face any of it on an empty stomach. He pulled out containers of what smelled like Mary's famous chili from the diner. And Emma would never forgive me if I let you survive on cookies alone. Something in Skylar's chest loosened at the simple gesture, at how he wasn't pushing for answers or making demands, just offering food and understanding and his steady presence. There are bowls in the top cabinet, she said softly, unless you want to eat straight from the containers like heathens. Heathens who apparently have access to an awful lot of fresh-baked cookies for dessert. His smile warmed her more than any comfort baking had. Maybe we should clean up the floor first. Skylar looked at the scattered remains of her almost perfect batch, at the mess she'd made in her panic. Yeah, probably should. They settled at the counter, pushing aside cookie sheets to make room for their impromptu dinner. Landon handed her a spoon, his fingers brushing hers in a way that shouldn't still make her heart flutter, but did. So, he said after they'd eaten in comfortable silence for a few minutes, want to tell me what's really on your mind? What is it about talking to your boss that has you so frazzled? Maybe I can help. Skylar pushed a stray cranberry muffin around the counter. Everything? Nothing? I don't even know anymore. She took a deep breath. It's not just about Richard coming tomorrow. Even if I decide to, even if I choose to stay, there's so much to figure out. Like what? Like the fact that I can't just abandon my team in Chicago. The Morrison account isn't just about New Year's Eve. It's a whole year of events they're counting on me to coordinate. I'd need to help transition everything, train someone new. She gestured helplessly. You can't just walk away from 5 years of client relationships overnight. No, he agreed quietly. You can't. And then there's the bakery. She met his eyes. The council votes next week on the renovation requirements. Even if we somehow come up with the money for all the upgrades, I've been going through Grandma's books again. Unless every month is like December, there's no way the business can sustain itself long term, not with these overhead costs. Understanding dawned in Landon's expression. That's why some of the equipment is so outdated. Exactly. Grandma's been getting by on Christmas rushes and summer tourism, but the rest of the year? Skylar shook her head. She couldn't afford to keep someone on full-time even if she wanted to, which means even if I wanted to stay. Hey. Landon reached across the counter, taking her hand. One problem at a time, okay? The council hasn't voted yet, and you've already convinced half of them that preserving the historic district is worth considering alternatives. But what if it's not enough? What if we figure it out together? His thumb traced circles on her palm. The bakery's more than just a business to this town. It's part of our heart. Look at all the people who stop by just to chat with Betty, or the kids who do their homework here after school, or the way Emma lights up every time she walks through that door. Despite herself, Skylar smiled. She does love arranging the display case. Exactly. And she's not the only one. This place matters to people. He squeezed her hand. You matter to people. The simple sincerity in his voice made her throat tight. When did you get so good at making everything feel manageable? Probably around the same time you got so good at making Emma feel like anything is possible. His eyes softened. Like making me feel that way too. Skylar looked around at her grandmother's bakery, at the ancient mixer that only worked if you sweet-talked it, at the cookie-covered counters that held generations of memories, at the Christmas lights twinkling in windows she'd decorated with Emma's help. Then she looked at Landon, who somehow made her feel both completely safe and absolutely terrified. I have less than 24 hours, she whispered, to decide between the life I spent years planning and the one I never knew I wanted. What does your heart say? My heart? She laughed softly. My heart is sitting right here eating chili in a flour-dusted kitchen, wondering how I ever thought corner offices and champagne tastings could compete with small-town Christmas magic. But my head keeps spinning with practical questions, logistics, reality. She gestured at the chaos around them. I can't solve 5 years of business problems with cookie recipes and Christmas wishes. No, he agreed, but maybe you don't have to solve them all tonight. As if to emphasize his point, Domino's distinctive bark sounded from outside in Landon's truck. Speaking of things that can't wait, Landon smiled apologetically. I should get home. It's a school night, and I want to see Emma before Frank gets her tucked in. Skylar walked him to the door, and as he turned to leave, Landon caught her hand one more time. For what it's worth, he said softly, I think you already know what you want. You're just scared to admit it. You're so wise, she teased, but her voice wobbled slightly. Experienced, he smiled, squeezing her hand. Get some rest, okay? Whatever happens tomorrow, you're not facing it alone. After Landon left, Skylar surveyed the chaos of her stress-baking marathon. Tomorrow, Richard would arrive with his corporate ultimatums and career opportunities. Tomorrow, she'd have to find the words to explain how a small town in the middle of nowhere had completely upended her carefully plotted life. But for now, she had a kitchen to clean and decisions to make. Chapter 18. The town hall's ancient radiator clanked and hissed, fighting against the December chill. Skylar sat in the back row, papers spread across her lap, spreadsheets, cost analyses, every scrap of financial data she'd managed to compile from her grandmother's creative bookkeeping system. None of it looked promising. "Last item on tonight's agenda," Mayor Wallace announced, shuffling his notes. "The historic district renovation requirements." Gloria Wheeler immediately raised her hand. "I move to delay the vote until—" "Motion denied." The mayor's voice was firm. "We've delayed long enough. The council needs to make a decision tonight." Skylar's stomach clenched as he began outlining the proposed requirements. New electrical systems, updated plumbing, modernized storefronts that somehow maintained historical character while meeting current building codes. The estimated costs made her head spin. She glanced down at her grandmother's ledger again, at the careful columns of numbers that told a story of a business staying afloat through sheer determination and community loyalty. Even with holiday rushes and summer tourists, even if she implemented every marketing strategy she knew. "Ms. Baskin?" She looked up to find the entire council watching her. "I'm sorry?" "The renovation costs," Mayor Wallace repeated. "Given your experience with the bakery's operations, do you have a timeline for when these updates could be completed?" Skylar stood on shaky legs, gripping her papers like a shield. "To be honest, sir, I'm not sure they can be." She took a deep breath. "The estimated costs for just the electrical updates alone would require more capital than the bakery generates in 6 months, and that's during peak season." "Surely there are small business loans," someone started, "which would require proof of sustainable income to support repayment." Skylar gestured to her spreadsheets. "The bakery operates on razor-thin margins for most of the year, adding loan payments to the existing overhead." She shook her head. "The math simply doesn't work." A murmur ran through the room. Skylar caught glimpses of Betty's worried frown, Gloria's sympathetic wince, Frank's thoughtful expression. But it was Landon she found herself watching, the way his jaw tightened, his fingers drumming restlessly on the council table. "The requirements are non-negotiable," the mayor said, though he didn't sound happy about it. "Safety codes must be met. Perhaps if the business isn't viable." "If I may." Landon stood suddenly, his chair scraping against the wooden floor. "I'd like to say something about viability." The mayor nodded, and Landon moved to the center of the room. He didn't have any notes, any prepared speech, but his voice carried clear and strong. "We keep talking about these buildings like they're just structures, just wood and brick that need updating. But they're more than that. They're the heart of our community." His eyes found Skylar's. "Take Sweet Pine Bakery. Sure, the mixer's ancient and the oven's temperamental. But do you know how many children have done their homework at those counters? How many first dates started over coffee and muffins? How many generations have celebrated birthdays and weddings and new babies with Rose Hamilton's recipes?" He turned to face the council fully. "Last week, my daughter had a rough day at school, feeling down about missing her mom. You know where she wanted to go? Not home, not to her favorite park. She wanted to go to the bakery. Because somehow that place, with all its quirks and outdated charm, has become a spot where she feels safe. Where this whole town feels safe." Skylar's throat tightened as Landon continued. "We're not just voting on building codes tonight. We're voting on whether to preserve the soul of Silver Creek Crossing. And yes, maybe some updates are needed. Maybe we need to find creative solutions. But forcing these businesses to modernize overnight, to take on impossible debt or close their doors?" He shook his head. "That's not progress. That's erasing our history one building at a time." The room had gone completely silent except for the radiator's persistent clanking. Even Mayor Wallace seemed to be considering Landon's words. "What do you suggest?" Gloria asked finally. "The safety requirements can't simply be ignored." "No, they can't," Landon agreed. "But maybe we can approach this differently. Phase the changes over time. Create a community fund to help offset costs. Partner with preservation societies that specialize in historic buildings." He smiled slightly. I hear we have someone with excellent event planning experience who might have ideas about fundraising opportunities. Several heads turned toward Skylar, who felt her cheeks warm. That's all well and good, the mayor said, but it doesn't change the immediate situation. These buildings need work now, not years from now. Then let's set reasonable timelines, Landon pressed. Work with each business individually to create sustainable plans. Because I guarantee you, if we force these changes too quickly, we won't have any historic district left to preserve. The council chamber erupted in discussion. Skylar watched as alliances formed and shifted, as arguments were made and counter-made. But something had changed in the room's energy. Landon's words had struck a chord. I move to table the vote, Gloria announced suddenly. Just until next month, she added quickly when the mayor started to protest. After the holidays. Give us time to explore some of these alternative solutions. I second, Betty called from her seat. All in favor? Hands rose around the room. Not everyone, but enough. Enough to buy some time, at least. Motion carries, Mayor Wallace declared, though he didn't look entirely happy about it. We'll revisit this in January, though I want concrete proposals by then, not just emotional appeals. As the meeting broke up, Skylar remained in her seat, staring at the useless spreadsheets in her lap. They still didn't add up. The month's reprieve wouldn't change the fundamental math. But when she looked up to find Landon watching her from across the room, something else was adding up perfectly. The way he'd spoken about the bakery, about community, about finding creative solutions instead of giving up. He'd been talking about more than just buildings. He'd been talking about them, about the future they could build if she was brave enough to try. The council members filtered out slowly, still debating preservation strategies and funding options. Skylar waited until the room had mostly cleared before approaching Landon, who was gathering his notes at the council table. That was quite a speech, she said softly. He looked up, a slight flush coloring his cheeks. Too dramatic? Perfect, actually. She stepped closer, heart full of everything he'd said about the bakery, about community, about finding ways to make impossible things work. My grandmother would have loved it. Standing on her tiptoes, she pressed a kiss to his cheek. That one's from her. Before he could respond, she kissed his other cheek, lingering a moment longer. And that one's from me. Skylar. His voice was rough as he turned toward her fully, one hand coming up to cup her face. I need to tell you something. About why I really stood up there. The screech of expensive tires on salt-covered pavement cut through the moment. Through the town hall's window, Skylar caught sight of a sleek black car pulling into a parking spot, a car that looked very out of place in Silver Creek Crossing. Richard, she breathed, recognizing her boss's preferred rental. He's early. Landon's hand dropped from her face, but his eyes held hers steadily. Want me to stay? No, She squared her shoulders. I need to handle this. But later? Can we talk later? I'll be at the clinic. He caught her hand, squeezing once before letting go. Whatever happens in there, whatever he says, just remember what I said about the heart of this community, about your place in it. Skylar watched him leave through the side door before turning to face the main entrance, where Richard's purposeful footsteps were already echoing in the hallway. He looked exactly as she remembered. Expertly tailored suit, Manhattan haircut, cell phone already in hand. But somehow he seemed smaller here, less intimidating among the wood paneling and community bulletin boards. Skylar. He took in her worn sweater with a slight frown. I see small-town life agrees with you. Richard. She gestured to one of the empty chairs. You're early. Yes, well, things have developed rather quickly. He settled into the chair, straightening his cuffs. The Morrison account has expanded, significantly. They're not just looking for event planning anymore. They want a full lifestyle brand rollout. Starting with the New Year's Eve gala. Oh. Skylar sank into the chair across from him. I see. The changes will involve a lot of collaboration with our New York team, but no one knows this account better than you, and they don't trust anyone as well as they trust you, which is why I'm here with an offer. He leaned forward intently. We want you to oversee all East Coast operations, full creative control, corner office in Manhattan, salary that would make your current compensation look like pocket change. Skylar's mind spun. That kind of money could save the bakery, could fund all the renovations, and then some. Richard, The catch is, we need you in New York immediately after Christmas. The New Year's Eve event has grown into something massive, and we need all hands on deck. He checked his watch. I have a car waiting to take us to dinner in the city. We can discuss the details. Tonight? Skylar's voice cracked slightly. But I have the bakery and the pageant preparations. Skylar. Richard's voice gentled slightly. Look at you. You're covered in flour, worried about small-town performances. This isn't you. The Skylar I know lives for the big events, the career-making moments. And this? He spread his hands. This is the biggest moment of your career. She thought about Landon's speech, about community and heart and finding creative solutions, about Emma's smile and Betty's criticism and her grandmother's quiet wisdom. Can I have some time to think about it? He frowned, a no poised and ready on his lips. Skylar held her breath, and then Richard sighed loudly. Until Christmas Eve. He stood, brushing invisible dust from his suit. The offer expires then. We need to move quickly on this. After he left, Skylar sat alone in the council chamber, listening to the radiator's steady clanking. Through the window, she could see Christmas lights twinkling on Main Street, hear distant carols from the church choir's practice. Manhattan, creative control. Enough money to save everything she'd grown to love about this town. All she had to do was leave it behind. She pulled out her phone, thumb hovering over Landon's number. But what would she say? How could she explain that she finally had a way to save the bakery, to preserve everything he'd just fought for? But the cost would be walking away from the people who made it all worth saving in the first place.
Chapter 19. Their breath fogged in the pre-dawn air as they ran their usual route, Domino trotting faithfully between them. Landon found himself hyper-aware of every detail this morning. The crunch of snow beneath their feet, the way the streetlights caught the ice crystals in the air, how Skylar's pace kept falling out of sync with his, when normally they moved in perfect rhythm. He'd grown used to their comfortable morning silence, the way they could share space without needing to fill it. But today, the quiet felt different, heavy, like words unsaid were gathering in the space between them, making even their familiar route feel strange and uncertain. Penny for your thoughts? Landon asked as they rounded the corner by the park, where the Christmas lights still twinkled in the darkness. Skylar blinked, as if just remembering where she was. Oh, just a lot on my mind. Richard's offer? She nodded, but didn't elaborate. She hadn't shared the details of their meeting the day before, just mentioned that he'd made an unexpected proposal that required some thought. The silence that followed had felt heavy with unspoken words. Want to talk about it? Not yet. She attempted a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Still processing. Normally, by this point in their run, she'd be telling him about her baking plans for the day, or asking about Emma's pageant preparations, or teasing him about Domino's obvious favoritism when it came to running routes. The absence of her usual warmth felt like another layer of frost settling over the morning. They passed the bank's darkened windows, where just yesterday they'd paused to admire the Christmas display they arranged. Today, Skylar didn't even glance at it. The pageant's tomorrow, he said, trying to bridge whatever gap was growing between them. Emma's been practicing her lines even in her sleep. That's good. Her response was automatic, distant. She stumbled slightly on an icy patch, and though Landon reached out to steady her, she caught herself before his hand could touch her arm. They finished their run in quiet, broken only by Domino's occasional investigative detours into snowbanks. When they reached Sweet Pine's door, Skylar fumbled with her keys longer than usual. "Thanks for the company," she said softly, not quite meeting his eyes. "Always." He wanted to say more, to ask what was really troubling her, to understand why she felt so far away when she was standing right beside him. Instead, he just watched as she finally got the door open. That's when he saw it. Her laptop sat open on the counter, where mixing bowls usually waited. Spread around it were papers covered in what looked like event layouts, seating charts, vendor contracts, all bearing expensive Manhattan addresses and corporate logos. No flour dusted these pages, no cookie recipes or handwritten notes about proper marshmallow ratios. Just clean professional documents outlining the kind of high-profile events she used to coordinate. Used to. Past tense. But looking at her counter now, at the way she was carefully not meeting his eyes, at how she'd begun pulling away during their morning runs. Maybe it wasn't past tense at all. "Skylar," he started, but she was already moving into the bakery. "I should get started on the morning bake," she said quickly. "Christmas Eve pageant tomorrow means extra cookies to prepare." "Right." His chest felt tight. "Of course." He watched through the window as she moved around the kitchen, noticing how she avoided looking at the laptop, at the papers, at all the evidence of a life calling her back, a life that had nothing to do with small-town bakeries or morning runs or falling in love with single fathers and their daughters. Domino whined softly, pressing against his leg as if sensing his distress. "Come on, girl," he said quietly. "Let's go home." As they walked away, Landon tried to ignore how final those words felt. How much home had started to include the woman currently surrounded by big city plans instead of cookie dough. He'd known this was coming, had known from the start that Skylar's time in Silver Creek Crossing was temporary. He just hadn't expected it to hurt quite this much. The house felt too quiet when they got back, even with Emma's cheerful chatter as she packed her backpack for the day at Frank's. She'd spread her supplies across the kitchen table, coloring books, Christmas stickers, the special markers Skylar had given her for cake design planning. Landon went through the motions of their morning routine, pouring Emma's cereal while she debated which holiday sweater to wear. The everyday normalcy of it felt strange now, knowing how close they'd come to having something different. To morning greetings at the bakery after their run, to Emma's excited plans about cooking breakfast with Skylar on Christmas morning, to all the little moments that had started to feel possible. "Dad, can you braid my hair like Skylar showed you?" Emma asked, climbing onto her chair. "The special way that keeps it out of my eyes when I'm decorating." His fingers felt clumsy as he attempted the braid, remembering how patient Skylar had been teaching him, standing behind him in the bakery kitchen, guiding his hands through the motions. "Also, I was thinking Skylar should come over for Christmas morning," Emma said, holding still while he worked. "I want to show her how we make snowman pancakes. And maybe she can help us build a fort to open presents in, like Mommy used to." "Emma!" Landon's voice caught, and he had to clear his throat before continuing. His hands stilled in her hair, the half-finished braid already starting to unravel. "Let's wait to make plans, okay? Skylar might be busy with the bakery." "But it's Christmas." Emma turned in her chair to look up at him, confusion clear in her eyes. "Nobody should be busy on Christmas." And she promised to teach me her secret hot chocolate recipe, the one that tastes like Christmas hugs. She said it was a special Christmas present, just for me. He couldn't do it. Couldn't tell her yet that Skylar might not just be busy for Christmas, but gone entirely. Not until he knew for sure. Not until he'd talked to her, heard it from her own lips that she was choosing her old life over. Over this life they'd started building together. Over morning braids and secret recipes and all the small moments that had started to feel like family. "Dad?" Emma's voice pulled him back to the present. "You're making that face again. The one you get when you're sad, but trying to pretend you're not." "I'm fine, Princess." He managed a smile, finishing her braid with hands that only shook a little. "Just thinking about all we need to do before the pageant tomorrow. Speaking of which, we should get you to Grandpa Frank's." Emma gathered her things, chattering about the Christmas village she and Frank were setting up, but Landon caught her stealing worried glances at him. She was too perceptive sometimes, too good at reading the emotions he tried to hide, just like her mother had been. As he helped her with her coat, Emma suddenly turned and hugged him tight around the waist. It's okay to be sad sometimes, Daddy, she whispered. Skylar says that's what cookies are for. They make the heart feel better. Landon had to swallow hard past the lump in his throat. When did you get so wise, Princess? Skylar says I get it from you. Emma beamed up at him. That's why she says we're her favorite people to bake for. The simple statement hit him like a physical blow. How many other favorite moments would they miss? How many more memories would remain unmade? Frank was waiting on his front porch when they pulled up, coffee mug in hand despite the early hour. He always did this, watched for them on the mornings Emma stayed with him, a habit born from years of wanting to keep his family close. One look at Landon's face and his father-in-law's expression shifted from welcome to concern. Emmy, honey, Frank called out. That Christmas village isn't going to set up itself. Want to help me unpack the houses? Emma bounded inside, leaving the two men alone in the crisp morning air. Frank set his coffee aside, giving Landon his full attention in that quiet way he had, the same way he'd done in those first terrible months after Sarah. Son, Frank's voice was gentle. What's wrong? Landon looked out at the snow-covered yard, trying to find the right words. The Christmas lights he and Emma had helped Frank hang last weekend twinkled against the early morning darkness, reminding him of another evening spent decorating, of Skylar's laughter as Emma directed their efforts with exacting standards. I think Skylar's leaving. The silence that followed felt heavy with shared understanding. When he finally met Frank's eyes, he saw his own pain reflected there, not just for him but for Emma, for all the possibilities that seemed to be slipping away. Have you talked to her? Frank asked quietly, his hands gripping the porch railing like he needed the support. Not yet. I know I need to. I just need to be sure first, before I tell Emma. Landon watched through the window as his daughter began unpacking the miniature buildings with focused determination. She was just asking about Christmas morning plans, about teaching Skylar our snowman pancake tradition. Frank's shoulders slumped slightly. They both knew how much it meant for Emma to want to share their family traditions. You've seen the way her face lights up when she talks about Skylar and all their adventures at the bakery? Yeah. Landon's smile was soft, if a bit wobbly. They've gotten pretty close. So have you. Frank squeezed his shoulder, his grip firm and grounding. Sometimes the best things in life catch us by surprise. Doesn't make them any less real. They stood in comfortable silence for a moment, both watching Emma through the window. She was arranging the tiny houses with the same careful precision Sarah used to insist on, completely unaware of the adults' heavy hearts outside. Finally, Landon straightened his shoulders. I should get to work. Lots of animals to check before the holiday. Frank's eyes were bright with unshed tears as he nodded. We'll be fine here. Take all the time you need. A pause, then softly. And Landon? Remember how much courage it took to let her in at all? That counts for something. Landon knew his father-in-law wasn't just talking about work hours. The understanding in Frank's voice, the gentle permission to feel everything he was feeling, it meant more than words could say. After all, Frank knew better than anyone how love could surprise you, change you, hurt you, and still be worth every moment. The morning crawled by in a blur of routine checkups and vaccine boosters until Mrs. Collins arrived with Max, her elderly golden retriever. Landon had been dreading this appointment all week. The medication isn't helping anymore, is it? He asked gently, noting the way Max struggled to stand. Mrs. Collins shook her head, tears already forming. I keep thinking, maybe if we try something else? I'm not ready to... She broke off, pressing her hand to her mouth. I know. Landon knelt beside Max, scratching behind his ears, the way he'd done since the dog was a puppy. It's never easy to let them go. How do you do it? She whispered. How do you open your heart again after? Tom's been gone 2 years, and Max was our dog, and without him... The heart is remarkable that way, Landon found himself saying, surprising himself with the certainty in his voice. It never really gets smaller. The love we had, it stays with us. But somehow, when we're ready, it makes room for more. More heartbreak, you mean? Maybe. He thought about Skylar's smile, about the way she'd brought light back into their lives, even if she couldn't stay. But more joy, too. More chances to be fully alive. Mrs. Collins studied his face. You sound like you know something about this. I'm learning. He gave Max one final pat. The thing is, loving again doesn't diminish what we had before. It just adds to our story, makes it richer, even when it hurts. So one day, when you're ready, maybe you can open your heart to love again too. They talked through the options for Max, made the hard decisions, scheduled the final appointment for after the holidays. When Mrs. Collins finally left, Landon stayed in the exam room longer than necessary, composing himself. Hey! Nancy appeared in the doorway, concern etched on her face. You okay? Yeah, He gestured vaguely. Heavy morning. Go home, she said firmly. We've got 3 routine checkups this afternoon, and Jenny can handle those. It's Christmas Eve tomorrow. Nobody's bringing their pets in unless it's an emergency. Nancy, doctor's orders. She smiled slightly. Well, receptionist's orders anyway. Same thing. Landon didn't argue. The truth was, he needed some space to think.
Chapter 20. The sound system is completely dead, Gloria Wheeler announced, bursting into the church basement where Skylar was helping adjust angel wings. And the Stevenson twins just threw up all over their costumes. Okay, first let's move the twins away from the other kids, Skylar said, already reaching for her phone. Betty, can you grab the backup robes from the costume closet? The blue ones from last Easter should work. She'd been handling crisis management all evening, grateful for the distraction from the resignation letter saved on her laptop back at the bakery. The carefully crafted words explaining her departure to her grandmother felt like lead in her stomach every time she thought about them. Miss Schuyler. Emma's small voice drew her attention. I don't feel good. Schuyler knelt in front of her, noting the pale face and trembling hands that had nothing to do with stomach flu. Stage fright? Emma nodded miserably. What if I forget everything? What if I mess up and ruin Christmas? Hey now. Skylar adjusted Emma's halo, buying time to find the right words. Want to know a secret? Angels can't ruin Christmas. It's actually impossible. Really? Really. Besides, she tapped Emma's nose gently. You know this part by heart. We've practiced it 100 times. But there are so many people out there. Emma's eyes filled with tears. And Daddy's filming it. And Grandpa Frank came all the way from his house. And they all love you no matter what. Skylar wiped away a stray tear before it could ruin Emma's carefully applied glitter. Tell you what, I'll stand in the wings the whole time. If you get scared, just look at me. We'll do it together. Promise? Cross my heart. Emma's answering smile made Skylar's chest ache. How many more moments like this would she miss? How many tears would she not be there to dry? But she couldn't think about that now. Not with the sound system still dead and 2 angels down and... Skylar! Gloria's voice carried from the hallway. The donkey just escaped into the parking lot. Of course it did. Skylar squeezed Emma's hand once before standing. Duty calls. Remember what I said about angels? Can't ruin Christmas, Emma repeated firmly. That's my girl. Skylar headed for the parking lot, pushing thoughts of goodbye letters and New York contracts aside. She was good at handling chaos. It's what had made her successful in Chicago. She could do this, could maintain her cheerful facade for one more night. She could pretend her heart wasn't breaking every time Emma smiled at her, or Landon caught her eye across the crowded church basement. Right now, she had a rogue donkey to wrangle and a Christmas pageant to save. Everything else would have to wait. The pageant somehow lurched into motion, the lack of sound system compensated for by Mrs. Wheeler's surprisingly powerful projection from the piano. Skylar watched from the wings as shepherds shuffled on cue and wise men remembered their gifts, if not quite their lines. Then it was Emma's turn. She looked so small standing center stage in her newly reinforced wings, the spotlight catching her halo just right. For a moment, everything was perfect. Until it wasn't. Emma's mouth opened, but no sound came out. The silence stretched, becoming heavy with anticipation. Skylar could see the panic rising in Emma's eyes as she searched the audience. Searching for Landon, she realized, who was filming from the back of the church. Without thinking, Skylar stepped closer to the edge of the curtain, just visible enough for Emma to spot her. When their eyes met, she smiled encouragingly and mouthed the familiar words, "Glory to God in the highest." Emma's shoulders straightened almost imperceptibly. Her voice, when it finally came, rang clear and true through the church. "Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace, goodwill toward men." Perfect. Every word perfect. Skylar's heart swelled with pride even as it cracked a little more. Emma beamed at her from the stage, radiating joy, and Skylar had to blink back sudden tears. She'd miss this. Miss being the person Emma looked to for encouragement. Miss seeing that brilliant smile. Miss all the little moments that had somehow become everything. But right now wasn't for missing. Right now was for standing in the wings, holding space for a little girl's triumph, pretending the wetness in her eyes was just from the stage lights. Right now was for being present, even if she couldn't be permanent. The church basement erupted into chaos of a different kind after the show. Proud parents snapping photos, children high on success and candy canes, Betty distributing her famous sugar cookies with military precision. Skylar found herself swept into hugs and congratulations, as if she'd done more than just wrangle a runaway donkey and whisper lines from the wings. "There's our angel," Frank called out. Emma was lifted up onto his shoulders, still wearing her halo. "Best one in the show, if you ask me." "Grandpa, you have to say that," Emma giggled. "Your family." Actually, Mrs. Wheeler joined them. "I think the whole audience would agree, especially that beautiful solo part." Emma's face lit up. "Did you see me, Skylar? Did you see how I remembered everything?" "You were amazing." Skylar reached up to straighten the tilting halo. "A perfect angel." "Thanks to you." Landon's voice behind her made her jump slightly. When she turned, he was watching her with an expression that made her heart stumble. Grateful and gentle, and something else she couldn't quite name. "I just stood there," she said. "Emma did all the hard work." "You did more than stand there." His hand brushed her arm. "You've done more than you know." The weight of everything unsaid pressed against her chest. She should tell him now, about New York, about leaving, about all the reasons why. "Look what I found," Emma's voice rang out from up on Frank's shoulders. She held up a sprig of mistletoe, clearly stolen from the church decorations. "Daddy, you and Skylar are standing right under where I'm holding it." Skylar felt her cheeks flush as several nearby parents turned to watch, barely concealing their amusement. Landon looked equally flustered, though she caught the slight upturn of his lips. "Emmy," Frank attempted to intervene, "maybe we should—" "But it's tradition, and angels are in charge of Christmas traditions. That's what Mrs. Wheeler said." An awkward laugh bubbled up in Skylar's throat, matched by Landon's own chuckle. The moment stretched, filled with everything they weren't saying, everything they couldn't say, not here, not now, not with Emma's hopeful face and Frank's knowing eyes, and Betty pretending not to watch from behind her cookie tray. "Tell you what," Landon finally said, gently lowering Emma's mistletoe-wielding arm. "How about we get our angel home? It's way past bedtime." "But—" "No buts. Even angels need sleep." He caught Skylar's eye. "Want to come over for some hot chocolate? A proper celebration?" She should say no. Should go home and finish that letter, make the break clean and quick. Instead, she found herself nodding. "I'll follow you there." The drive to Landon's house felt both too long and too short. She rehearsed the words in her head. About New York, about stability, about all the reasons this couldn't work. But when they pulled into his driveway, Emma was already half asleep in the back seat, her halo askew and her wings drooping. "I'll get her to bed," Landon whispered, gathering Emma into his arms. "Wait for me?" Skylar watched them disappear upstairs, her heart heavy with the knowledge that this might be the last time she saw this. The last time she stood in this warm kitchen. The last time she heard Emma's sleepy, "Good night." The last time Landon looked at her like she belonged here. Time to be brave, she told herself. Time to say the words she'd been avoiding all night. When Landon came back downstairs, she was already settled on the couch, their usual spot for late-night conversations. He grabbed the throw blanket without asking, draping it over both of them as he sat beside her. "Landon," she began softly, "there's something we need to talk about." The Christmas tree lights cast soft shadows across Landon's face as he turned toward her. "The offer from Richard?" "Yes." Skylar pulled the blanket tighter, as if it could shield her from what came next. "It's more than just getting a promotion back in Chicago. He wants me to oversee all East Coast operations, based in New York." "That's quite an opportunity." His voice was carefully neutral. "It comes with a salary that could save the bakery." The words tumbled out in a rush. "Could fund all the renovations, keep it running until it's stable again. But I'd have to leave right after Christmas." Landon was quiet for a long moment. "Is that the only reason you're considering it?" "No." She made herself meet his eyes. "I need to be able to support myself, Landon. To know I can stand on my own feet. My parents." She paused, gathering thoughts she'd never fully voiced before. "They loved me, but they could never quite settle down. Always chasing the next adventure, the next opportunity. That's why I spent so many summers here with Grandma." Understanding dawned in his expression. "And you don't want to be like that." "I don't want to be an unstable adult in Emma's life." Her voice cracked slightly. "Or a burden on my grandmother, or this town, or you." "Skylar." He reached for her hand, but she pulled back slightly. "Please, let me finish. I need to say this." She took a shaky breath. "I love what we've built here. Love being part of your lives, part of this community. But right now, staying would mean depending on everyone else. The bakery can barely support itself, let alone pay me a real salary. And I won't, be someone who makes promises they can't keep." "So you're choosing New York?" The hurt in his voice made her chest ache. "I'm choosing to become someone who could come back someday. Someone stable, dependable." She finally let herself take his hand. "Someone worthy of everything you and Emma have given me." "You're already worthy." His fingers tightened around hers. "You know that, right?" A tear slipped down her cheek. "Maybe. But I need to know it too. Need to prove it to myself." They sat in silence for a moment, their joined hands warm between them. Finally, Landon spoke softly. "Will you at least stay in touch? Let Emma know you're thinking of her?" "Of course." Skylar wiped her eyes with her free hand. "Goodness, Landon, letting go of her might be the hardest part. She's become so special to me." "She's not the only one, is she?" The question hung in the air between them, full of everything they'd been building toward, everything they had to let go. "No," she whispered. "She's not." When he kissed her, it tasted like goodbye and possibility all at once, like everything they could have been, everything they might still be, if life and timing were different. "I understand," he said when they finally pulled apart. "I don't like it, but I understand." "I'll come back when I can." She touched his face gently. "When I'm ready, if you'll still want me to. We'll be here." His smile was sad but genuine. "Just don't take too long, okay? Emma's going to need someone to teach her proper hot chocolate techniques." Skylar laughed even as fresh tears fell. "Tell her I love her, that this isn't goodbye forever, just goodbye for now." "She knows." He brushed a tear from her cheek. "We both do." Later, Driving home through the quiet streets of Silver Creek Crossing, Skylar tried to memorize everything. The Christmas lights twinkling in shop windows, the way snow settled on the historic lampposts, the warm glow from Sweet Pine's windows where she still had a resignation letter to finish. But mostly she tried to memorize the feeling of belonging somewhere, of being loved by good people, of having a home to come back to. Someday, she promised herself, someday when she was stronger, more secure, more certain. Someday she'd find her way back to Christmas magic and flower-dusted mornings and a family that had claimed her heart when she wasn't looking. She just hoped they'd wait for her to become the person they deserved. Chapter 21. The bakery's ancient oven hummed to life for what felt like the 100th time that night. Skylar hadn't bothered counting how many batches she'd made since returning from Landon's, just kept measuring, mixing, baking, anything to keep her hands busy and her mind from dwelling on the way Emma had looked so peaceful in her father's arms as he'd carried her to bed. Her laptop sat open on the counter, the carefully crafted resignation letter glowing accusingly on the screen. She'd spent hours on it, trying to find the perfect words to explain to her grandmother why she had to leave. But now, after seeing the hurt in Landon's eyes, after finally saying the words out loud, written words seemed hollow. With sudden determination, she hit print. The ancient printer wheezed and clattered, spitting out the pages she'd agonized over. Her fingers trembled slightly as she lifted the warm paper, scanning the perfectly formatted paragraphs about career opportunities and financial stability. It all sounded so reasonable on paper, so professional, so completely inadequate to explain why she was walking away from everything that mattered. Before she could second-guess herself, she ripped the letter in half, then quarters, then smaller and smaller pieces until confetti-sized remnants of her carefully chosen words scattered across the flour-dusted counter. The timer dinged. Another batch of something. She'd lost track of what she was even baking, just kept pulling recipes from memory, working through her grandmother's collection like she could somehow bake her way to certainty. Her phone buzzed, a text from Richard confirming her flight details for the day after Christmas. She turned it face down without responding. The pile of torn paper caught her eye again. Such small pieces for such a big goodbye. Such inadequate fragments to explain why she was leaving the only place that had ever felt like home. But maybe that was fitting. Maybe there weren't words big enough for some goodbyes. So she'd keep baking instead. Keep measuring and mixing and pretending her tears weren't falling into the cookie dough. Movement outside caught her eye. Snow starting to fall. Big fluffy flakes drifting past the bakery windows. Skylar paused in her endless baking to watch, remembering another snowy night when a certain veterinarian had helped her up from a snowbank, his dog tangling them together with her leash. Her hands moved almost of their own accord, reaching for her grandfather's Bible, where the miracle cookie recipe lay tucked between its pages. One last batch, she thought. One last try before she left. She knew the recipe by heart now, had memorized the precise measurements of rose water and nutmeg, had practiced the technique until she could do it in her sleep. But something had always been missing, some ethereal quality that made her grandmother's version truly magical. As she measured the ingredients, her mind drifted through memories. Emma's determined face as she explained proper cookie decorating protocol, Betty's gruff kindness masked as criticism, her grandmother's knowing smile when she talked about baking with love. Love. Skylar's hands stilled over the mixing bowl. That's what had been missing all along. Not technique or talent, or even her grandmother's special touch. Just love, pure and simple. Love for this town with its quirky traditions and generous heart. Love for the people who had welcomed her without question, who had shown her what community really meant. Love for a little girl who believed in Christmas magic and the father who had taught her that belief by example. She baked this batch thinking of them all, of morning runs with Landon and Domino, of Emma's pageant triumph, of Frank's gentle wisdom and Betty's fierce loyalty. of every moment that had turned this small town from a temporary stay into the home of her heart. When she pulled the cookies from the oven, she knew before they'd even cooled. The color was perfect, the consistency exactly right. Even the air seemed to shimmer with that elusive magic her grandmother's cookies always had. Finally, she'd finally done it. In the quiet between batches, she became aware of music playing softly from her grandmother's old radio, the one she kept forgetting to turn off at night. Bing Crosby's warm voice filled the bakery, singing about being home for Christmas, if only in my dreams. The first sob caught her by surprise. She gripped the counter's edge, flour coating her hands, as everything suddenly became crystal clear. All those years climbing the corporate ladder, chasing bigger events and better titles, she'd been searching for something. Some sense of security, of belonging, of home. And here it was, in a bakery with temperamental equipment and uneven floors. In Betty's critiques and Gloria's enthusiasm and Frank's quiet strength. In Emma's belief in magic, and Landon's steady faith in second chances. She'd been so focused on being able to support herself, on not being a burden, that she'd missed the obvious truth. Sometimes strength meant letting yourself belong somewhere. Sometimes stability came from building something together, even if it meant starting small. What if she stayed? What if she worked for free until she could grow the bakery's revenue? She could do consulting work remotely, take on smaller events in neighboring towns. It wouldn't be easy, but neither was walking away from everything that mattered. "I've been such an idiot," she whispered to the empty bakery. The perfect batch of miracle cookies sat cooling on the rack, proof that love was the ingredient she'd been missing all along. Just like love was what she'd been searching for in all those corner offices and promotion opportunities. She grabbed her phone, her heart racing. She had to call Richard, had to explain. But what time was it? The sky outside was just beginning to lighten with pre-dawn gray. Too early to call. Too early to do anything except wait and wonder if she'd figured it out too late. Her flight was booked. The New Year's Eve event was already in motion. Richard had probably already announced her promotion to the board. But none of that mattered. Not really. Not compared to the possibility of building a life here, of turning this ancient bakery into something sustainable, of being part of a family pieced together by love and sugar cookies and Christmas magic. She just hoped she hadn't waited too long to realize it.
Chapter 22. The sun reflecting off fresh snow made Christmas morning almost painfully bright. Landon sat in his usual spot on the couch, coffee growing cold in his hands, as he watched Emma methodically sort her presents into careful piles. She'd always been organized about gift opening, another trait inherited from Sarah. But this morning her movement seemed slower, less excited. There were no squeals of delight, no running commentary about each package's possibilities. Just quiet consideration as she arranged everything just so. He'd told her over breakfast when she'd come downstairs, expecting to find Skylar helping with their traditional snowman pancakes. The disappointment on her face had nearly broken him. He'd kept it simple. Skylar had been offered an important job in New York, one that would help her take care of her grandmother's bakery. He made sure Emma understood how much Skylar cared about them both, how this wasn't about not wanting to stay, but about doing what she needed to do. Emma had nodded bravely, pushing her pancakes around her plate, and asked in a small voice if they could still visit the bakery sometimes. The question had caught in his chest like broken glass. "Ready to start, Princess?" he asked now, trying to infuse his voice with enthusiasm he didn't feel. Emma nodded, selecting a package wrapped in snowman paper. "This one's from Mrs. Wheeler." They worked their way through the pile, Landon maintaining his forced cheer, while Emma offered polite thank yous that didn't quite mask her subdued mood. Even Domino seemed to sense the difference, forgoing her usual excited paper-shredding assistance to rest her head on Emma's knee instead. Then, Emma reached for a small package, tied with a simple red ribbon. "From Miss Thompson," she read from the tag. Landon's chest tightened, remembering the day Emma had come home crying about that class project. Had it really been just a few weeks ago? It felt like another lifetime, before Skylar had become such an essential part of their world. before they'd learned to hope again, before... Oh, Emma's soft exhale drew his attention back. She held a handmade ornament, clearly crafted with a teacher's patient help. The frame was decorated with carefully glued silver glitter, and inside was a photo of Emma and Landon from the town's fall festival, both laughing at something off camera. He remembered that day. Emma had just won a cakewalk, and her victory dance had been particularly spectacular. "It's beautiful, honey," he said gently. Emma traced the frame with careful fingers. "Can we..." She hesitated, then looked up at him with Sarah's eyes. "Can we take it to show Skylar before she leaves?" The simple question felt like a physical blow. "Emma, please?" Her voice wavered slightly. "She helped me not feel sad about the first one, about not having pictures with Mom. Maybe she could help us make this one not feel sad too?" Landon set his coffee aside, opening his arms. Emma crawled into his lap immediately, ornament still clutched carefully in her small hands. "I don't want her to go, Daddy," she whispered into his shoulder. "I know, Princess." He held her tighter, feeling her tears dampen his shirt. "I don't want her to go either." They sat like that for a long moment, the Christmas tree twinkling beside them, unopened presents forgotten on the floor. Even Domino seemed to understand, pressing closer to offer comfort in her own way. Finally, Emma pulled back slightly, wiping her eyes. "Can we still go see her? Just for a minute? I want to tell her goodbye." Landon looked at his daughter's hopeful face, at the ornament that had started everything, at the empty hot chocolate mug on the coffee table that would have been Skylar's if things were different. Emma clutched the ornament, and Landon found himself staring out the window at the pristine snow, trying to find the right words. How could he explain that Skylar needed this morning with her grandmother? That she probably had packing to do before tomorrow's flight? A flash of red caught his eye, something sitting on their front porch that hadn't been there earlier. "Emma?" He squinted through the morning glare. "Did you leave something outside last night?" She scrambled up to look, pressing her face against the cold window. Her whole demeanor changed instantly. "That's Skylar's tin, the special one she uses for important taste testing." Before he could stop her, Emma was running for the door, bare feet in Christmas pajamas, completely forgotten in her excitement. She bounded onto the snowy porch, snatching up the red tin with quick little hands. "Careful, it might be..." Landon started, following her with shoes she'd never paused to put on. "It's still warm." Emma was already prying off the lid, her earlier sadness temporarily forgotten. The scent of fresh-baked cookies wafted up, and Emma's eyes went wide. "Dad! Dad, these are the miracle cookies! The ones she's been trying to get right." She took a careful bite, then broke into the first real smile he'd seen all morning. "They're perfect, just like Miss Rose's." She thrust the tin at him. "Try one, quick." "Emma, don't you see?" She was practically bouncing now, snow melting around her bare feet. "They're miracle cookies, and they're perfect. That means we get a Christmas miracle." The hope in her voice made his heart twist. "Honey, sometimes things don't..." "But they're perfect," she insisted, taking another bite. Skylar said the miracle cookies only work when they're made exactly right. And these are exactly right, I can tell. Looking at his daughter's shining face, Landon didn't have the heart to remind her that sometimes even miracles had flight schedules and career obligations. Instead, he just guided her back inside, gathering her cold feet into his warm hands. "At least put some socks on before you finish your cookie," he said softly. "Miracles probably work better with warm toes." Landon found himself studying the tin of cookies as Emma ran upstairs for socks and shoes. "Perfect," she'd said. After weeks of trying, Skylar had finally gotten them right. On the very morning she was supposed to say goodbye. Maybe, no. He couldn't let himself hope just because of some cookies, no matter how miraculous Emma claimed they were. "Ready," Emma announced, clattering back down the stairs with mismatched Christmas socks and her new sparkly coat. "Can we go see her, please?" He should say no, should protect them both from another painful goodbye, but something about the warmth of the tin in his hands, the lingering sweetness of fresh-baked possibility. "Okay," he heard himself say, "but remember, she might be busy with..." "She'll be at the hospital with Miss Rose," Emma said with certainty. "It's Christmas morning." Of course. Where else would Skylar be? The drive to Silver Creek Crossing General was quiet, but not with the heavy silence of earlier. Emma clutched the cookie tin in her lap, occasionally lifting the lid just to breathe in the scent, like it might somehow make her wishes more likely to come true. And maybe he was catching some of her Christmas magic, because Landon found himself hoping too. Found himself remembering the way Skylar's eyes lit up when she talked about the bakery, how natural she seemed in their small town, how right she felt in their lives. They reached Rose's floor, just as the morning shift change was finishing. Emma started to bound ahead, but Landon caught her arm gently as they approached room 312. The door was partially open and Skylar's voice drifted out, thick with tears. "I can't leave them, Grandma," they heard her say softly. "I can't leave home." Emma's hand found his, squeezing tight. When he looked down at her, her eyes were shining with something that looked an awful lot like triumph. "See?" she whispered. "Miracle cookies."
Chapter 23. The morning sun filtered through the hospital blinds, painting stripes across Rose's bed as Skylar perched on the edge of her usual chair. Her phone buzzed again, the fourth time in an hour. Even on Christmas morning, the New York team couldn't stop planning the New Year's Eve event. "Vendor contracts can't wait for December 26th?" Rose asked dryly, watching as Skylar silenced her phone again. "Apparently not." Skylar touched the plane ticket in her purse, the edges worn from how many times she'd taken it out, stared at it, put it back. "They're probably already setting up. Richard sent a timeline for the ice sculpture delivery at 5 this morning." "On Christmas Day!" Her grandmother's voice held a note of disapproval. "And here I thought Betty was demanding with her cookie schedules." Skylar tried to laugh, but it came out more like a sob. The morning light caught the hospital room's small Christmas tree, making its tinsel sparkle. Emma would love it. She had very specific opinions about proper tinsel distribution. Emma. Just thinking her name made fresh tears well up. All Skylar could see was her smile, her absolute faith in Christmas magic, the way she looked at Landon with such trust and love. And Landon. His kind eyes, his gentle strength, the way he made her feel like she belonged. Her phone lit up with another message. She turned it face down without looking, her hands shaking slightly. "I can't leave them, Grandma," she whispered, finally admitting aloud what her heart had known for weeks. "I can't leave home." A small gasp from the doorway made her heart stop. For a moment, she was afraid to turn around, afraid this was just her wishful thinking playing tricks on her. But then she heard the unmistakable sound of Emma's excited breathing, the slight shuffle of Landon's boots on the hospital floor. Slowly, she looked up to find them standing in the doorway. Emma still in Christmas pajamas with mismatched socks, clutching what looked like a glitter-covered ornament. Landon just behind her with snowflakes melting in his hair. Both of their faces held such bare hope it made her breath catch. "Then don't," Landon said simply, his voice rough with emotion. The world seemed to pause, teetering on the edge of possibility. Then Emma broke free from her father's hand, racing across the room with such force that her sock-clad feet slid on the hospital floor. "Please stay." She threw herself into Skylar's arms, nearly knocking them both over. The ornament in her hand pressed against Skylar's back as Emma buried her face in her shoulder. "I know it's a lot to ask, but I wrote 24 letters to Santa, and the miracle cookies worked perfect this morning, and..." She pulled back suddenly, eyes wide. "Did you make those cookies? They were just like Miss Rose's. Dad, tell her they were perfect." "They were," Landon confirmed, moving closer. His eyes hadn't left Skylar's face. Though someone insisted that meant we'd get a Christmas miracle. "And we did." Emma bounced in Skylar's lap, her earlier tears replaced by excitement. "Didn't we? You'll stay? You can teach me all the secret recipes and help with my science projects, and..." She gasped. "You can help us make snowman pancakes next Christmas." Skylar's heart felt too full, especially when she caught Landon's expression at Emma's casual assumption of next Christmas. But still. "What about the bakery?" she asked her grandmother softly. I know I can't stay on full time, and you still need— Oh, please. Rose's voice held more strength than it had in weeks. She was sitting up straighter now, eyes bright with something that looked suspiciously like triumph. I have no intention of going back to full-time baking once I bust out of this joint. I'm too old for those early mornings. She winked at Emma. Though I might still stop by for quality control. Can't let Betty have all the fun. See? Emma said with a grin. According to Betty, Rose added with a slight smile, you've been doing a much better job than I ever did anyway. That's not true. Skylar looked at Rose apologetically, but her grandmother just laughed. No, probably not, Rose agreed, reaching for Skylar's hand. But it won't be long before you're out baking your old grandma. If, of course, you'll accept my offer to take over permanently. But the renovation costs, Skylar started. Can wait, Landon cut in, moving to kneel beside her chair. We'll figure it out together, all of it. Together, Emma echoed hopefully, holding up her glitter-covered ornament. Look what Ms. Thompson helped me make. It's our first family picture. Well, almost family picture. There's room to add more people, she added with all the subtlety of an 8-year-old playing matchmaker. Skylar looked at her wrinkled plane ticket, at her still buzzing phone with its endless messages about ice sculptures and vendor contracts. Then she looked at this family, her family, waiting for her answer. At Emma's hopeful face, at Rose's knowing smile, at Landon's eyes full of everything they hadn't quite said yet. Really, there was only one answer to give. When she kissed Landon, she could feel his smile against her lips. Emma's delighted squeal mixed with Rose's softer laughter. And somewhere in the background, Skylar could have sworn she heard Betty's voice in the hallway declaring, "Well, it's about time." "Merry Christmas," she whispered against Landon's mouth. "Merry Christmas," he murmured back, one hand coming up to cup her face. "Welcome home." Emma wedged herself between them for a hug, and Rose discreetly wiped her eyes, and Skylar's phone kept buzzing with messages about a New Year's Eve event she'd never attend. But none of that mattered. What mattered was this moment, this family, this feeling of finally being exactly where she belonged. After all, some miracles didn't need cookies to make them come true. They just needed the courage to choose them. Epilogue, 1 year later. A little to the left, Skylar called up to Landon, who was perched precariously on a ladder trying to hang garland. Her wedding ring caught the Christmas lights as she gestured, sending prisms dancing across the bakery walls. "You said that last time," he reminded her, though he adjusted the garland anyway. "And I was right last time, too." At a corner table, Emma looked up from her paper folding lesson. "Dad never gets the decorations right on the first try. That's why we have a system." "Oh?" Rose asked, watching her great-granddaughter demonstrate the proper technique for creating the perfect snowflake. "And what system is that?" Skylar points, Dad moves things around, and I supervise. Emma's serious expression dissolved into giggles as Landon made a show of sighing dramatically. "It works every time." "Can't argue with success," Rose agreed, taking another sip of her hot chocolate. The past year had been kind to her. Physical therapy and Betty's determined encouragement had her back on her feet, though she claimed to enjoy retirement too much to do more than occasional guest appearances in the kitchen. Skylar moved to sort through the last box of decorations, smiling at the frame they'd added last Christmas. Her unused plane ticket mounted beside the sprig of mistletoe Emma had borrowed from the church pageant. Such small things to represent such big changes. "I think we're almost done," she said, but Landon was already reaching into his coat pocket. "One more," he said softly, pulling out a small package wrapped in silver paper. "Emma, want to do the honors?" Their daughter, and Skylar's heart still skipped every time she thought of Emma that way, bounded over eagerly. "Is this the special one?" "The special one?" Skylar asked, but they both just smiled mysteriously. Emma carefully unwrapped the silver paper, revealing a delicate ornament that made Skylar's breath catch. There, painted in elegant script, were the words, "The Brooks family." "For the bakery tree," Emma explained, already moving to hang it in what she deemed the perfect spot. "Since this is our family's special place." From her spot by the door, Domino's tail thumped in apparent agreement, though that might have had more to do with the cookie crumbs Emma had been sneaking her all morning. "Perfect placement," Rose called from her corner. "Of course, I might be biased." "Speaking of perfect," Landon said, wrapping his arms around Skylar from behind. "Don't we have some miracle cookies to bake for the festival?" "Already ahead of you." Skylar nodded toward the kitchen where bowls and ingredients waited. "And speaking of miracles, this year's batch might be extra special." "Oh?" Landon caught the slight smile playing at her lips. "And why's that?" The bell above the door chimed as Frank arrived, shaking snow from his coat. "Did I miss the cookie making?" Emma said 7 sharp, and you know how serious she is about baking protocols. "Right on time, Grandpa." Emma was already pulling them all toward the kitchen. "Because this time we're all home for Christmas. That makes everything more magical." She paused, studying Skylar's face. "But you look like you have another reason. You have that same look you had when you were keeping Dad's birthday surprise a secret." Skylar shared a quick glance with Landon. "Well, let's just say next Christmas, we might need to adjust the recipe. Maybe add an extra dash of miracle for one more Brooks." Emma's eyes went wide as she processed the meaning. Her squeal of delight brought Rose hurrying over as quickly as her recovered hip would allow, while Frank's face split into the biggest grins Skylar had ever seen. "Really?" Emma bounced between them. "I'm going to be a big sister?" "Really," Skylar confirmed, laughing as Emma threw her arms around her. "Well," Rose said, wiping away a happy tear, "I guess we better get those miracle cookies started. Seems like we have even more to celebrate this Christmas." They moved together into the kitchen, falling into their familiar rhythm, Emma manning her official taste-testing station with Domino hopeful at her feet, Frank and Rose offering commentary from their supervisory chairs, Landon and Skylar working in the seamless dance they'd perfected over the past year. As the first batch went into the oven, Skylar caught sight of their new ornament twinkling on the tree. The Brooks family. Not just words anymore, but the truest kind of Christmas magic she'd ever known. "You know what?" Emma said thoughtfully, licking cookie dough from a spoon, while Domino watched with eternal optimism. "I don't think we need miracle cookies anymore. We already got all our wishes." Skylar looked around at her family, at Rose and Frank arguing good-naturedly about proper cookie density, at Emma sneaking Domino another treat when she thought no one was looking, at Landon's arms steady around her waist, at the life they'd built together in this flower-dusted kitchen. "Maybe," she said softly, one hand resting briefly on her still flat stomach. "We just need to keep making room for new ones." This has been A Sprinkle of Christmas Magic, written by Laura Abbott. Copyright 2024, by Laura Abbott.